This episode of the podcast is brought to you by the amazing people over at Chop Chili Company. Guys, they are the original sponsor of this podcast, and I could not be happier to continue to be working with these guys. I get it. It's New Mexico. Everyone loves red, green, both. But this genuinely is my favorite brand of chili here in the state of New Mexico, and I love being able to partner up with these guys. They are absolutely phenomenal. Zane and the rest of the team at Chop Chili do an amazing job running that company, and they make an absolutely phenomenal product. And right now, they are running a very special promotional on their Instagram. Go check them out on Instagram. Go give them a follow. And as they post pictures with the hashtag Where's My Chili Challenge, if you can guess where in New Mexico that picture was taken, you can win not only free red or green chili, but also a free custom t-shirt directly from the company themselves. Again, go check them out on Instagram. Give them a follow. Check out their hashtag Where's My Chili Challenge. Win yourself some free chili. Win yourself some free shirts. They are also available in Smith's, Albertsons, Sprouts, and a ton of other grocery stores in the state of New Mexico, as well as El Paso, and they are expanding out to West Texas. Again, thank you so much to Zane and the rest of his amazing team over at Chop Chili. Back to the episode. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by the amazing people over at High Desert Relief, a premier herbal destination right here in the state of New Mexico. They have extremely well-trained and knowledgeable staff that are more than happy to help you find what you're looking for or try something that you maybe have never thought of before. They have 2 locations right here in Albuquerque and a 3rd in Santa Fe. All 3 will be listed in the description of this episode below. All 3 locations offering legendary products at absolutely legendary prices, including this awesome merch that they were so kind enough to give me. They can be found at all 3 of the locations. Again, big thank you to all the people over at HDR. Back to the episode. All right, can you hear me in your headset?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Yep. All right. So, are we live streaming?
I would assume so. I hit stream audio.
Perfect. All right. So, we are here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
For everyone listening and watching, of course, as you see the title, this is going to be... So, I put out that Trump episode, and turns out people saw it. And so, thank you very much, Chris, for coming in and doing this debate. So the way we're going to start this out, well, actually, first of all, I want to issue a quick little redaction. I went on a podcast. About like 2-3 weeks ago, and the Tony Hinchcliffe situation came up. Okay. I don't know if you were following that or not, where he was at Madison Square Garden and he made all the jokes. Yep, so I straight up was like, look, all of his shit was like covered by the Trump campaign. They knew what was going on, all this stuff. Well, turns out, and I know that only the comedy dorks, my comedian friends, are really going to get a kick out of this, but I feel like I have to put this out. Well, turns out, Hinchcliffe, he put out a special, I guess, on Twitter over the weekend, and where he talked about, he showed up to Madison Square Garden. None of his jokes were vetted. They weren't even put on the teleprompter because he showed up and like, hey, you're on in 30 minutes. So nothing was put on the teleprompter. They had no idea what he was going to say. He still apparently has never met Trump, even at the UFC events, has never met Trump. And then he like paid for his own flight, paid for his own hotel, didn't get paid to speak, none of that shit. So I was completely flat out wrong. Like I thought Trump, just like Kamala paid for the celebrities, I thought that Trump paid for all his shit, that they vetted all his jokes and they were cool with it. Turns out Trump was not lying to Sean Hannity, which blew me the fuck away. I thought he was lying his dick off. So anyway, with that being said, all right, so the way we're going to do this, you mentioned beforehand that you had something that basically you want to open with. Yep. We're going to listen to your opening statements, and then what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the Hunter Biden pardon, because I think that would be very
timely.
Yeah, it'd be timely, but also just be a little disingenuous to not go over that.
Sure.
And then we'll just go off from there. So, Chris, take it away, man.
All right. Well, thank you for having me today, Noah. We are here this evening to talk about the outcome of the 2024 presidential election. I want to start by saying that I am no great fan of Kamala Harris, or for that matter, the Democratic Party. But given the reality of a two-party system, and in my estimation, a much worse alternative, I unenthusiastically voted for Harris. Political labels can get messy, so suffice it to say that I am a progressive leftist. I value personal liberty, freedom to associate, compassion, equity, and justice. I consider myself a utilitarian moral anti-realist, which basically just means that I don't believe in an objective morality, but rather that we should seek to minimize harm and maximize well-being in our moral decisions. There are a handful of issues on which I believe we would agree there is a wide discrepancy between the candidates, such as trans rights, abortion, and climate change. But I do not believe that the average Trump voter, and perhaps Noah, is particularly interested in defending trans rights, expanding access to abortion, or addressing climate change. In any case, these are not priorities. Whoa.
Oh, you're good.
My chair slipped.
No, you're good. You're good. That was not planned.
That was not planned.
For any of my detractors.
I'm not being sabotaged.
He's not being set up to fail, people. I swear. We're on a budget. These were donated. Continue.
All right. So, abortion, trans right, climate change, I don't think these are priorities for Trump voters. All exit polling indicated that voters cared most about two issues, the economy and immigration. And voters on average seem to believe that Trump would be better equipped to handle both of these areas. But why is that? Trump, a notoriously incapable businessman, inherited a strong economy from Obama, and despite such a strong economy, ran up record deficits by cutting taxes and increasing federal spending. This time around, he plans to raise at least corporate taxes in the form of aggressive tariffs. But these tariffs will lead to higher prices on imports and lower production of domestic goods, meaning inflation on both foreign and domestic products. Trump's stated goal of mass deportations, while unlikely, would be massively expensive and legally dubious. It would likely require an invocation of the Insurrection Act, and it would likely be resisted by every blue state. But that's just the process of deportation. Deporting any fraction of our 11 million undocumented immigrants would cause a significant reduction in the labor force of the construction, agriculture, and hospitality industries, leading to a decrease in the GDP and an increase in consumer prices, more inflation. And of course, the elephant in the room, I hope to demonstrate that Trump's actions before and on January 6th, 2021 were disqualifying on their own. Trump lied to the American people, filed 63 frivolous lawsuits, orchestrated a perjurious false elector scheme in 7 states, invited supporters to Washington, incited the crowd using provocative language, and abdicated all presidential responsibility for 3 hours during the ensuing riot. While one may try to argue that Trump is not solely responsible for the attack on the Capitol, rioters have free will after all, I cannot imagine any reason to suggest that he had nothing to do with the violence. But maybe that's the point. I think Noah and I agree that the average person is often more motivated by emotion than reason. As someone who has worked in education for most of my career, I feel strongly that education is a powerful tool to better understand reason, emotion, and one's internal motivations, and therefore can lead to better decision-making. In fact, level of education is a reliable indicator of how one voted in 2024. The fewer years of formal education that someone has, the more likely they are to vote for Trump. Now, I want to make it super clear that education is not the same thing as intelligence, and I acknowledge that income impacts a person's access to education. But we have a party that wants to eliminate the Department of Education, that demonizes teachers, journalists, and medical experts, that elected a president who speaks at a 4th grade reading level, that has made concerted efforts to ban books in schools and libraries, and that opposes student debt forgiveness. Clearly, this party wants people to be less educated, and clearly they benefit from doing so. Believe me, I know that education in the US has its problems, but I don't blindly trust any government to handle these problems. I trust educators and those experts who have been studying education for decades. I don't trust lawmakers to debate the medical ethics of abortion or trans healthcare, but I do trust doctors, medical researchers, and medical ethicists to do just that. A right-wing government wants you to distrust education because then they can make laws to further their own interest, rather than actually address problems with evidence-based methods developed by those educated on the matter. Now, I know this conversation has been labeled a debate, and I recognize the irony of me saying this in a prepared opening statement, but I have one huge problem with online political debates. They too often reward competition over discourse. So, I am here today to have an honest and civil conversation, to understand why Noah, and by extension Trump voters, think the way they do, and to provide evidence when we have a disagreement on the facts. Thank you.
Fucking solid, dude. That was fucking solid. I just want to say in the outset, I do want to have a conversation. And this is, again, I have a lot of respect for Buck D and everything that he is as a comedian and everything he's done for the comedy community, everything he's done for me personally as a mentor in the stand-up comedy world. But that was, I mean, amongst a few, that was a big issue that I had doing that, like, debate was, well, first of all, thank you for showing up in person, because that person called into the debate, and it just turned into just a bunch of nonsense.
Were they supposed to show up in person?
Yes.
Okay.
Initially, they were supposed to, but it became a whole thing. So I agree. The debate is an easier way to put it, and it's shorter than conversation.
Sure.
So, you know, how do you put it? Like, just like the title for a video.
It's a little sexier.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. So, I just want to make sure before we go forward that I got all your points. Mm-hmm. So trans abortion rights is just bullet points, right? Trans abortion rights, climate change. What was after climate change? I feel like I missed something.
So my point was basically, I don't think I'm going to change your mind on trans rights. I don't think I'm going to change your mind on abortion. I don't think I'm going to change your mind on climate change. And the reality is,
But what was after climate change? Before we get in, we'll get into all that. But what was after climate change? Because I have from climate change going to immigration. Was there anything between that?
economy.
Just, okay. Right, tariffs. All right.
Tariffs, running up a deficit, increasing federal spending. And then I got into immigration.
Okay, cool. Then immigration, January 6th. And you mentioned something about the 46 lawsuits that he put up. And then you spoke about education affecting voting. Mm-hmm. And then, okay, cool. I don't think I missed anything else. Okay, cool. Yep. Okay, cool. Did I miss anything?
No, that's about it.
Sweet. So I'm just going to copy and paste what I had put forward for that debate, and then we're going to get into the Hunter Biden thing. My whole argument was that everything that the Trump administration did wrong, in my opinion, the Biden / Kamala Harris administration did much worse.
Okay.
And then much in the same way that you voted against the Republican side of things, that's how I view the Democratic Party. Is I voted against. I have two key issues with Donald Trump. The first one being the way he handled COVID, and then Israel. Okay. And then, I voted very much against the Democratic Party, and not just the Democratic Party as a political system, just the whole apparatus, meaning like the DNC, the hyper left-wing media, their influence, not their influence in Hollywood, but the way they use Hollywood. I kind of use as like not a third point, but like if there's a 0.2 with the media, that's like a 0.2A. Yeah. Just a more of an annoyance than anything else. But it's just their entire apparatus that they've built, whether it's censorship across a lot of boards and just the flat out lying that they've done over the last word. Now, granted, all politicians fucking lie, but the Democratic Party has taken it to such high status or high levels, in my opinion. All of that wrapped together, just to make this real quick. That's why I voted for Trump and against the Kamala Harris. It's hard to say Kamala Harris campaign, but just the Democratic Party.
Yep.
But before we get into all these points, Sunday night, as many people know, Hunter Biden was pardoned by his father. I think the best way to start this out is, how do you feel about Biden pardoning his son? And actually, you know what? And while you're answering, Springer, can you pull up his statement that he released? Okay, cool.
So, out of context, on its own, I think it's a bad look. I don't like the idea of. I struggle with it because it's like, I don't think the president should really pardon anyone. But then I think, okay, there are people who are unjustly imprisoned, lots of nonviolent drug offenders who could be pardoned. That would be a nice use of that. It's especially frustrating to watch Hunter Biden get pardoned for a drug charge while you have, maybe millions of people in prison, people of color, poor people, for less severe drug crimes, right? So that's disappointing. In context, it's kind of a non-issue to me. Trump did something very similar in December of 2020, so same time frame relative to his term, when he pardoned Charles Kushner, Jared Kushner's father. So a member of his extended family, not his son, admittedly, but a member of his extended family.
Can you pull up the reason why he pardoned Kushner, by the way? Thank you.
For similar kind of tax evasion. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, Springer's got it. You're good.
I got it in the note. Okay.
Oh, okay. You got it. If you have it in your notes, it'd be great. But he's pulling it up as well.
So I think it was tax evasion. Kind of similar stuff to what Hunter did, which is breaking the law by lying on forms, essentially, is what it sounds like. Now, add to that context the fact that Charles Kushner has been selected to be the ambassador to France. So not only is Trump pardoning people in his family, but he's actually giving them government jobs. I hate to start this off with a whataboutism, but I think the context matters. And I think if the people of the United States are going to elect someone like Trump, who is a convict, right? He was convicted, I think, of 34 charges. I don't think the American people care all that much. And so that's, to me, it's kind of a non-issue.
Sure, and we can get into the 34 felonies thing, but my quick answer on that is just I don't think most people care because people see through it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a novel legal theory that's never been used before, and they got him on, and we can look this up later, but from what I understand is they got Trump on incorrect documents with paying off Stormy Daniels, and then he didn't value his property properly. And
so that I don't think he has been convicted of.
Right, but that's what they brought up in the 34 charges. That was a part of the felonies. And the issue is with that I have with that, I'll end that there, is in any other case where this would be brought up without the novel legal theory, this would be brought as misdemeanors. But with the way they circumvented it, they turn it into felonies. The issue that I have with, the only thing I would push back on with it being a non-issue with Hunter getting charged is if you follow the breadcrumb trail on what he's getting pardoned on. Did you pull up the statement for Biden pardoning Hunter? Okay, so I
don't like that Biden went back on a promise.
I
don't like it.
So yes, but where Biden says, well, first of all, and this is I want to stay away from conspiracy as much as humanly possible, but I do find it weird that this statement was released on a Sunday evening via digital form only. Mm-hmm. And that was the same exact way that Biden's statement about stepping down was released. So where my brain goes to is like, okay, is this really Biden? Because nobody believes, I don't think. Not nobody. Most people don't believe that Biden made the decision to step down. That was not him. That was his party coming together and saying, hey, either you fucking step down because you fucked up that debate and you're mentally incompetent, or we're going to enact the 25th Amendment and we're going to remove you and put Kamala in anyway.
I think he probably faced a lot of pressure, yeah. I don't know if he was threatened.
I think he was fucking threatened.
And we don't have evidence.
Yeah, we don't have strict evidence of that, but I think there.
So I don't know if that happened.
And that's why I want to stay away from that conspiracy stuff, but it's like, it's hard for me to not draw the line, because it's like major announcements from the same president, because he still technically is the president. Same announcements from the same president, released more or less at the same time within the margin of I think 5 hours. Mm-hmm. And it's just and then when it was released, there was scroll down real quick.
So are you suggesting that they do it at this time so that it flies under the radar?
I wouldn't say it's just that. It's just the consistencies are weird. That's all I'm saying. It's just asking the question of who's really doing it, I guess. And that's why I label it under, or I file that under conspiracy. You know what I mean? It's who's really...
It's just a curiosity.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. It's just asking questions. Yeah. But the reason why I had, other than the obvious, to have him bring up the letter is, so scroll up a tad. Okay, so where he says... a little more than that, sorry. So where he says that it's over Multiple purchases or buying a weapon. And then wait, don't my eyesight's fucked up. Don't highlight that. People late, and then, so the weapon stuff, the taxes stuff, and then where he brings up the dates. So scroll down to where it shows the dates, because it's January 1st of 14, going until December 3rd or December 1st of 2024. Let's go down to where it shows that. Yeah, it might be at the bottom. Yeah. So that's not just like his gun charges and the taxes stuff didn't date all the way back to 2014. And the issue that I have when you say that this is a non-issue is because I think the 2014 date is very important, because in 2014 we staged a coup in Ukraine, removed their government that was highly sympathetic to Vladimir Putin, installed a democratically leaning government, a Western leaning government, and then Biden decides then that he is going to help, because he obviously helped Hunter Biden get a board seat on Burisma, and then they start doing all these deals, and then what this does is this exonerates him from anything that associates him with his own laptop, and some of those things on that laptop were the emails that were tracking all the business deals, or some of the business deals with Burisma that alluded to Joe Biden being the big man and getting 10% of any of the profits that Hunter Biden would have gotten. And then once Biden gets into office in 2020, pretty much immediately starts coaxing Vladimir Putin to invade, him and Kamala, because Kamala's on record saying that she wants Ukraine to be a part of NATO, coaxing Russia to invade Ukraine, which I don't agree with. That's a bad move, bad thing. Don't like it. I don't support Vladimir Putin. However, we coax Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. We start funding this war like no fucking other. And then it's just hard for me to not associate that corruption with the Ukrainian war. And we were just, before this podcast started, I showed Springer this video, and we could pull it up if we want to show it, but it's Lindsey Graham talking about how we can't let all the mineral deposits go to Russia, right? So we have this vested interest in making sure that Ukraine is, and especially now with everything with the long-range missiles, Ukraine is pretty much a NATO government or NATO country with how we've changed our nuclear posture and how Russia has changed their nuclear posture. So all of this to say, this exonerates, and then you can tack on the hooker stuff and the crack cocaine stuff, and then you know, where he's like flipping around a weapon and he's with a minor about either pre or post coitus, if you want to use some fancy terms there. This exonerates Hunter Biden from any ties where if World War III started tomorrow, you could kind of follow the breadcrumb trail back to this was a huge part of it. And this also was a huge talking point. And this is where I'll end it here. This is also a huge talking point when Trump and his supporters, especially the diehard supporters, are like, election interference, they stole the election, whatever. Mm-hmm. Do I think that Trump was the rightful winner of the election? No, people voted for Biden. However, from everything that we know from the Twitter files, from these independent reporters like Matt Taibbi, now that everything we know from the Twitter files, we know that, or at least it could be asserted, that if the public knew that the Hunter Biden laptop story was not Russian disinformation, like those 51 intelligence officers signed off on that letter asserting that it was, you can extrapolate from that people probably now the margin of how many people would vote for Biden, who knows? But that would have been a huge chip against the Biden campaign at that point in voting in either him or Trump. So completely removing any fault from Hunter Biden and by proxy the Biden family from any type of corruption dealings with Burisma is a real fucking issue.
So I will say Ukraine is the one thing that I did the least research on. And it's been a while since I've looked into the Burisma thing. My understanding is the Burisma scandal has been torn apart. And
yeah, and they found him guilty in the
Biden?
Biden? They found it in the Durham report. So Durham, the guy who was the special investigator who looked into that. Now, mind you, just for a little bit of historical context, not really historical, because it happened fucking 15, 20 years ago. But this is the same guy who was, I think his name's John Durham. This is the same guy who was toting around with the Bush administration saying, hey, no, yeah, they've got weapons of mass destruction. This is a just war. He was a part of the whole apparatus that led us into the Iraq war. So even this guy is like, no, this is not Russian disinformation. This, like, they found that the intelligence agencies were lying about everything from Trump being a Russian agent to the laptop not being Russian disinformation. And again, this is the same guy who was helping out with the Iraq war. This is the same guy that investigated Bush and said there's no torturing going on in Guantanamo Bay. So this dude is known to toe the party line. And he's known to, like, and I would not even party line, the government and incentive. Right, like,
right. You want to be careful there because now he's going against
right.
Other
yeah,
party.
I use the wrong terminology.
Right.
He's known for going with what the government wants.
Well, he's known for going with what Republicans want.
So pull up the Durham report real quick.
Right there.
Thank you. So, oh my God, you got to fucking zoom in a little bit. Years of staring at a screen have really fucked my eyes, man.
I was gonna fucking zoom.
So that's my whole issue with the Biden.
So they didn't find him guilty, right? They recommended charges.
So what they did is they were saying that, well, for sure, the 51 former intelligence agents saying that Trump was a Russian agent and that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, completely false.
Well, let's pause there. So
Yeah.
So it is my understanding that when you say they're claiming that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation, are
Right.
you referring to the findings of the Twitter files?
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
yeah.
So that wasn't the claim that was made, right? The claim was that there would be Russian disinformation.
no.
story.
That everything coming out of that everything coming out of that laptop was fake. That it was all doctored. It wasn't real. That it was Russian disinformation.
I would want to check on that because my understanding was that they warned them about a potential Russian disinformation story, not connecting it to the Hunter Biden.
No, they said it was 100. And then Zuckerberg went on Rogan and was like, yeah, they told us that laptop, like, because when you were on Twitter at the time, because they contacted Twitter and they contacted Meta. And so if you were on Twitter or on Facebook Messenger, you couldn't even send the article from the New York Times where it said that this is...
For how long?
Fuck.
It was like 24 hours, right?
No, it was up until...
Well, I don't know about Meta, but I know Twitter, it was about 24 hours.
It was extreme. I mean, recent's a relative term, but like it was up until like a year ago that you couldn't send that New York Times article between people. It just would not let you.
I mean, that's interesting. That's something to look into,
and
right?
So,
that's not great.
Yeah, and so, so they had found that it wasn't Russian disinformation, that laptop was real, the contents on the laptop were real, all of the emails that were linking the, obviously Hunter Biden is a part of the board of Burisma, but the connection of the Biden family to that oil company. And then it's just being a coincidence that we're hyper-funding, which is ironic, hyper-funding Ukraine, which is ironic because, I mean, just before 2014, you could find articles from like the Huffington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, talking about how corrupt and scandalous the Ukrainian government is, right? How they're one of the most corrupt governments on the planet.
Sure.
And then... now we're laundering money through them through this war. And I think it's like, because we looked it up. I don't think you were here for this. I think Joey was running the podcast earlier this year when we did it. But we looked it up. And as of May of this year, we had sent like $174-ish billion to Ukraine. And only like, not only, of that 174, like 120 billion of that was going to the Ukrainian government. Like it wasn't even going towards like the war effort. And so finding all that shit was like, well, what the fuck is going on?
I'd be curious how those numbers break down because the government would be the ones waging the war, right? You're right. It is.
But that's paying for like everything from government salaries to pensions to like they attract going to like vacation funds and it going to like all this. We're basically
I think that stuff should be
like
audited,
funding up
for
a
sure.
government. So that's why
let's be clear about the numbers, right? So
Yeah.
it's $175 billion, which sounds like a lot. That's over a 7-year period.
No. This is since the war began.
Since
Russia
or
since
2022.
No, 2022 when
So that much money has been approved.
sent. No, sent.
Appropriated
Yeah.
over a 7-year period.
No. So Russia invades in 2022, and we start funding the war.
So I'm getting my data from the Council on Foreign Relations.
Look up how much money we've funded in the Ukrainian war up until now. Let's just do that number.
I'm looking at where the money's going right now, but
So my point is, if it's over a 7-year period, right? If it's over a 2-year period, that's what would that be? That would be about 90 billion, 85 billion to 90 billion, which would be about 0.8% of our federal budget, right? So it sounds like a lot. It's a pretty small amount. I would like to see an audit of it, right? Who it goes to.
Yeah.
and the Pentagon failed its 7th audit in a row.
So anyway, while he's finding like specific numbers.
So we've disbursed about 67.5, but we've obligated 101, right? So we've appropriated about 175.
But that was a year ago. That was December 31st of 23.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. So see, that's why I have the issue with Hunter Biden getting completely wiped of all this, is because it gives him complete and total clemency of any connection to any connections of corruption that could be found on that laptop are now pretty much gone, because they were, and obviously by plan, whether they were letting him go through the legal system or not, all of that was going to get pinned on Hunter anyway.
Yeah, I
you know what I mean? So he becomes
overall.
yeah,
I
don't
like the pardon.
Yeah.
I think it was a bad move. The fact that you're bringing to my attention the fact that it goes back to 2014, that's very suspicious.
I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on Ukraine because, like you said, you look into it too much. But the long story short of it, like the bullet points, is so once the Soviet Union falls in the 90s, our promise to them was like, hey, like the direct quote to the Russian, or I guess to the former Soviet Union as they're becoming Russia, our direct quote to them was, hey, not an inch to the east. That's not what we're going to do, right? And so, but with every president after that, we just kept absorbing more European countries into NATO. And Putin, when he came into power, his whole thing was like, hey, you guys are putting these missile systems into places like Poland that can arm a nuclear weapon within minutes. That's not very cool. We don't want that. So then we kept pushing it. And the doctrine coming out of Russia was called, it's deemed like the Niet means Niet doctrine. Basically, hey, don't fucking, that's our red line. Yep. If Ukraine becomes a part of NATO, we are going to invade. We're going to take back NATO, or we're going to take back Ukraine. Yep. And that's just going to be the end of it. And so then, personally, what I think triggered a lot of this in the recent term is the failed pullout of Afghanistan. I think that showed a lot of weakness on America's part. And that coupled with the Biden administration, because I don't want to put all of it on Kamala, but just the Biden administration talking more and more publicly about, hey, we're going to bring Ukraine into NATO. Russia was like, no, the fuck you're not. Like, that's not going to happen. So, and then now we're here, unfortunately. You know, tens of thousands of people dead. We're sending a shit ton of money over there where it really should be either allocated to America. This is all my opinion, but allocated to America, whether that's infrastructure, whether that's the military budget, whether that's infrastructure budget, whatever it is. All that money is getting sent over there. And now that coupled with the destruction of the economy from the COVID stuff, now we are where we are. And now my fucking egg whites are $12. So anyway.
According to the Council of Foreign Relations.org, it's important to note that 175 billion total, but only 106 billion directly aids the government of Ukraine. It has the breakdown like since the Russian invasion: 13.6, 40.9, 12.3, 47.4, and then 61.3 is the most recent coming out. This breaks down where all the money is essentially going, and out of the 106 that's going to the Ukraine, $33.3 billion is budget support, and $69.8 billion is in weapons, equipment, and other military support, with $2.8 billion in humanitarian.
And then I want to add too, and this is of 10 hours ago, Biden administration preparing $725 million military aid package for Ukraine. Requests Congress approve additional $24 billion in emergency funding. So hopefully that emergency funding is going towards America, but who the fuck knows? Yeah. Anyway, enough of Ukraine.
Yeah.
So your first point, trans and abortion rights. Let's start with the former.
Well,
so,
do you want? My whole point was that.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
we don't
more.
need to talk about these things because I don't think we're going to agree.
I think we should get into it a little bit.
And I don't think it's why people voted.
Sure. Right? Well, I disagree actually. So what's your?
Right now, that was an important issue for some.
Yeah. Key yourself in.
So as far as trans and abortion rights, as your average American, what you got to remember is a lot of your current Republican voters value family values very heavily, and so much so to a Christian standpoint that abortion and trans rights do play a forward facing role in how your average American voted. Because I'll be dead honest, there's some things that have happened here in Albuquerque as far as
let's make it quick so we can. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, as far as that did play a role as far as why I don't want to be associated or even aligned up on
I'll bring my
side.
point to that. Sure. So the reason why I disagree with you, why that was not a top, I don't think it was a top 3. I think it was a top 5.
Okay. I think abortion for sure. I think
abortion's top 3
Yeah.
for sure. And I think these rankings will obviously change per demographic. But I think the trans stuff, we'll start there. The trans stuff specifically, the reason that was an issue for a lot of moderate, let's say the middle of the aisle towards right-wing individuals, and myself included, is because, so I think most people, generally speaking, and I think this can also kind of go into the same category as gay marriage, live your life.
Yeah.
If you are an adult and you're above 18, do what the fuck you want. You marry who you want. Take whatever surgeries you want to take. A lot of people don't agree with it, obviously, but not enough to really you obviously have the hyper right individuals that are trans surgeries across the board should be illegal in the same way they're abortion should be illegal, right? And I don't agree with that. But I think most people, right, and I think that's generally 10 to 15% of the right wingers, right? Generally, where the line stops rather is when you start bringing kids into it. Sure. That's when it becomes the issue, and that's where I land too, where it's okay, we're cool with grown adults, you do whatever the fuck you want. But when you start pushing these different ideologies onto kids and you start having these states where you allow children to have these really life-changing, life-altering surgeries, and how much of a tentpole for a lot of the last 4 years that has become of a talking point for that administration, for the Biden administration. It's
has it?
Yeah, I think so.
What's one policy that Biden has done to further the rights of trans people?
Sure. So in California, bring up the Gavin Newsom in California, where they became, I want to say, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I believe he called it a sanctuary state for transgender kids, where it's hey, you don't have to tell your parents, and the school's not obligated to tell your parents if you're a transgender kid or not. And then we're going to allow kids to have transgender surgery without the consent of the parents. Excuse me.
Well, let's be clear. So I haven't read the legislation in California. I know the legislation, actually it might have been in California, but a lot of the times the legislation will make a stipulation where, yes, the parents don't need to be notified. For example, if a student wants to use different pronouns at school, the parent doesn't have to be notified, right? But it's usually the parent doesn't have to be notified if there is a legitimate concern that the child would be abused, right? And so I'm going to guess, I haven't read the legislation, but I'm going to guess that's how the California legislation is written, right? It's not that any kid can do whatever they want without the consent of their parents. It's that usually you need the consent of the parents, but there are certain circumstances where there's fear of abuse.
And then where the issue with that goes, though, is with these hyper left-wing legislators and these hyper left-wing, let's just say judges, right? Where this eventually goes to court, a lot of it has. how do you define abuse? Because a lot of these people, they define abuse as misgendering somebody or like dead naming somebody. It was like, okay,
That can be an element of abuse. Yes.
but like just calling somebody the wrong pronoun, that's categorically.
Let me give you an example. If you were growing up and your parents just kept calling you Carol constantly, and they kept insisting that you were a girl, right? Not once, but every single day of your life, right? Don't you think that's an element of psychological abuse?
But why are we giving these kids agency to change their gender on a whim? Like when I was a kid, I wanted to be fucking not to like diminish, but like when I was a kid, I wanted to be fucking Batman.
Do you think anyone is Batman?
And I wanted to be Spider-Man.
Do you think anyone is Spider-Man?
But it's as
like some people are men and some people are women, right?
right.
So we're not going to compare it to superheroes.
But okay,
we're
but
not
you're
going to compare
okay.
it to dinosaurs.
Okay, but you're defying basic biology, and then when you start doing that, you're changing the way people think.
Well, let's ask some foundational questions.
Sure.
First, right? What percentage of people in the U.S. do you think are trans?
Let's look. I don't want to think. Let's look it up.
No, I actually want to know what your perception is.
So when we say trans, is it people that are moving forward with the surgery, or is it people
Just
that are
transgender.
self-identified transgender? Well, so I remember reading by Abigail Schreier. What fucking book was it? It really pisses me off. I'm not going to remember the name. Irreversible damage. How it started growing, and it was something like 15 to 20%, right?
So what's funny is, yes, YouGov did a study, and they found that people on average thought that about 20% of people in the U.S. are transgender. It's closer to 1%, right? So we're talking about 1% of people.
Right.
Okay. So it's interesting that our psychology tells us that this is a much larger population than it is, right? The average person thinks it's about 1 in 5 people.
Okay, so then
it's about 1 in 100.
So my counter to that, though, so if it's only 1% of people, then why? And again, back to my original argument of voting against the Democratic apparatus, why then does the left, whether it's left-wing media or left-wing politicians like Gavin Newsom, if it's only 1%, why did they blow it up to something that's so?
This is a great question, right? So this is exactly my point, is that in 2020, there were 85 bills across the United States made, I would call them anti-trans. You might say there's a little bit more nuance there, right? So 85 bills in 2020 across the country. In 2022, that number went up to 174. In 2024, so far, we have had 669 bills legislating the lives of transgender people, right? This is a movement that is coming from the right wing, and the left wing has to respond to protect the rights of the 1% of people that are being targeted, right?
Okay.
That's what's happening. It's not that the left is saying we need kids to change their gender willy-nilly. It's that people on the right are saying kids can't have basic access to asking their teacher to use a preferred pronoun, right?
But why is it okay for children to get these life-altering surgeries? I think that's the basic question of not just the right wing, but just the moderate.
So when you
in the
say
middle
okay,
people.
let's unpack that. What do you mean
Yeah.
it's okay to get these life-altering surgeries?
Why is it okay that any doctor in America, not just the world, we're talking about America, right? Why is it okay for any doctor to perform these gender people call it gender affirming care, gender affirming care. Let's just call it that. Why is it okay for these life-altering surgeries, whether it's the surgery or procedures, whether it's the surgeries, whether it's the hormones? Why is that okay to be done for children when they are not able to give consent?
So let's be clear about what's happening, right? So
But no. That's my question. It's like because there are children that are going through hormone therapy and getting these surgeries. So why is that okay?
Baked into that question is a claim, right? That this is happening.
It
right?
is.
Well, let's be clear. So from 2013 to 2020, there were 209 gender-affirming mastectomies, meaning removal of the breast. 209. Right. That's about 30 a year, right? Under the age of 18, right? Some of those happened. There were about 10 at age 12 and 13. And I would agree with you. That's too young, right? That's not okay. But most of them occurred after the age of 15 with parental consent, right? And with the informed consent of the minor. Now, we can talk about are minors capable of consenting. I want to compare that to what the surgeries that we're doing just generally, right? So in 2019, there was a Harvard study that found, so remember the number 209 in a 7-year span for transgender kids. In 2019 alone, 1 year, there were 146 breast reductions on cisgender males, biological boys. Got about 4 or 5 times more mastectomies or breast reductions than trans kids, right? So if you have a problem with these surgeries, you have to have a problem across the board, right? It has to be.
So why were those surgeries being conducted?
For health reasons, for cosmetic reasons.
So, okay, so health reasons obviously is on a higher pedestal than cosmetic reasons.
Right.
Right. But a child, and it's also a matter of where is the child getting, of any age, where is the child getting the idea? Because it's one thing if it's organic. Now, granted, if it's organic in their brain that from the age 12 to 22 that, hey, I'm not the gender I'm born in, then get the shit at 22, whatever. But it's a matter of where is the input coming into the kid or the information coming into the kid where it's like, hey, I might be transgender. Where is that idea coming from? Is it social? Is it institutional? Where is that coming from? But that still comes back to my original question of why are children being, whether it's 219 or 219,000, why are children being allowed to get put on these life-altering, let's just call them procedures, I want to include the hormone therapies as well. Right. Yeah. Why is that okay for children? Because it's one thing if they're a consenting adult, but children cannot consent. Even to join the military, you have to be 17 with parental consent, but 17 at least. And I don't agree with 17-year-olds joining the military in general. Yeah. But, which is ironic because I tried to join the military at 17, but I was also a fucking dumbass. And that's the whole point, right? So why is it that at any age where you cannot give consent to get a tattoo, I know there's different, like there's batshit states like Alabama that have a fucking age of consent for sexual intercourse at 14. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. I don't think anyone in their right mind agrees with that. But at the same time, it's like, if you're below the age of 18, why are you allowed, like, why is it okay for you to be given these procedures or allowed to have these procedures regardless of parental consent or not, when in reality, if a transgender kid does not, because and I'll be completely honest with you, I don't believe in the term transgender kid, like, because again,
I was going to ask that,
because again, it's a kid, right?
So
right, let me finish my point. Yeah, my point is though is that these kids are like, if a transgender kid does not get a life altering procedure, they are not going to die. That's not a thing. They are not, something in their body is not going to go wrong and they die. Whereas when you brought up the mastectomies, it's a very low percentage of men, but men can still get breast cancer, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, okay, are they getting mastectomies for breast cancer chances reduction? Are they getting that's the health issue stuff, right?
So I guess I misspoke. I think all of those 140, I think they controlled for breast cancer. They excluded medical procedures. So 140 breast reductions as gender-affirming surgery to make them feel more like boys.
Okay, but why are you...
Why is it okay? I want to answer this question. Yeah. Right? So, and I hate to do this, I'm going to answer it. I'm going to build up to it, right?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. That's how my brain works too, so I guess
do you acknowledge that ability to consent exists on a spectrum?
No.
Meaning that, okay, so do you think that when you turn 18, a switch flips and you're all good to go?
No, of course not.
Okay, so at 17, you can make some decisions.
But you
at 16, you can make...
But at the end of the day, there's law. And we have to have some, and I think it's important to remind the audience that's listening, because you did start from a point of basic morality doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, laws do, and you need laws for a functioning society. And if for whatever reason society has, and I've talked about this on the podcast multiple times, I don't think you should be able to drink at fucking 21. I think that age should get knocked up a little bit.
Okay, let's not get distracted.
But you get my point though, right?
Yes.
So I'm extrapolating out of this to say that laws have to form a society. And if these are the laws that we're agreeing to, that at 18, that is when you are allowed to have free form and complete and total control over your life. Mm-hmm. If that's what we've agreed on, then fine.
But that's different for different things, right?
Right, but that doesn't. But
so
if you're
21 is an age of consent for drinking,
but if
right?
you're
18 is an age of consent,
right? But if you're
voting.
okay, if we can argue that 18-year-olds are objectively not the smartest people on the planet, why would it be okay then for a 15-year-old to decide of their own volition to have these life-altering things when they've only been around for 15 years?
Well,
they have no forward perception.
Let's be clear. This is what you've described almost never happens, right? It's not a 15-year-old making the decision on their own, right? It's a 15-year-old making a decision with their parents or with their guardians, with their doctor, with their therapist, with their psychologist, right? With a surgeon if it gets to that point, right? With a hormone therapist, right? It's not a 15-year-old waking up one day and going to the doctor and saying, cut off my willy.
But it's also possible that those doctors are not well equipped to do their job. And when you also find out that
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? That's a real. I want to.
Just in the same way that. Okay, so here's a great example. I had a huge gas leak in this house a couple weeks ago, right? And there was a gas leak in the oven. Yeah, it's funny. There's a gas leak in the oven. There's a gas leak in the water heater, and then there's a gas leak, a small one in the dryer, right? The first guy came through, said he did everything right. We have a certified dude come in. That's what I'm sent from the landlord. Certified dude comes in from the state, audits everything, inspects everything. Goes, hey, no, he fucked this up. There is still gas leaks. So take that example, extrapolate that out to doctors. Not every doctor is great at their job. What if this doctor is allowing, whether it's a therapist, whether it's a psychologist, I know there's a difference between the two, right? So if there's like a therapist, psychologist, an actual nurse practitioner, or a family pediatrician that is allowing, because again, we're human, that are allowing their political leanings to overtake their medical thinking the way it should, the overtaking their medical thinking in the way that it shouldn't be. They're like, you know what? I have sympathy towards this child who's claiming that they're a transgender. I'm going to sign off on their surgery. Like,
you're saying that's happening every step of the way.
No, I'm saying that
the therapist is doing that. The psychologist is doing that. The psychotherapist.
I'm saying that I'm saying the possibility isn't zero.
Yes, and I think that's fair. So here's my. So the short answer to your question, why do we allow this to happen? Because it's effective and it leads to better outcomes, right? And that's just what the research shows.
So then why is there such a high suicide rate in transgenders? Post-surgery at that, post-hormone therapy.
Yeah, so the common wisdom is it has to do with the way society treats trans people.
Or is it these fucking hormones going into their body that's not playing well with their basic biology? Because again, so for instance,
if that were the case, we would need to see some evidence for that, right? That's not
the
a claim.
Suicide rate.
Are we going to say evidence? Right? Are we going to two different stats?
Okay, so what is more likely? Right, we're all critical thinkers in this room. What is more likely? Is it more likely that society as a whole are bullying these kids into suicide, or is it these foreign objects put into their body that's fighting against their basic biology and therefore fucking with the way the brain works? I think it's the second one.
But the research doesn't support that, right? The research doesn't support that hormone treatment makes people more suicidal, right? In fact, just the opposite. It shows
in testosterone only. In testosterone,
that I'd have to see.
In testosterone only.
I don't know that to be
because
true,
testosterone, as it works in the body, as not only just from the studies that I've read, but also just me being someone that's been on tests before, testosterone makes you feel fucking amazing. It is the shit.
Yeah.
It is a god compound if you get the right stuff, not the dirty shit from Mexico. But if you just get the right medical stuff, it's a fucking god compound. So no shit when you give it to young girls and they're like, "Oh shit,
that's really
I feel more alert, I feel more great, whatever." But then as they start growing up, I wouldn't say it's societal bullying. It's them looking around and being like, fuck, I made this decision at a young age. I'm not even going to say as a minor, but even just as a young age, I made this decision to have a mastectomy. I decided to do I know the vaginoplasty is what men get, but I forget what the actual term is to have
phalloplasty.
That one, thank you. They get a phalloplasty. Like, well, man, I don't know if I feel this way anymore. I should have developed like the mass populace of women do. And again, it goes back to my base argument of children should not be allowed to have these life-altering things when they can't make other life-altering decisions in any other facet of their life. And it's showing that it does damage to them in the long term. You have rare outliers like Ellen Page that now became Elliot Page. You have that. And that's great. Fucking live your life.
What do you mean rare outliers? Like you don't think that's typical?
No, based on the suicide rate alone.
So, okay, you keep referencing the suicide rate, right? But you're not making any analysis on that, right?
I just did.
Okay, sorry. You're not making any evidence-based analysis, right? You're just saying suicide is up, therefore the thing is bad, right? You're not controlling for external factors, right? And I'm not trying to make a claim one way or the other. What I'm saying is that the research broadly shows that psychological outcomes are improved, right? There are people who regret transitioning, right? It's a very low number. I think it's less than people who get knee surgery.
Can you pull up the rate of like the increasing number of, I think they're called detransitioners. I think it's like I know it's not a medical term, but that's like the social like label. I don't know what the right terminology is for that, but like the social label.
So before, according to nature.com, and I was just reading the article that's cited here, in individuals that transition from male to female, there's a significant alteration, predominantly in male to females, particularly in the hippocampus region involved in neurogenesis and neuronal plasticity. Blah, 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 big words I can't pronounce, but essentially that it changes the volume overall in the size of the hippocampus. Now, the hippocampus,
it's gonna change your brain for sure,
especially with inside of the body, for males who are transitioning to females, plays a huge role in, one, how we develop. Mm-hmm. And so in a young brain that's especially trying to develop, that plays a massive significance overall, which can prove necessarily both points that you guys are making. One, that it comes to better outcomes as far as memory and just mood disorders, but also with the mood changes on the other side.
Oh, thank you. The most obvious point. Low testosterone leads to suicidal ideation. I'm a use case of that. Duh. Low testosterone leads to suicide ideation. There are studies on that. Extremely low.
Is that true for women who never take testosterone?
Yes.
Okay, so women are just more likely to. So that's almost
statistically true.
That almost goes against your case, which is that you transition to a gender that's more likely to commit suicide, you're more likely to commit suicide.
Well, and that's what I was saying earlier, right? Was that women who get, or young girls who, for this case, right, get put on testosterone, they feel great at first. But then when you were saying about the societal like bullying, I guess, going on to them and leading to suicide, I wouldn't say it's that. It's when these girls grow up to be women and they're like, hey, I'm not developing properly, and that's leading. It's just they aren't developing as most other women do because of a decision they made early on, and they feel regret about it. They feel deep shame about it, or they feel deep...
Very rarely, right? This is very rare.
Well, we're talking about these stories that happen rarely anyway, so all
right. So we're talking about like 1% of 1% of people might have an elevated risk of suicide.
And it's leading to a 70+% suicide rate.
Whoa, 70?
Yeah, wasn't it something close to like 70 or 72?
I think it's 70% have considered suicide, right?
Yeah, find the actual numbers.
Which I would guess that 70% of the people in this room have considered suicide, right?
Okay, right, but it's
right?
no.
We're talking.
I'm hinging this on suicides that have happened.
I think that's closer to like 14%.
Okay, why are you bringing that up? So, okay, so
42 have attempted it. I'd be interested how many of those how many.
So 81% have thought you're correct.
It feels a little morbid, but I'd be curious how many of those have been before transition and post transition.
Are you able to find out like the completed? I hate to be fucking morbid, but like the completed.
I know the
who got it done best.
Again, the research shows marked improvement in psychological indicators, which to me suggests. Pre-transition, you're probably more likely to commit suicide. Post-transition, you're probably less likely.
So do you happen to have a value as far as the times table? So because I know success in surgical operations is outside of 6 months. So if you die at 6 months and 1 day, it's considered a surgical success. So do you happen to know if there's a statistic that shows the time frame in which this is like the efficacy of success is measured?
Yeah, so the study I found from the National Institute of Health studied people for a year, which I admit is limited, right? But in a year of the 209 surgeries that were conducted, 2 people expressed regret, and both of those people identified as non-binary anyway, so maybe they're gender fluid, and no one chose to undergo a reversal, meaning breast augmentation. 15 experienced health complications within a year, but only 2 expressed regret, right? So of 1% of people that are transgender, maybe 1% of those people get a surgery, and maybe 1% of those people regret it, right?
Okay.
So we're talking about, what would that be? 0.00001% of people regret getting a trans surgery. Right?
And this is also I would categorize this next point that I have, and I do want to close to wrap this.
Yeah, I want to zoom way out.
Yeah. So to go on to your next point, but because I remember I had June Opal on here, who's a comedian who also happens to be transgender here on the podcast a couple times.
Shout out June.
Yeah, June's the shit. I remember June was articulating to me why they haven't gone through the rest of or any type of surgery process just due to the cost alone. So
It's very expensive.
So I'm curious to see why a lot of these surgeries haven't happened yet because of the cost, because of the whatever, and this, that, and the
That's
other.
fair. So I wanna kind of zoom out and maybe put a pin in this, or put a button on this, as your boy Tony likes to say.
Yeah.
So there's an organization called the W Path, which I know June mentioned on her appearance. It's the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. It's a 501c3. It's been around since '79. Every couple of years, they publish a standards of care. They're currently on their 8th edition, which came out in 2022. It's written by 118 psychologists, endocrinologists, medical doctors, researchers, et cetera, right? My dream scenario is that the government stays out of people's business. And the government says every single doctor in the United States needs to adopt this standard, because this standard is comprehensive.
Wait, that's an oxymoron. Wait. You said stay out of people's business, but a doctor needs to adopt something when a doctor-patient confidentiality needs to stay out of the government.
I'm saying they need to adopt a standards of care rather than the government defining the standards of care. Right?
But it's a doctor.
The standards of care should be set up by this group, which has been dedicated to transgender health for about 50 years now, right? They're the ones who should be responsible for setting up the standards. And the standards include things like getting families, getting schools, getting mental health professionals all involved, right? The standards include doing a comprehensive analysis on a minor's ability to provide informed consent, right? So it's not a minor can walk in and they can say, no, you're not emotionally or mentally mature enough to make this decision. They can kick them out on those grounds, right? So the things that you want, I think, are in place using the WPATH standards
that needs
of
to
care.
apply to all minors because they're minors. Minors should not be able to give consent because they are minors.
I disagree with that, because I know 16-year-olds who are old enough to vote, right? Who are mature enough to vote. As mature as your average 18-year-old, right? But I know 30-year-olds who are not mature enough to vote, right? It is a spectrum, right? Everyone's built a little different. And 18 is just kind of this line. We have to have a line, right? So we've decided it's 18. But the reality is there are going to be 16-year-olds who are old enough to make this decision. Right? There are 16-year-olds who are mature enough.
But then what's the point of the line?
Because it is better to have an arbitrary line than it is to have no line at all.
It's not arbitrary, though. It's law. Did you see my point?
Do you know what... When I say arbitrary, what do you think I mean?
Not set in stone, not a law. Not something that if you break it...
No, I mean not... Arbitrary tends to mean it doesn't have a really strong reason, right? There's no strong reason that it's 18 and not 18 and a half, right?
But it is. That's the point. That's my point, though, right?
So you're just saying because the government said so, this is how we
because
should do it.
that's
okay.
Because because one way or another, that's where America sits as the United States. Rather, I don't want to say America, but where the United States sits, 18 is the threshold of hey, you are now allowed to live that life with life. You are now allowed to. You are now allowed to
drink.
See, and that was always the interesting one with the renting the car one was because the brain one is again that's funny you bring up drinking because the drinking one is based upon the development of the brain. Right. But with the renting a car thing, I rented a car at 18. So I've never been in a state.
It's different.
Like on my own. I don't know.
Rules,
Anyway.
My point is there are different lines that we set up for different reasons. I think that if a doctor says this 17-year-old and 6-month-old has enough emotional maturity to make the same decision that your average 18-year-old has, I don't have a problem with that.
So why not wait 6 months?
This is America. This is a free country.
Well, until you're 18.
If I'm mature enough to make a decision, why should the government be on my back telling me I can't make this decision?
Well, and the thing with the drinking age, you can't drink until you're 21 because drinking changes your mental state. It alters the way the brain reacts to things, right? That's exactly what these hormone therapies do. They change the way the brain works. So why are we allowing something that is way more detrimental? And we talk about the positives of testosterone, but there's also a lot of detriments, and there's a lot of detriments to testosterone because talk about bodybuilders, right? High testosterone levels lead to extreme suicidal ideations, right? So it's like, why are we allowing children to get, not even children, why are we allowing 18-year-olds to get these mind-altering therapies when they can't even drink for 3 years?
Because the medical consensus has determined that it leads to positive outcomes. That's why. Because it's good for people. It is healthcare, and it's good for people, and that's what the research shows. That's why.
Okay, cool. Let's leave it there.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good pin. Okay, so abortion. We'll try to keep everything to about 20 minutes because it's already 9. So Spring, if you could watch at the time, it's 9:06 right now. Let's try to keep everything to 20-ish minutes.
Cool.
I don't like restraining. If it needs to go longer, but let's try to keep 20 to 30-ish. Yeah. Let's go to abortion rights. So yeah, go ahead.
So my main thing with abortion, same exact thing, right? This is going to be controversial.
Well, as if the last hour wasn't. Ukraine, trans, like.
I don't think any abortion should be illegal. I think all abortion should be legal, but regulated. Meaning that I think doctors need to make this decision, right? It is exceedingly rare. So the data in 2021, that's the most recent data I could find. This is from the CDC, found that 93.5% occur in the first 13 weeks, right? So almost all abortions occur before 13 weeks. It is exceedingly rare. We have about 40,000 abortions a year after 13 weeks, right? And if you go past 15, 16, 17, every week you go, it gets more and more rare. And so my perspective is that these very rare cases, I'm sure you could find a case where someone's doing it electively, right? But it's strange credulity to imagine a woman who is pregnant for 8 months and 3 weeks and all of a sudden decides, oh, I'm going to get an abortion.
Right, I agree with that.
So it's very rare that it happens as a late-term abortion, right? What we call a late-term abortion. My perspective is those late-term abortions should not be criminal, but there should be heavy regulations on who can make the determination, right? So if you need 5 doctors to sign off on it, I'm okay with that. But I don't want those doctors to fear criminal... Well, I do want general malpractice to apply, right?
Right. I was going to say, there is malpractice
If 5 doctors get together and they're all scheming against their mutual ex-girlfriend, like, I don't want that to happen. But I think that, but if you have a board, it can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you have enough doctors saying, yes, we need an abortion to save this woman's life, I think the doctors should be empowered to do that. And I think the government, again, should stay out of the business of abortion.
It's funny, as you were laying all this out, I was like, I think this is going to be one of the shorter topics. Because I pretty much agree with you, like 99% of, if not 100% of what you just said. Because my whole thing with abortion is like, it's very rare that, like, as the pregnancies go on, or the pregnancy term goes on, the abortions that happen become rare. And you're right. I really doubt, I would really actually struggle to find any woman, whether they're high far on the right, high far on the left, they're wherever they are politically, right, that is going to become pregnant, carry that kid up to the 9th month and be like, you know what, done, right? I doubt that happens. And is the number of those people 0? No, but I'm sure that it's very rare. And I'm pretty much on the same page as you. I mean, like, I don't think, because I believe that with any policy, dealing in absolutes is not a good thing. Sure. Just an absolute blanket, whether it's absolute positive or absolute negative, is not a fucking good thing. like a woman that's fully pregnant shouldn't be able to go in and just say, hey, you know what, kill it. Not good. And then also at the same time, I don't think there should be states like Alabama that say abortion bans at a ridiculously low amount of weeks where some people can't even tell if they're pregnant or whatever it is. Like, that's not good. Like in New Mexico, we're one of the 13 states that allow an abortion up to the 9th month. And I don't agree with that unless, right, like you were saying, because you can have, and I know it varies. I know there's a window, and I don't know what that window is, but I know that there is a window. It's where you have like premature births, right? Where you have a preemie baby, and they have to get put in the NICU and all that type of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that you should be outright banning abortion. Just like most things, I don't think you should be outright banning it. But then at the same time, people should be given like carte blanche just to do whatever the fuck they want with it.
Right.
I do fucking highly disagree with the defunding of Planned Parenthood. I don't like that very much because I know they do a lot more than just abortions. That's not very good at all. And I guess even if it is an issue, it's more of a think piece than anything else. But my whole thing with people hinging abortion on Kamala Harris, and it's just a fact of the political system we're in right now, with the Supreme Court being set up the way it is, even if Kamala Harris got into office, she wouldn't be able to reinstate Roe v. Wade anyway. So now,
well, she could push a legislative,
but it would have gotten shot down by the House and the Senate.
Probably, yeah. I mean, probably. Yes,
I think it's a guarantee.
That's more of a move than Trump could ever make.
Exactly.
Right? So if you have to pick one over the other for abortion, I think Kamala. But I agree. I don't think she would have gotten much done for that.
Right. And so I think, I mean, I don't know what you're pulling up right now, but I'm curious, I guess.
So I was just pulling up some quick statistics. So the Charlotte Lozier Institute basically has 95.9% of all abortions performed were for elective and unspecified reasons. 0.4% rape and incest, 0.3% risk to the mother's life, 2.2% other physical health concerns, and 1.2% abnormality in unborn baby. And then I was looking up on the seat, and this is out of 123,000 abortions that were performed where they could only get the data from 8 states. So take that.
Yeah, right. And when was that published too? Just out of curiosity.
2023.
Okay, so yeah, and that just comes down to personal. Like my personal belief is, again, government takes out of people's lives. People should be able to do whatever they want, and I don't know
unless they're a minor.
Well, as they're consenting adults, right? So then when it becomes to the point of like, okay, if a minor gets pregnant, obviously they should have access to it if they don't fucking want it, right? Or if it's just not, but I lost my fucking train of thought. Oh yeah, so then it just comes down to like, okay, because a lot of the abortions are elective, it becomes down to like, okay, how far along in the pregnancy are you, to where it becomes like, because obviously there is a lot of argument to where it's like life begins at conception. It's like, okay, is it at a heartbeat? Do they have to have certain humanoid features that you can see in a sonogram? And it becomes a lot of
complicates things.
Yeah, it complicates things, but it also becomes a lot of it comes down to preference. And I can admit this as a Christian, a lot of it comes down to religion. And I know where I stand on abortion. Like personally, if I got my girl pregnant and we were in the status we are right now, is we're like, we could have the kid. We're going to have the kid. It just is. I'm not going to do that. But I can also see where people are like, I don't want the kid, fucking get rid of it. And they catch it at super early on and they whatever. It is what it is. I'm not going to say that I've never fucking bought Plan B in my life, because I have. You know what I mean? And I know there's a very, very, very strong argument that is a form of abortion, right? Because it's preventative.
Yes.
Right? Because it's preventative.
Yep.
So.
And most abortions are medication induced.
Right.
63%
So, and I think,
of
where I really have an issue with it on a governmental level is when it becomes that the government at least tries, because I just don't like the fucking government, where they try to restrict access to even just like pills that stop an abortion. Like that's where it becomes an issue.
So yeah, and I feel this is exactly how I feel about trans healthcare for adolescents. Is there are people who spend their whole lives studying the ethics and the medicine and all of this blah blah blah, and those people should be empowered to make decisions in a way that feels broadly ethical, right? involving, in the case of like trans youth, involving.
Well, say
parents.
an abortion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my point is, there are people who spend their whole lives studying this and making decisions, right? And if that person says, Susie May in New York needs a late-term abortion, I don't want Joe Smith, who is the senator in Nebraska, making that decision for her.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. So let's move on to.
So I guess overall my question would be immediately to that response is, do you believe that abortion should be a state's right or a federal issue?
I think...
I mean, it's a fair question.
Yeah, it's a fair question. I don't like the idea of the state limiting people's rights, right, at the state level. And that's my perspective, right, is that you have a right to an abortion. I guess you don't anymore based on the Dobbs decision. But I think, ethically speaking, I think you have a right to an abortion. And if the doctor thinks that you need an abortion, I don't want the state getting in the way any more than the federal government getting
I think what you're going towards, like, on a broader sense, is like the state, like, because even if it's like like an early term, like a very early term, let's say they're in Alabama and it's like a week away or a week outside of that time frame, then it becomes like, well, you are very early in your pregnancy and we could do it, but because we're here, the government says I can't do it. That's when it becomes the issue.
Right. I don't like the government making that decision for a person, whether it's at the federal level or the state level.
So then to follow with that, if obviously I believe both of you guys don't believe anybody should be persecuted for crossing state lines to go into another state like how Texas was doing.
No.
But
well, they were trying to do.
Do you think if you make it, because you made a mention that you don't want Joe Schmo in Indiana dubbing what Hillary in Colorado wants to do.
Sure.
So if it's a state right at that point where Colorado or New Mexico, even in this sense where we're a fairly abortion-friendly state, that if somebody from Texas wants to come in, one, they shouldn't be persecuted. Two, the state should have the right to say we're not going to sell that data or give any sort of information to the state of Texas that you had came out. It's just up to your own secrecy past that point. So would that, in your mind, because to me that falls under more of a state-decided issue versus a federal issue, do you think that one is more appropriate versus the federal government saying absolutely no or absolutely yes all across the board?
So I think... if I'm understanding what you're saying, I think we're getting into the idea of like positive rights and negative rights. And so
I think it's more because you said you're a moral relativist or like you're general.
Yeah.
So, in this sense of saying that abortion should be an absolute right that anybody can obtain the right to, that you don't have to get an abortion, but you can obtain the right to, that it has to be an absolute yes. Whereas some states, currently right now based with Roe v. Wade being overturned, it would be an absolute no. Do you think that it should go down to the state and a smaller governmental system determining absolute no or absolute yes, with humans still having, or Americans still having the right to go across state lines and get care that they
I
need?
see. Yeah, I mean, that makes it maybe less crucial, because if I'm in Texas and I can't get an abortion, maybe I can go to New Mexico. But that becomes an infrastructural nightmare, right? How do you negotiate the legislation between the two states? Like you're saying, does New Mexico rat on the person from Texas, or
Which is not.
If Texas goes to prosecute someone, then is New Mexico obligated to give information? And I think the reality is, if I live in southern Texas, it's going to take me 6 hours to get to any other state, right? If I live in,
It's a lot longer. It's a
lot longer.
Yeah.
My point
But
is,
it's to your point.
My
it's
point
to your
is,
point.
let's
end it here.
It
by the
would
way.
be very difficult, both financially and just time wise. Like if I'm someone who can't have a kid because I'm strapped for cash and I can't afford a kid right now, and a kid would put me in poverty, I certainly can't take a day off of work to drive to a different state to pay for an abortion, right? So I think in general, no state should be able to put any limits outside of, allowing medical regulation. But I'm sure there are cases we could dig deeper into.
All right, so let's go to climate change. So what was your argument for or against the way Trump does climate change? You got to pee?
You gotta make a pee-pee?
Yeah, just put the camera on him. Yeah, you're good.
Put the camera on me. So I guess my general point was, I think we would agree that Trump isn't going to do much for climate change, whereas Kamala maybe would, How do you feel about that?
Well, apparently I cough. So, yeah, I mean, just like in the same way, I'll admit this, the same way that you are about Ukraine, that's how I am about climate change. My only real point about it is like the issue the way that I understand it is a lot of the climate change issue hinges on the way that we're producing and the way that, producing energy, right? So whether it's through fossil fuels, whether it's through wind, whether it's through solar, whatever, whichever, the means to which the end is achieved, right? My issue with it is the amount of fossil fuels that we have to use to create something like wind.
Oh, yeah,
right?
totally.
It is pretty much null and void, right? And not null and void, it's a deep negative. And then you get into stuff like with the electric vehicles, like I'm a fan of Elon Musk, but at the same time, I understand how much it takes to make these lithium batteries for a Tesla vehicle and all of the horrible things that we're learning about now, which is oddly enough through fucking Rogan's pod that he did with, do me a favor, Springer. I was gonna look up this author's name. Look up, Joe Rogan podcast, Red Cobalt. That author, so basically what this author did, I will be really quick about this. This author, he had went and did some journalistic investigation in the cobalt mines that were happening in Africa, all the slave labor that was happening from children all the way up to the elderly people, right? So we're learning about all this stuff, like, I just want to give the guy credit. We're learning all about that, and then we find out about how fucking, carbon negative is a polite way to put it, that places like China are, that offset pretty much anything America does, because it becomes, the issue of climate change becomes a global issue so quickly that it's hard to, I'm not saying, oh, goodness gracious. What's the guy's name? So what's the guy's?
Trying to figure it out.
Sid Hithkara. Yeah. Sid Hithkara. Yeah. Very fascinating guy, very fascinating listen with everything that he went through. I almost got killed like 5 times. Fascinating fucking listen from that guy. But I understand how the argument quickly becomes, oh, well, just because they're doing it, then we should fuck off. No, not at all. Because, like, for instance, when I went to Africa, like, we have burn pits here. And you know what a burn pit is?
No.
Okay, so long story short, basically, a burn pit in places like Africa or Afghanistan or Syria or whatever. Basically, what it is, it's exactly what it sounds like. It is a giant pile of trash, human bodies, animal bodies, feces, plastic, whatever. They just fucking kerosene match, whatever. We have burn pits, quote unquote, in America. These are these giant dump compounds, like the plastic compounds that dispose of it properly, but we have filter and emission systems that put it into the air in a more safe way, right? So it's not that America should fuck off and not do anything about it. And I'm not saying, and again, because absolutes aren't good, I'm not saying that telling every climate scientist that they're full of shit and they should go away. No, not at all. I think the person who's been the best on it is Vivek Ramaswamy, where he's like, listen, climate change is real. Climate change is an issue, and we need to make moves to correct it and be better about it on a global scale. But with the way that a lot of these climate change policies are driving our economy, it's not in the best way. My position on it would be, and I think this is for most people, because we're talking about mostly, or at least I'm talking mostly about energy, why are we not diving so far into nuclear energy?
Because of really bad messaging. Because people are scared of nuclear because they associate it with, admittedly, really bad outcomes like Chernobyl,
10 Mile Island,
Fukushima. Yeah. I think it was Fukushima. And yeah, those are awful, but those are very rare, and technology has come a long way.
Exactly.
Like, we are not nearly as prone to earthquakes as Japan is, or at least there are parts of the country that aren't, right?
Yeah.
We could build nuclear very safely. I'm with you 100%. I think there's a lot of like scariness around the idea of nuclear because it's associated with nuclear arms, which are very bad, obviously. But I'm totally with you. I think that would be a really nice stopgap until we can figure out truly renewable energy like wind, like solar.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I think solar, electric vehicles, wind, a lot of this stuff is challenging because you have to make it in a very fossil fuel heavy way, right? I had a friend in college who said, actually, it's better to keep your 10-year-old beater car than it is to buy a new electric vehicle because the cost of producing that new vehicle is that uses so many resources that just using an old car doesn't.
And that's another one of the reasons, one of the tent poles of why used vehicle prices have fucking skyrocketed. Yeah. Aside from the economy and everything like that, and the imports and making the parts and so on and so forth, that's a huge reason why they're so expensive now. Is because we have them, they're already made.
Yep.
Their carbon index isn't as high as everything else being produced. Whatever. Just for the sake of the argument, because we are saving a lot of time, what I'm curious about is, can you pull up what? Why are you looking at me like that? What's up?
So funny you talk about vehicles. There's a video by the fat electrician where he explains that the hold on. So he explains that the U.S. government spent basically a shit ton of money to buy back used cars in an attempt to drop carbon emissions, and in doing so, they spent I forget how many billions of dollars to buy back cars, and then at the end they only dropped the carbon emission total in the United States 0.4%.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
So what I was curious,
and so that's why the used cars market is also so expensive.
Yeah. So just for the sake of the argument, can you look up what Kamala Harris's policies would have been in climate change as compared to Trump's?
You know what would be a really effective way to limit carbon output is by regulating private air travel. Because
Oh yeah. Yeah.
because
yeah.
the average
Oh,
person,
yeah.
so you and I, we produce about 16 tons of carbon a year, right? The average person globally
17 when I eat at Taco Cabana.
There you go. The average person produces maybe 4. In the U.S., we produce about 16, right? So we're about 4 times as much as the average world person. But that's counting people who have no electricity, right? So the average. Taylor Swift in 2022, and this is not Taylor Swift alone. This is Taylor Swift just with flights, produced 110,000 tons. So that's about 6,900 times what you and I will produce in a year.
Right.
Taylor Swift should not have the right to do that.
Ooh, that's an interesting conversation, because then
Right.
you get into I agree with the regulating of, 'cause again, I don't trust government, with the regulating of private air flights. Okay, I agree with that on a principle. Mm-hmm. But when has the government ever stopped it? Hey, we're only going to take this away. We're only going to take
Right,
this.
and so
we're
it's gonna
only
be-
gonna take this. So when is that ever? Just in the last 20 years, between the Patriot Act, between the COVID stuff, it's when have they
COVID's a
ever?
great example.
When have they just stopped at the one thing?
Right,
with,
COVID, they stopped and they gave rights back.
well, because people flipped the fuck out when they started talking.
Because the crisis ended.
Well, but they also started talking about the vaccine passports. We could talk about COVID for sure towards the end of the conversation, because I will know. Because I know.
COVID.
Well, no, because COVID. No,
we
no.
can.
Well, because I know. And again, this is a big issue that I had with that previous podcast that I did, where at the very end of it, I forget what their last point was, but before they said, "Hey, we're gonna do our last point," and I looked at the time, I thought we had about an hour, so I was like, "Hey, are we not going to talk about the 2 proxy wars in COVID?" And they're like, "No, we're not going to." It's well, those are.
You want to do COVID then?
I think those are pretty big fucking things. Yeah.
We will do Israel-Palestine, but I think we're going to agree.
Probably, yeah. But my whole point though is with stuff with that and with the Patriot Act, it's when have they ever just been? And then it obviously is. I don't like bringing this up, but just the extreme examples, fucking the Third Reich and the fucking da 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 da.
So your claim is basically if they start,
They will.
if they say Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Taylor Swift, you can't do this anymore, then it's going to turn into the average person who.
Well, yes, and
or
then,
the bachelor party who wants to charter a flight.
yeah,
or
and
something.
and I think it's also going to turn into. Well, I don't think they even get it passed, because then as you bring up Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, they're going to turn around and they're going to be well, this is going to impact my company this way. You're impacting the free market. You're
Well, and there's certainly that argument.
yeah. So I just don't trust government. So okay, so this is the comparison between Trump and Harris's climate
NBC News
stuff. So, so basically under the Harris administration, prioritize. Can you read that, Springer? Because that light is right on my eyes, and it's not going to fucking go well for this podcast.
Harris backed the Progressive New Green Deal climate change mitigation framework during her 2019 presidential bid. She supported banning fracking and offshore drilling and treating big businesses that pollute the tobacco companies, i.e. suing them because they are causing harm and death to communities. She also supported the return to the Global Climate Pact, also known as the Paris Agreement, in which the Biden administration rejoined on the first day As vice president, she supported the administration's documents, blah, 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 blah. So basically saying she's just going to follow in the same footsteps as what Biden did.
Yeah.
And that Trump is just going to go back to drill, baby, drill.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I agree there are challenges with addressing climate change in a meaningful way because, producing batteries takes a lot of fossil fuels. So I agree that there's no perfect way to do it. I think maybe more education on nuclear power, getting into communities and saying, here's the benefits they offer. I think that could be valuable. At the end of the day, I think there's so much daylight between the two candidates. I don't think Harris would have done enough, and she would have done not enough in an imperfect way, but I think she would have been better than Trump, who is just not concerned with it at all.
Yeah, because I don't think because I think this is one of the few things that I agree with the Republican Party on like a holistic basis, where it's like I don't think they're not concerned about climate change. I think they're just because again, this is a thing that our government does, and they've been doing for at least the last 50 years. They're like, hey, it's like the Green New Deal, where it's like, hey, we have this new climate bill that we're going to push forward, but then under it were a bunch of other things that they didn't agree with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, and the Republicans vote against it, and the headline is Republicans vote against climate change bill. It's like, well. Okay, but there was like other things that we don't agree with, but they packaged it with the things that they make us look bad. It's identity politics and nonsense.
Yep. Do you want to? Can I give something for your conspiratorial brain?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Do you know where the concept of an individual like you've heard of like what's your carbon footprint? Do you know where that concept comes from?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it was 2004. British Petroleum (BP) hired a marketing firm to come up with a way to make fossil fuels more palatable to the average person. And so what they did was, if you just recycle more, you're going to help with climate change instead of addressing the problems that the fossil fuel companies are causing. Isn't that fun?
Well, it's just I sigh because it's like there's so many states where it's like you're supposed to recycle and you recycle, but they all end up in the same landfill anyway.
Yeah. And that's why I bring up the point about Taylor Swift. Like, if you and I cut out if we recycle, if we never use a plastic straw, if we walk to work,
fart into a bag and store it in the basement,
we will reduce what would it be? 3400th of what Taylor Swift produces.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
But then because again, like I was saying earlier, you extrapolate that logic out, and it's like you look at all the carbon neutral things or carbon neutral efforts that America does, and you compare them to places like India and China, where they just don't give a flying fuck.
Right.
It's like I remember reading something where it was like it would take 200 plus years of us doing our initiatives to offset like 25 or 30 of theirs or something crazy. Like the offset was insane.
Well, here's the dream is that we, in spite of China and India, we adopt policies that are more carbon neutral, and they somehow work out great, and then China and India are like, "Oh, the U.S. is doing great." That's the dream.
And I would tackle. Well, it won't, because China and India will never fall in line with that, obviously. But
I'm saying it makes us a lot of money, and they start falling behind.
Right.
I don't know how we do that.
Yeah.
So I have a general question. Like, what is your basis for the efficacy of climate change? Like, what is the value that you put that policy X versus policy Y does and does not?
Well, a lot of it hinges on, before I can gather what you're saying, a lot of it hinges on nuclear then.
So you're saying, how do I evaluate individual policies?
Yeah, so let's say out of what we read from like Trump and Kamala, if there is a value or like a set level to judge whether their overall environmental policies have been working versus have not been working, what is the value for how we determine that?
Yeah, so I don't have the research in front of me, but there are firms and universities that study or at least predict, right? So if they're saying, okay, we need to cut emissions in new vehicles by this % by this year, there's someone in a lab somewhere who can put that in a machine and get a number, right? So we can develop data around how policies will turn
But
out.
that data also has to be reliable, and it has to be by an institution that's not politically leaning. They need to be truly neutral.
It does, and
You
that's
know what
why
I
we
mean?
want more research, right?
Yeah.
We instead of taking the word from just Stanford, we want Berkeley, and we want Harvard, and we want
Also, just third party,
we want
third party
NGOs.
institutions that
but
are.
we also want the government to weigh in, right? We want a wide variety of sources so that we can come to a general consensus.
So you made the statement earlier about like the average voter having educational fallacies. I guess let's just leave it at that. But that, you know, there is a discrepancy as far as the education set off. So this conversation is set in the parameters that it's two voters, one who went for Kamala, one who went for Trump, and you're judging the policies that they're directly setting forth. So obviously with your average voter not going and looking at Berkeley, Yale,
Yes.
everywhere like that. So as a voter, what is it that you from the candidate extrapolated as far as what is their goal and what you would see them succeeding as?
Yeah, so I think the unfortunate reality is we need a candidate who is better with vibes, because a lot of people vote based on vibes. That's the reality. And Obama was great. He had great vibes, right? Hope and change, and he was a great speaker, and he was very convincing, and he never had to get into...
You just need a better messenger, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he never had to get into what the Congressional Budget Office predicted, that the impact of the ACA across five. He never had to get into that because he was a great market person or a great salesperson, right? Kamala's not a great salesperson.
But I don't. Well, that's a bigger conversation. Where like I don't think that because of how like just damaging the last 4 years have been. I don't think even if I'll give the Democratic Party a little bit of credit that they didn't earn like at all. Let's say that fucking. Right, they didn't even hold that first debate between Biden and Trump, and they decided like, hey, we're going to get a new candidate. Biden announces I'm going to step down with grace, yada yada yada, and they hold a primary and they democratically elect somebody within their own party, and they put this person up, or that person rises up, and they are a great speaker, like a Gavin Newsom type, right? Sure. They become a better speaker. I don't think that would have won them the election still, just with the amount of damage and the amount of lying that party has done in the last 4 years.
Right, it's the vibes, right?
No.
Vibes were off.
Well, that's my point, though. That's my point. Is like it doesn't matter who you put in that position; they still would have lost.
I'm saying the vibes of the Biden administration were off. We think they did a bad job.
They did a bad job.
Well, we'll get into that,
yeah.
right? But your vibes are that they did a bad job. I don't know that that's supported by evidence, right? And we'll get into that.
Okay. So let's move on from climate change. Oh, something that might actually segue great into that point. So the economy and tariffs. So my argument with the economy was that a lot of people, and rightfully placed, Donald Trump, did a lot of government spending, increased the deficit, and there were a lot of just government spending that happened under Trump when he was supposed to be like the money market guy. Yes. So where I agree with that 100%, where it really fucked the economy was how he kicked off the COVID initiatives. Where like it's basic supply and demand, where he decided that him and Fauci, who was a unelected government official, effectively, they decided that not only are they going to shut down the world's greatest economy, they are also going to print a shit ton of money.
Okay,
right?
What do you mean shut down the world's greatest economy?
They closed down a ton of businesses.
They closed down a ton of. What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? Did the federal government shut down businesses?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
They said, hey, you can't go to work today because your business is closed. That was the COVID
I remember
lockdowns.
States declaring states of emergency and limiting business activity.
Directed by the federal government.
Okay. Maybe I missed that.
Yeah, directed by that was the whole lockdown. Was like, hey, what was the catchphrase? It was 2 weeks to curb the spread or whatever it was, and then 2 weeks turned into, depending on what state you were in.
Well, we never did the 2 weeks.
But exactly, that's my point. Is so they shut down the government, and then Trump decided that, hey, we're going to shut down the economy, and then we're also going to print a ton of money for these stimulus bills.
Can you find that? I'm just was there a federal state of emergency? I'm just not sure what mechanism was used to shut down.
I mean, if you just want to look up COVID
at the federal
lockdowns, I guess.
I remember there were state shutdowns or state limits on business.
Yeah. So they shut down the economy, or the grand majority of it, because places like McDonald's and Amazon and Walmart still stayed open. But like all these places, they shut down the economy. They told you couldn't go to work. And we can go down the tyrannical bullshit that all was from the Trump administration going to the Biden administration. But they shut down the economy and they printed a ton of money through the stimulus checks. Trump enacted the, which I think was a good move. He enacted the. It was basically the same policy that they used in World War II to mass produce weapons. They did that, but to mass produce PPE and for medical equipment. And so when you're spending a ton of money and you're not taking a lot of money in, you're going to cause an incredible inflationary state, right? Yep. So that is where I think Trump fucked up. But but the part of the government spending where I agree with is he was having to rebuild the military, because what he also inherited from Barack Obama was a defunded military like no other. Like there was the it was
still more funded than any other military in the history of the world, right?
Yes, but that's also comparing apples to oranges, because we've been on that since World War II. That's not necessarily an Obama issue.
Sure, but saying that we have a defunded military is like we're still way ahead of the rest.
Right,
of the world.
right. And so they like Obama in 2009, 2011, around there. Like
so wait, are we past COVID right now?
Yeah.
I want to make a point about COVID.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I want to just make the case
on an economic basis, though. Like on I'm talking about the economy
with the lockdowns, right? So I just want to make the case that Princeton did a study in 2021, and what they found is that shelter-in-place orders, so the lockdowns as you're describing them, were largely ineffective. And I don't mean ineffective in that it didn't help stop the spread. I mean ineffective in that no one really followed them, because everyone was sheltering in place already, right? If you were going to shelter in place, you didn't need to wait to the government to tell you. And if you weren't going to, you weren't going to listen to the government anyway. So people voluntarily decided to stop doing business, right? Small businesses closed their doors before New Mexico declared a state of emergency, right? Some didn't, right? Some wanted to stay open, but a lot of businesses said, okay, we're going to remote only, or we're going to order out only, right? Like for restaurants, right? Or a lot of businesses put their own mask regulations and social distance regulations before the government ever got involved. So I just want to make that super duper clear.
Right, but it was still government ordered at the end of the day. That's the issue.
Eventually, yeah.
But that's the issue that I have with all of that.
But it's hard to call that tyrannical when it's an order to do something that people were doing voluntarily anyway. Right, it's like if the government ordered you to tie your shoes, like, yeah, you could say that's an overreach, but like, I'm going to tie my shoes. But there were more
people that did not want to lock down than not. So there. I mean, so for instance, for instance, right? So you take you talk about the effectiveness of the lockdowns. So you look like a place like Florida, or a place like
sure, yeah, there were states where more people didn't want to, and more people didn't.
Well, not just that, but like their infection and their death rates, they were within like a 1% margin of other states that had the more strict lockdowns.
Like they were with, say that again.
So you have states like, I think it was like obviously a lot of the South, like that's kind of a given because of how politically they lean. But do
you acknowledge that the lockdowns more than likely saved lives?
No.
Okay. Nature magazine disagrees with you. In 2024, they did a study in California, Georgia, New Jersey, and South Carolina. They found that over the course of 5 days, between 60 to 1,000 lives in a 7-day period, between 60 to 1,000 lives were saved, depending on the state. You extrapolate that out to a year, that's 3,000 to 51,000 lives were saved.
So what's their basis for constituting a saved life?
And then also I want to bring up a big point too. We know this now. There were a lot of hospitals that were deeming people as COVID deaths when they weren't, or as if it was.
Let's be careful with that.
Because
when they weren't.
But they weren't attributed to COVID. And then the also issue with I can't speak. The other issue with it too is when they put in the wrong incentive structure, and I put this on Trump. They put in the wrong incentive structure and I get it on paper, but you think about it for longer than 30 seconds, it doesn't work. when you tell hospitals that, hey, the more COVID deaths you report, the more PPE, the more medical instruments, the more medical funding you get, well, then every fucking state is going to start skyrocketing their COVID reports, which is what they did.
Yeah, so I don't have, it's from Nature Magazine in 2024. I'm not connected to Wi-Fi, so I don't have it in front of me, but I imagine they're controlling for that external factor. If they didn't, shame on them. I agree. It's pretty dicey to incentivize people to count COVID deaths to get more money, because then you do get into a gray area there.
So for whatever reason, I can't manage to pull it up on here, but I was able to get it on my phone. This is from NIH.gov. Beginning in March 2020, government entities began to respond to the COVID-19 crisis by shutting down businesses and manage social activities. The early businesses restrictions were simple. Establishments were opened or closed. It basically just goes on to describe like the rest of the COVID pandemic as far as like the general consensus. So it doesn't say anything new outside of that first sentence.
Yeah, so I'd be, because it said government entities, right? I'm curious if that's just states or if that's also federal. I just don't know.
I'd imagine it's both.
I believe you. I just don't remember.
Well, then just
I saw, if you scroll down, I think it was PolitiFact. Did Trump instruct governors to shut down? So it's half true. So.
And then just on a pure basis of liberty, like the government should not be able to tell you, you don't get to do this facet of your life because we say so.
I think that's usually true. I think there are
especially considering
extreme cases.
But then especially considering when it was a respiratory illness, that when you look at the death rates, it only took out, that's to diminish these people, but it took out people in large numbers that already had pre-existing conditions that put them at risk to other diseases anyway. I'm not saying that COVID...
Have you ever played the game Pandemic?
Yeah, the mobile app?
Yeah. So you know how you can evolve your disease to have lethality or transmissibility? And you don't want it to be too lethal too fast, because then people catch on and they develop vaccines, right? So the problem with COVID is not that it was super lethal, right? It wasn't. The problem with COVID is that it was super transmissible. So lots of people got it. So yes, only 1%, less than 1% of people died. That turned into 1 million people in like 2 years. That's a lot of people for a novel virus. 1 million people?
Right, but we're still talking about 1%. When 100% of the country got shut down, and 100% of people, and it led to, because again, this bled from the Trump administration to the Biden administration with the inflationary rate. It led to a horrible economy. It led to people, again, their basic liberties getting taken away, whereas you don't get to have public gatherings. I remember this dude that I follow, fucking Bradley Martin, his whole gym got shut down because he was letting people into his gym, and then he lost a ton of money. It's like, well, now you're infringing on the open market. Now you're infringing on people, it's just people's lives, and it's the basis of like government should not be allowed to tell you that you can't go to a funeral, to a birthday party, to a fucking bar mitzvah, whatever you do with your free time, to the movie theaters. You shouldn't be allowed to do.
Let's say. Okay, let's say it's 1% lethal and you go to a funeral that has 100 people. That means one person dies, right? Should you be allowed to go to a funeral where one person dies? I don't know. Like, I think at some point the government, if a dirty bomb goes off in downtown Manhattan, shouldn't the government be able to stay inside? We don't want you going out.
But that's a terror attack. That's not respiratory disease.
No, I'm kidding.
Well,
no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No. But there's actual data that backs that up. Where Fauci was outright lying about gain of function research, and that they tried to. What did they say in the beginning? That it was a fucking bat in a wet market.
So my point is, there are extreme circumstances where the government, and this is built in, right? There are extreme circumstances where the government can take away or can deny you rights, I should say, right? If you kill someone, they can lock you up. They can deny you your rights because something extreme happened.
You committed a crime. No, it's not something you chose to do, though.
You can argue about where the line is, but we as a society have agreed that the government can deny you rights in extreme circumstances. You could say that circumstance wasn't extreme enough, and I would disagree with you, and the scientific community would disagree with you.
But that basis is on you deciding of your own volition to break the law. That's not what COVID was. COVID was, hey, there's a new disease flying around. And then you have the Great Barrington Report where hundreds of scientists from around the world was like, hey, this is not as deadly as people are making it out to be. We shouldn't be pushing a vaccine because if with this type of respiratory disease, if you do a vaccine too early and you vaccinate the populace, that is going to cause the virus to mutate a lot quicker than it would have without the vaccine. You're actually doing more damage. And the government looked at that largely because look up when the Great Barrington Report came out real quick for me, because when that came out, from what I remember about it, a lot of it fell on the Biden administration. They're like, nah, we're not going to listen to it.
So real quick, the infection rate, because you brought it up, according to NIH, during December of 2020, before a lot of the lockdowns got initiated, the introduction to infection rate was 0.001% per person.
Introduction to infection?
Yeah.
In the U.S.?
So like, it just says,
I'm just
it
curious
doesn't say
because
exactly where it's covered.
December of 19, we hadn't reported any cases yet.
So this just sounds like it doesn't really cover anything specifically. It just is more international than anything. There's a mention of the Netherlands in here as well. But like in February of 2021, the introduction to infection rate was 0.0002% per person. So essentially saying that you would have to come in contact with over 1,000 people before you get somebody sick by like the infection rate itself. Because later on during COVID, what they found out is it's only symptomatic individuals, and of total individuals who were getting sick and testing positive, the symptomatic individuals was well under a 50%.
And then you have the Biden administration coming out. What did they say in 2021? It'll be the winter of death because of the unvaccinated. Like, you don't think that pushed a lot of voters away from the Biden?
I don't think people should talk like that, especially when
the government shouldn't talk like that.
Thank you. Especially when COVID has already been so deeply politicized, right? I think I don't think that is effective messaging.
No, it's tyrannical. It's do what we say or you die. And then you had tweets coming out from Biden and Hillary where it was like, get the vaccine or you lose your job or some shit like that. And then they had the nerve to go out and be like, hey, all you medical workers that we were praising, oh, you're heroes, you're all whatever, get the vaccine or you lose your job. Like,
yeah, I mean, the research supported that.
To lose your job?
No, I'm saying the research supported that giving these people vaccines would make the healthcare system more effective, right?
No, it didn't. The research showed that if you had already gotten COVID and recovered, that was better than any vaccine you could get.
I think it's a little more complicated.
No,
than
dude, that was admitted.
Into it too much,
that was admitted by Sanjay Gupta on Rogan, the head doctor from NBC. Was it NBC or CNN?
He was on CNN.
On CNN. The head doctor on CNN went on Rogan and they had this same argument, and he admitted, he was like, no, you don't need to get the vaccine if you've already been infected and you've recovered. And that's like, I would wager 99 to 92% of all healthcare workers.
Well, which is it, right? Are we talking a 0.0001%
okay,
transmissibility
I'll stand by
rate,
that. No, I'll stand by that. A 99%
99%
of healthcare workers that came in contact with COVID,
right,
got sick, recovered. Now they have natural immunity, which was a huge tentpole from what I remember reading from that Great Barrington Report, where it's like, hey, this is going to be the best protection against COVID.
So I don't believe that natural immunity necessarily translated variant to variant, right? I think as the virus evolved, your immunity wanes.
Well, think about it like this: people that get COVID now that didn't get the vaccine, they brush COVID off within 3 to 4 days because of their natural immunity, provided they don't have these extreme pre-existing conditions that were killing the people initially in 19 and 20.
I don't know if that's true. That feels like kind of an assumption.
What did you pull up?
The report.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, this is the Great Barrington Report. When was that published? Okay, October. So towards the end of 2020 into Biden's. Yeah, so in the eve of Trump losing, going into Biden's inauguration and coming into power. And then my issue with where I started this conversation at the beginning is that everything that Trump did, Biden did worse. They kept Anthony Fauci is still working within the White House. And that dude, he's as corrupt as it gets.
Yeah.
And for people listening, I brought this up many times, but people that are listening, the best example is the real Anthony Fauci. That book is littered with accusations and facts against, I wouldn't say accusations, that's the wrong word, facts and cases against Anthony Fauci. Like, that book is like a good 30 to 40 pages long of just footnotes. And if any of that was levied against any other person or any person, and any of it was lying, the author would get hit with civil suit after civil suit after civil suit, but none of it has. And this is covering everything from his work in the measles vaccine to HIV and AIDS research, and then goes into COVID. It's like, that dude is as corrupt as it fucking gets. Yeah. So the fact that Biden kept that dude in power and that dude was like influencing our government into saying, again, back to my original point, tyrannical, whether or not you can go to work, whether or not you can open up your business, whether or not you can see your friends, you can gather in public, go to the all these different things that they were denying us off of a virus.
We could do all that, right?
Yeah, but off
you
of
could see your family.
Not according to the government.
Wasn't stopping.
According to the government, no, dude, there was footage of police officers patrolling the streets throughout this country, yelling at people to stay in their homes.
I'm curious.
But then they didn't do it when it came to mass protests. Like, right. Suddenly, if you're protesting, you can get in large whatever, and you can get in large groups, and you can do all these things. Like, how fucking hypocritical is that?
You're making the claim that there are these really strict limitations on social gathering, and then you're claiming hypocrisy by using just a counterexample to your own claim, right? You're saying there are all these protests that are happening, but believe me, you couldn't do it anywhere else, and there were cops going door to door, and there's video of it, right? And I don't know if I haven't seen this video. I don't know if it's been verified. I guess I'm not trying to say that it didn't happen anywhere, but I am saying you could get together with your family. Right?
If the government caught you, if a state agency, let's put it that way, if a state agency caught you doing that, whether it's the federal or the local level, they could fine or imprison you based on the state you're in. Just like we were talking about with the abortion stuff, where the laws were differed, the laws differ between the states, because obviously, like, Florida's one of the first ones to open up, while New Mexico's one of the last, right? So
I guess my point is it's important to be specific about these things, because if we just say the federal government said you couldn't see your family, right? That's not true.
Because when did the federal
when you get into the details, it's a little more complicated.
So
than that.
When did the federal government? Look up when did the federal government allow states to open up, relieve lockdowns, something along that verbiage? When did they start allowing them to do that? And then you had all the left, and this just goes to my point about why people voted against the Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. The left-leaning states were the last ones to open up.
Yep.
So, of course, all the fucking Republicans were like, hey, this is bullshit. And not even just the Republicans, the people in the middle of the aisle were like, hey, what the fuck?
So you still don't agree that lockdowns saved lives?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't believe so at all. And unfortunately, the stats we found yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure. Because I would say the New York Times, but we open that up, it's going to say you have to pay a subscription.
Yeah. Okay, so FEMA did declare a national emergency, it looks like.
Okay, so that is when, so that's when it all started in March of 2020.
So it's increasing federal support to HHS.
But look up when they they relieve the lockdown stuff, because that's the state of emergency. But I hope the New York Times didn't hit us with the fucking. Oh, perfect. Oh, just press continue. Just press continue. Fuck it. Whatever. All right. So look at New Mexico. Go back to that map. Click on New Mexico.
I just did.
Oh, did it just send you all the way down? I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I am stupid. I thought it was going to bring up a graphic. Okay. So for New Mexico.
So we lifted restrictions on July 1st, 2021. And then we follow CDC guidance.
Okay. And then look up for something like Florida. They were the most flagrant, I guess, like Florida or Texas.
Yeah, and what's interesting is you have more cases later on.
Okay, so it looks like July 1st of 2021 was when they were allowed to be like, go to the States.
Same time we did.
No. That's saying like that's when
No, I know.
states are
I'm
allowed to
saying
open
we
up.
reopen the same time as
No.
Florida.
That's not what I'm saying. Is that it look at least
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
You're saying the federal government allowed restrictions to expire.
but we were locked down into 2022.
Not according to this. Right, it said July 1st.
When did New Mexico fully reopen? Look
And
that
this
up.
map only goes to 21.
Yeah, look that up. When did New Mexico fully relieve COVID lockdown restrictions?
Yeah.
I'm over here trying to type fast like a retard.
I want to kind of, I'm going to talk to the audience for a bit. So kind of reiterating what I was saying in my opening statement and what I've said throughout is that a lot of voters are just vibes based, right? And so when I said evidence show, Nature magazine did this analysis that lockdowns probably saved lives. The two people I'm sitting here with just say, well, no, not with evidence, but kind of because maybe that's the way it feels.
Italy is actually a direct counter to your point.
What's that?
Italy is a direct counter to your point.
Maybe so.
So Italy did a complete 100% lockdown where you were not allowed to leave your house at all. And their death rate in the initial part of COVID superseded the United States per capita at an alarming rate.
That's interesting.
And it was because
what
lockdowns...
This, I'm just going to go pee.
Because what those lockdowns initially enforced is it was essentially entrapping you in an individual with your home.
So I'm wondering...
could possibly
Yeah.
have been sick. And then... it started to increase the rate of death because of prolonged exposure. Now,
So yeah, we're comparing extreme lockdowns in a European model to kind of lockdowns in the U.S. model.
and so I worked in the medical field the entire time during COVID.
Yeah.
And so what the Barrington report essentially goes into a declaration of is just herd immunity itself.
Yeah.
And it says specifically, as immunity builds in the population, the risk of infection to all, including the vulnerable, falls. We know that the populations will eventually reach herd immunity.
Yes.
And it says that we know
And
vulnerability
this can be
to death.
assisted by, but is not dependent upon a vaccine, right? So the vaccine helps us get towards herd immunity. We can talk about was the vaccine rush, things like that, and I think that's fair.
Right. And so do you remember the Diamond Princess?
No.
Okay, so the Diamond Princess was a cruise ship off of Japan that got a COVID infection.
Yeah.
Infection, basically. So what we found out from the Diamond Princess is that the infection rate, what we initially thought was 1 in 100, was actually 1 in 10,000 as far as just transmission itself. Okay. And so when you look at the total U.S. population throughout the entire time of COVID versus how many were sick versus our death toll, that's where the number becomes really skewed, and it's very difficult to trust the U.S. number because of how we altered the COVID or what constituted as a COVID death.
Okay.
And because there's no solid fact to say what certain deaths were overturned versus what constituted a COVID death. So you made the statement that some were overturned. Not all of them were actually followed through as a COVID death, but we don't know what the number was.
I guess what I was getting at is because you'll hear people claim, someone got in a motorcycle accident and they happen to have the COVID virus in their body, so it got marked as a COVID death, right? And I don't think that is the right thing to do from a medical perspective. I don't know, but that seems weird. But if someone has, a compromised immune system and they get COVID, both of those things might be listed.
Right. So
to me, COVID might not be the only thing, but it is a contributing factor.
So in medicine, COVID was a very interesting disease because we attributed it to a primary cause for a lot of deaths.
Sure.
However, when we look at the people who did die, and the U.S. did die, the U.S. is a very interesting kind of anomaly in this, is because our rate of obesity and just general unhealthiness is significantly higher than other countries. So we look like a huge red flag to the rest of the world as far as our overall deaths. However, like I chewed tobacco for 10 years. If that's a major risk factor if I got COVID. Our rate of obesity, Houston for the longest time was the highest state. I think now it's Missouri or some area in Missouri. That has or one city in Missouri that has the highest rate of obesity. Everybody that is considered obese is technically considered to have a major risk factor. So that's where the U.S., it's difficult to judge a lot of COVID statistics unless they have the full breakdown. And so that's why like NIH and following a lot of how they take the abstract and then their ultimate result is not the best way, but the better way to determine the infection rate versus COVID, as well overall casualty rate for those that are infected.
No, I agree. I think, the virus, as far as we know, only popped up 5 years ago. It's going to be really hard for a long time to know the effects of any of these policies.
Effects of the policies, effects of the vaccine, and really like, and what, aside from what I've already said about COVID, the bigger thing is just like the amount of, excuse me, the amount of corruption that just came out of it from keeping somebody like when they were lying about the whole gain of function research issue, where it's like they started out with it was a bat in a wet market that like crossed whatever with a pangolin, and then it went from there in China. But then, and that's why Jon Stewart had that amazing moment on Colbert where he was like, okay, maybe it was a bat in a wet market, or maybe it was the COVID laboratory in Wuhan that dealt with all these viruses, that was conducting gain-of-function research that we were funding through Anthony Fauci and his whole team of scientists that we had. And then in this, what was it called? The laboratory failed basically an inspection where a compliance check was also like how well they keeping up to code with the NIH and the WHO. They had failed it in 2017, and I think they did it like every like 4 or 5 years. It's like in 2017 and 2012, 13ish, and they failed like 3 of those inspections. So it's like, well, why are you guys fucking lying to us about this shit?
All right, so we've been on COVID for a hot minute.
I was going to say, it sounds like we agree that they're both as bad.
Where we were was the economy. So I'll end the point that I was saying about the military is just that he was trying to build up a broken military that he had inherited from Obama. And that's not just like me saying that based on what I've read. That's my friends that were in the military. They're like, yeah, when Trump came in, we had a ton more funding, and we had like not just because people, when they think military funding,
is that a good? Is that
yes,
like
yes? And here's why. So when people say, when you hear that like from and just not just pick on them more, but I just hate them so much. Like with the left wing media, when you hear about like more military funding, you think about weapons of war, you think about missiles, you think about just things to blow up innocent civilians. And while that 100% exists, that's a thing. Military industrial complex is a real fucking thing, and it's a horrible institution and a horrible apparatus that the Republicans and Democrats have dipped their wangs in 110%. However, when the military gets more funding, base level, small pay raises, that's fun. But what they also get is they get better training equipment. They get better environments to train in. They get better barracks. They get better food. They get, like, if you want, like, I don't know if you have any, like if you know anybody outside of me that's been in the military, or if you have like any like family members, but if you just want a great laugh for yourself to laugh at and just to show your military friends or ex-military friends, whatever, go to Instagram and follow Army WTF. Because they don't make fun of the military like on paper. What they do is they get submissions from current service members on how fucked up things are, right? And it's everything from like black mold in the barracks to dining facilities having like horrible food, or just like dining facilities not being open due to funding, or it's like how they're like, dude, I'm not making this up. I'm not making this shit up. When Trump left office and funding started going away from the military, like out of the defense budget, and started going towards the Ukrainian war, it literally changed how we trained based on where we went. Like during the Trump administration, towards the tail end of it that I was in the military, like we would still go to Fort Bliss to train in the last couple of years that I was in while Biden was the president. But we would go to like pretty damn good training facilities down in Fort Bliss. We would go to the Kirtland Air Force Base, and we have like these really great training facilities to do stuff like close quarters combat, room clearing, stuff like that. Whatever. When the Ukrainian war started and the money really started being funneled away, I'm not making this shit up. We would train at our armory off in Rio Rancho, and we would just train in the fucking rocks. And they would get, because we didn't have the money to buy transport and to allocate towards MREs, which isn't even like fucking real food.
Not even real food.
We didn't have the money to allocate to buy more MREs or to get food out in the field from from that army facility, from Fort Bliss, right, to him to bring out food, we would train at our armory, and they would get electric tape and draw out a diagram of a room or a diagram of a set of rooms that we would clear into, and we call it glass houses because you guys see right fucking into it. So it's like the funding for the military, it goes beyond like, and that's the argument that I hated that, because I like RFK, but one of the worst things he's on is Israel in the war, and where he's like, yeah, well, a lot of that money towards Israel is going back to American jobs. So, so it's funding the military-industrial complex, but none of that money is going to the actual military. Like a lot of that. So you know what I mean? So a lot of it, like it goes towards the industrial complex, but like during the Trump years, and this is from friends that I had that were in the military before I even joined, they felt it like immediately. Like their quality of life got better once Trump, because what he did is he put money into the defense budget, but he had people in the Pentagon allocated to, for lack of a better term, soldier care.
This is kind of what I was going to get at, is like it doesn't sound like we're not spending enough money on the military. That's our biggest budget line item, right? It sounds like the money's not going to the right places. Before he left, I was going to ask him to look up the cost of an F-17, but basically like producing all of these massive weapons of war is really expensive. And it sounds like if soldiers don't have a safe, healthy place to sleep at night, like that should be a priority. So I'm right there with you. Maybe fewer bomber jets and more feeding the soldiers. I
sure, and most of the military would agree with you on that. But do you think that Kamala Harris would have been better about that?
I don't know. I guess my gut would say probably not. She doesn't have a great track record for people who are in an institution, so to speak.
Springer, you missed the best part.
Springer.
But no, unfortunately you're right.
I mean,
you're right.
You know, I'm not saying that being in the military is prison, but you're kind of, you can speak to that more than I can. What I'm getting at is I don't know if Harris has particular care for people who have been institutionalized, whether that be in prison or whether that be in the military. My gut tells me she would probably be worse. I don't know what the data would show.
I mean, she offered to pay for transitioning care for all inmates who wanted it.
That's the other thing. Is like you can get free transition surgery,
which is for inmates. That's a
for
whole
a
other
soldier.
Yeah, let's get off of that. But we already covered that topic. But so
I think the military is super bloated. I think it's our biggest budget line item. We have the biggest military in the history of the world, and it sounds like the money's not going to the places that it needs to go.
Fair enough. So I agree with you, right? But however, what I would say is a counter to that. That's why I love the fact that, now granted, the name of this department, or they're calling it, is a total troll, and I love it, the Doge, right?
So do you think this is a real
yes, it's a real thing.
I've kind of heard a rumor
so what it is,
they're
so
just placating Elon.
So it's the Department of Government Efficiency, and this is exactly why it's in place. So, and what I like about this very much is you have Elon and Vivek that are successful businessmen, and they're going to go in and they're going to say, hey, listen, different government department, they're going to go in, and their mandate, we'll start at the top, right? Their mandate from Trump is that you have until, can you look up the official time frame? Because I believe it's July or June of 2026, where it's like they only have like 18 months to get in there and audit these governments and be like, or government departments, and be like, hey, where's the money being spent? Where's all this going? And how can we basically downsize the workforce and downsize just the bullshit government spending and allocate it to the right resources? My hope in that, extrapolating that out to the military, is that they're going to go in and be like, hey, listen, these people at the top are making way too much fucking money, A. B, a lot of this money is not going to where it should be, i.e. soldier care in the VA. And how can we basically reallocate a lot of this defense spending to truly build up the military, not just in armaments, but the soldiers that we already have in the military? Because, I mean, I'm sure you've heard about this, because I think everybody has. Not just the Army, but the military as a whole has had a tremendous drop-off in retention and recruitment, because nobody wants to join, whether it's because they have friends in the military who tell them that their quality of life is very poor, or it's the fact that they just don't agree with what the government's doing. They don't agree with how the military is being used. We haven't fought a just war since World War II.
Well, we saw, and I'm not saying this was just, but I'm saying like we saw a sharp increase in enrollment post 9/11, right? So I think
because
I'm not saying that's just. What I'm saying is like it was something to believe.
I would say it was because it was that's exactly why.
Right?
Because
we
got
we
attacked.
don't have anything to believe in right now.
Well, because what happened exactly because we got attacked. And the administration at the time, it's that famous speech where it's like, these people that hit us, we hear you, and soon enough, the people that hit us they're going to hear us very soon. Like, that's a fucking rally cry. Like, that's the dude you want to stand behind. It was like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're going to go get the guys that hit us. Then we invaded Iraq. Like what the fuck?
No, you would have been too young for that. So,
but that's not. But we shouldn't have invaded Iraq. Those weren't the dudes that hit us.
No, yeah, I think
it was. Unfortunately, it was the dudes that we propped up in the 90s.
I think the response was bad, but my point is like it was a moment of patriotic unity, right?
Oh, for sure,
which we haven't had since 9/11.
Because what has there been to rally behind?
Exactly. So I guess that's what I'm getting at is we're probably seeing decreasing enrollment in part because of that.
I agree.
And in part because the soldiers aren't getting, like, I'm sure there's a literal financial balance where it's like, okay, the benefits that I get are not outweighing the cost of me joining the military.
Exactly. So let's get on to tariffs because that was the point you brought up too. So wait, what did you bring up, Springer? The Doge thing? Okay, we covered that.
Shit.
Yeah, we covered it. So,
can we get into inflation first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
So, what do you think inflation is at right now? I'm doing the thing again where I want to get your perspective.
Yeah, sure. So inflation, because from what I understand, they're doing it from a very tricky way. Inflation, by definition, is going down because of the initiatives that the Biden administration has put in. And so I actually want to bring this up because talk about just like the general gaslighting and the what's it called? The just the lying that the Biden administration has done. So this was from a White House press briefing that they did. I want to say like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and these are economists that they brought in to basically explain why the economy is recovering, if not good, right now. And just listening to this blew my fucking mind. Let me find it really quick. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to play this into the speakers.
Okay.
Actually, before this, I'll read the description of the video. So, Jared Bernstein, the head of President Biden's Council of Economic Advisors, responds to a reporter's question after announcing new government data showing GDP and wage growth, despite some Americans feeling that inflation may be outpacing their wages. So, this is his response to that.
The recent wage growth, but as many Americans are going to be heading to the polls and voting based on what they've experienced and what they are feeling, when do you think people will feel wage growth and their wages starting to outpace inflation?
Yeah, it's a really important question. It's not an easy one to answer. It has a lot to do with we at CEA have made up something that turns out to be a real thing. We call it your personal price vector. This is this idea that everybody walks around with a list of prices in their head. What's on that list? Gasoline, groceries, sure. But if, like my wife, you're somebody who likes to garden, fertilizer is on that list. And you remember what things cost. You remember that you used to pay $3 for this and now you're paying $4 for this. Now, one of the points that I'm making is that as your pay goes up, that $4 becomes something you can afford again. So here's a calculation that we do that no normal person would do, which is that it says, if you look at how much work, how many hours of work does it take to buy a bag of groceries right now, it's about the same or even a little lower than it was before the pandemic, right? Because, yes, grocery prices have gone up, but especially recently, wages have gone up more than grocery prices. So for whatever hours of work it took you to buy a bag of groceries before the pandemic, it's about the same, even a little less right now. So why don't people feel better? Because they still remember what things used to cost. They still have that their PPVs, or personal price vectors, have yet to update completely.
So the way that translates to me is that, hey, you're wrong for thinking that these prices are too high.
Well, the point is that people, again, this goes back to what I say, is people feel like their money buys them less, even though maybe the economic analysis shows otherwise, right? I'm not discounting at all how people feel. I think the Biden administration should have done a better job at making people feel differently, right? Because maybe he's right. Maybe he's right that real wages on average have outpaced the inflation that we experienced under COVID, right? But people don't feel that way. And just because something is true on average doesn't mean it's true across the board, right? It may be true that people who are super duper wealthy got more wealthy, and people who were in the middle stayed in the middle, right?
Right. So that proves that inflation is high. And because like my $20, because so for like I kind of talked shit a little bit earlier, but it's the truth. So before COVID, a 6-pack of egg whites at Costco was $4.99. I remember that very clearly. It was $4.99. Now it's $10.99 to $11.99. It's been changing the last couple of months. I don't know why, but it's $10.99 to $11.99. At its highest during 2022, it was $12.99.
Yep.
But right now it's $10 to $11.99.
Yes.
If I have $20, I could buy more egg whites before all of this than I can right now. And like I said earlier, it was kickstarted by COVID, but it's been sustained and done worse because of all this money that we're sending overseas to this brand new proxy war that we're fighting. We've increased spending on Israel, and all of that was done under the Biden administration.
So you're right. So prices have gone up. Inflation is back down to a reasonable rate, right? It's about 3%, which is a little higher than we want it to be, but it's okay, right? 3% is okay. It did peak under Biden at 9%, which is lower than it peaked in Europe, right? So we did better than Europe. We recovered faster than Europe. Prices did go up. The point they're making is that wages also went up. So your buying power, his claim is your buying power actually outpaced the price increases that we experienced. So your buying power is actually now more. Now, I'm the wrong person to ask because before COVID, I worked in tech and now I work in education. So my buying power has certainly gone down. And maybe because you went from, I don't know your exact timeline, but maybe if you were in the military and now you're working in the private sector, maybe your buying power went down too.
No, so
right?
so like my wages have only gone up because I've sought out higher paying jobs.
Okay.
It's not because of wages being raised from the government. And actually, in fact...
Well, I would be curious about that, right? Because when you're hopping from job to job, you don't know what that job used to pay, right? Maybe they offered more because they weren't getting enough help. Maybe,
I thought you were going to say something. Sorry.
No, what I'm getting at is like, so maybe they offered a $45,000 job. I'm just using numbers.
My personal job that I'm in right now, that salary point hasn't changed in 6 years.
Okay. Then that's a bad example. What I'm getting at is like maybe there was a job that paid 45, and then when that person got fired, they posted it for 50, right? And on average, what his claim is that that's happening across the board, is that wages are going up.
Right, but then you also get into the fact that, you know, I think on average right now, people are paying 55% of their wages towards rent alone.
Yeah, we definitely have a housing crisis.
Right. So
I won't deny you that.
So we get into that, and it's like the economy just isn't better, and it's gotten worse under the Biden administration due to their spending and due to the way they've handled it, and just the idea, like, so inflation has gone down.
Inflation has gone down under Biden.
But that's the tricky thing that they're doing is because they were like inflation started climbing under Trump because of the spending he had done largely with the military, and then started doing with COVID. But then with those wages going up and they're at this bar, the Biden administration treating it like, okay, this is where we've got it. Now, compared to that, it's gone down this much. Like, okay, yeah, correct, but it still hasn't gone down pre-COVID.
No, we are at
we are not at pre-COVID because
inflation,
and then
right? Not prices, but inflation.
Right, and this goes, and then that's the issue with debating a lot of these subjects too. Is like a lot of them don't happen in a vacuum. So then it's like a lot of those things happen due to the supply issues, due to energy issues. So then it's like, okay, if we're stepping away from producing our own energy, because energy is a huge reason why a lot of these supply prices are going up. If the Biden administration hadn't gotten rid of a lot of the energy initiatives that the Trump administration had either started and put into place or had initiated, if they hadn't gotten rid of all of those, I'm not saying it would have gone down like back to 2019 prices, but it would have been within a lot closer margin than we are right now.
So the problem is that we rarely...
Bring that mic a little closer.
Yeah, the problem is we rarely see deflation, right? So if I'm a company and I produce laptops and I can sell you a laptop for $2,000, and then all of a sudden my costs go down, right? Inflation is going down. All of a sudden it's cheaper for me to produce this laptop. But you as the consumer are used to paying $2,000 for a laptop. I have no interest in lowering my prices, right? So I'm going to keep my prices where they are, whether or not inflation is still at extreme levels. So yes, prices haven't gone back down, but they never really do. And so the answer to that, unfortunately, is we just need wages to go up, which it sounds like they are, which balances out your buying power.
Can you look that up if wages have gone up under the Biden administration, like in a significant number to outpace inflation at least?
So between Trump and Biden, the disposable income per capita adjusted for inflation under Trump is $48,286. Adjusted for inflation underneath Biden is $46,557. So about a $2,000 difference for disposable income per capita.
Yeah, so that's gone down. I would be interested to see, and I'm not trying to nitpick, because that said Biden had been in office a little over 2 years, so that would have been 23. And the number they gave for inflation was like 5%. We're at about 3% right now.
So this article was published in May 26th of 2024.
Okay. Well, I'm wondering where the data's from, right? I guess it did say to present, but yeah. So it looks like this person is not being entirely honest.
Well, they're gaslighting. And they're telling you that you're
I
the
think that
issue.
word's overused, but yeah.
Well, I agree. Yeah. I agree. But it's saying, no, you're the problem. You're not thinking about the right prices. Like, no, I know what things
Well, it is
used to
saying
cost.
that people act on emotion rather than doing the economic analysis,
Right, but then
which we don't expect anyone to do. And he said that. He said no one does this analysis.
Right, but then
when we do it, this is what we find.
Due to policies that were put in place and sustained by the Biden administration.
So I actually want to get into that. What inflationary policies did Biden put in place?
Let's look them up. Yeah, no, I want to be as accurate as... Oh, I can't speak. I want to be as accurate as humanly possible.
Because inflation went down under Biden, right? So you would not only need to show that he put in inflationary policies, but that they were so inflationary... or they weren't inflationary enough to counterbalance the deflationary policies.
You just look up like Biden economic policy.
So my point is, if inflation went down under him, how did we cause inflation, right?
Well, the initial argument that I would bring up is the brand new proxy war that we're funding, and then the increased spending towards Israel.
So again, Ukraine, that's about 0.4% of our budget. I don't know that would have a strong impact on inflation.
Okay, so Biden. Okay, so go down. So Bidenomics refers to the economic agenda of Biden, largely in opposition to Reaganomics. The policies of the former, opposed to Reagan, aim to achieve the goals of Bidenomics. With the Inflation Reduction Act of 22, creating helpful incentives to produce the CHIPS Act, and the Science Act of 22. So scroll down. Where can we get like actual data that is like shown?
Yeah, if you want to get into government spending, Trump approved $8.4 trillion of borrowing. Biden approved $4.3 trillion. So if you think government spending is inflationary, Trump's probably about twice as bad as Biden.
Which is fair.
And bad. It's bad for Trump.
Yeah.
The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget did an analysis on the Trump versus Harris plans, and Trump would increase the deficit by 9.6%, Harris by 8.1%, which is still, it's pretty close, but Trump still beats out Harris in spending.
Okay. And by the way, I just want to make this completely clear. I would love to be wrong about this, and I would love to because again, I just don't like government. I would love to see that as Trump goes into his year, that people are like, well, the Biden policies are finally paying off. Because again, I just want money.
I think unfortunately, what's going to happen is I think you're going to start paying more in taxes because of Trump. It might be a little different now that he's been reelected, but in the tax cuts, how he built in these expiration dates so that if he weren't the president, the taxes would go back up.
Right.
So that's the reality is I think people are going to suffer under Trump. The tariffs are certainly going to be inflationary. I just think if we look at the chart of inflation, right, it peaked in June 22 at 9.1. And it took about 1 year to come down to 3%, which is about normal levels.
Because if we're talking specific economic policy, one thing that I did enjoy about what Trump decided to do was that he approached NATO with hey, basically these NATO countries aren't paying their fair share, and we need to get more money out of NATO, and that ended up helping out that ended up helping out our budget, and ended up helping most of it went to fucking defense spending. But the fact that he had the balls to go to NATO and be like, hey, we can't keep spending all this money on other countries if we're not getting our fair share out of it. So I did enjoy that.
I think I agree in principle. I think in practice it ended up being pretty minimal effect, right? Because it was something like, I don't know, Denmark owed us 15. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was something in the order of millions that certain countries weren't paying.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So I think in principle, everyone should pay their fair share, but the reality was there wasn't.
So during Trump's presidency, saw a year-over-year inflation rate of 1.9. The consumer price index rose 7.8 during the term. Trump's presidency saw continued low inflation until COVID hit. Because again, all the horrible policies that I already stated. Inflation surged under Biden largely due to inherited factors. It rose from 1.4% in January, peaked at 9% in June, afterwards declined to 2.4% in September. So a lot of the issues that Trump has put in place.
Just while we're looking at that June 2020 is mislabeled, right? That should be 22. If you look at the bottom, it's clearly on 22, right? There was just a typo. Just in case we're referencing this chart.
Yeah.
It peaked. Economists seem to agree that,
it says June of 22 when you...
Exactly, yeah. The economists seem to agree that the whole world underwent inflation because of COVID.
Right.
And because of a lot of the policies that we implemented, but also European nations implemented. And then inflation went down. Prices are still high. I don't want to gaslight anyone into thinking that's not true. But inflation, which is the rate of change, went down.
Right. I see your point.
We're back to normal levels, right? We're maybe a little higher than we want to be. I will say what's interesting is under Trump, inflation went to 0.3%, which is bad. We don't want low inflation, right? We wanted about 2 to 3%.
And so what's the reason for that?
So
why do you not want low inflation?
The reason is if prices aren't going up, then people aren't going to spend money because I think, prices are going to keep going down, right? I'm not going to spend money on a laptop now if in 6 months it's going to be even cheaper, right? So you want some inflation because it promotes economic growth.
Wait. Back up.
Yeah.
So the theory you're putting forward is that people spend more money as prices go up.
Right. If a laptop is going to be more expensive in 6 months, you're more likely to buy it now. Whereas if I have reason to, prices are going down, I'm not going to spend any money right now. Right.
But people spend more money when prices go up because things are more expensive.
No, I'm saying people spend money now if they think prices will go up in the future. But if they think prices are going down in the future, why would I spend money now?
I see what you're saying.
Right. Inflation dipped because people weren't going out. Inflation dipped in April 2020 because people weren't spending money.
Well, because the country was locked down.
Exactly. And so demand went down, which means prices had to go
demand
down.
went down based on a federal mandate.
Well, so using that is actually a skewed point because people's own wallets was directly affected because of
they
the
weren't
fact that
working.
they couldn't work. And stimulus checks did nothing to help that. So to use 2020 as a direct result for that, or a direct like line saying like this is why this happens, is technically skewed, because it's in the same way of using inflation sometimes for Trump or Biden as a reason to justify it.
Yeah.
It's skewed because our economy was shut down for a certain point. So I think a better point to use, which one of the websites that I was using earlier, is to use the difference between Obama and Bush. That's a more interesting point when you want to talk about economy and the economy and the U.S. spending and like the average American, because under Bush, we were less likely to spend money early on. And then going into Obama's presidency, we were spending more money as inflation was going up. And then that caused a rapid decline immediately under Obama's.
Okay, but then how much of that money
I
spending was due to housing because people thought they could buy a bunch of property, be cool with it, because of how many people were getting approved?
Okay, we're getting in the weeds.
Yeah.
I was just saying it's interesting that inflation went down to 0.3, but that's not necessarily a good thing according to economists.
Well, because you don't want, because I agree with the...
you need some growth.
Right, and I agree with the economic theory that you don't want deflation because that's showing of a dying economy.
Right.
I agree with that. But then to say that inflation on a scale is a good thing isn't necessarily true either, because again, more people will spend money as prices, as they have to spend more money to buy the things as the prices go
I guess
up.
what I'm saying, because inflation is an average, if the average inflation is at 0.3, that means some things are going up and some things are going down, right? And the things that are going down, people are going to wait for it to bottom out. You're right that people weren't spending money because they didn't have money, and so supply or demand went down, meaning prices went down. So you're totally right. I just think it's a little interesting tidbit. It's not super important.
Yeah. Okay, so immigration.
Well,
Okay.
deficit spending, so you
Okay,
acknowledge
go ahead.
that Trump spent more than Biden, and
Yeah.
Trump would spend more than Harris.
Actually, I don't know about that because of, and again, a lot of this is hinging on two businessmen doing their job. So we'll see how this plays out. I mean that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that
I hope
sincerely.
you're right.
Yeah,
I hope you're
I
right.
mean that sincerely, and I mean that a little bit sarcastically too, because I'm not married to any of these fucking people. But I'm not convinced that government spending will go up under this second term because of these people that. Excuse me. These people that Trump are surrounding himself with.
I hope you're right. I hope that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy do a good job. I have no faith in either of them.
But then what's the alternative? Because when you see if you're talking about like the spending, we're talking about military spending, right?
Mm-hmm.
While Trump was surrounding himself with Elon and Vivek to audit the government, the Harris campaign touted out the Cheneys, which is the military industrial complex embodied. So you would have guaranteed military spending would not, I wouldn't say skyrocket, but it would go up under
when
Harris.
you say touting out the Cheneys, what does that mean?
Campaigning alongside them.
Campaigning with them. You don't mean that they're going to be part of the administration.
But
right?
they are a figurehead for the military industrial
Yeah,
complex.
it was a calculated risk on the campaign. I don't think
Calculated is generous, my friend.
Fair enough, right?
So basically,
it was a risk to campaign with them. I don't think it paid off. I think they needed to go instead of trying to go further right, more to the center and maybe more to the left, right?
Well, they should have just been like, it should have, would have, could have, obviously, but like, I wonder like what would have, it would have been obviously very counterintuitive to the current policy they're doing, namely with the Israel-Palestine issue right now. But it's just like, if they were to go the other way and to go anti-war, who the fuck would they have touted out? Because they don't have.
Well, no one is unfortunately,
right.
No one in federal government, save maybe the squad, I don't know, is anti-war. That's the unfortunate reality. And even them, they're probably okay
They
with
fall
Ukraine
right.
spending.
No, they
right?
fall right in line with the Israel and Ukraine spending. They hate.
I believe it
because they hate what's going on in Palestine, but they won't pull the money away from Israel. They are all over there kissing the wall.
Sure,
unfortunately,
I believe that. Tariffs.
Yeah. Did we cover that?
No, you
tariffs?
didn't go over tariffs. However, one question I genuinely wanted to know is, as a supporter of Kamala, knowing that she overspent,
An unenthusiastic supporter.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, but knowing that she spent over $20 million outside of the $1 billion of campaign funding that she did have available to herself, how confident does that make you in your responses as far as how she would handle the economy if she couldn't handle a political budget for
You're saying
campaigning?
instead of $1 billion, she spent 1.02.
Yeah, because she
Right,
wouldn't be
but-
like 20 into debt.
Whether
Yeah,
like
that's like a 2%. budget error. It's not great. I'm not going to pretend that's good, but it's a 2% budget error.
Because what was the spending towards spent with Trump? He netted like something like 3 or 5 million around there, something like that. Maybe it was a little higher.
I think like his total amount was like 50% total spent on like Republican spending in general.
No way. Look that up real quick.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'll find it. I'll find it.
But ultimately, what my question stems to is, knowing the end result that she overspent by 2%, did that instill confidence, or did it show like, oh, maybe there was something more to be desired?
I think it's kind of a wash because, again, even with that 2%,
okay, here we go.
The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget would argue that Trump would spend more.
So I was way off, by the way. I was way off. So Kamala raised $1.003 billion, and she spent $1.37 billion. So just under $30 billion is...
So that's a 37% error.
Yeah.
That is bad.
Yeah.
That is bad.
Yeah, so
I don't like that.
30%
I will
error.
say...
Well, here's the important part. Another important part, too, is she spent $582.53 million on staff, whereas Trump raised... Trump raised $381.54 million, spent $345.42 million. So he netted, like, let's say 30 and some change, but he only spent $10 million on staff. So it's just that adds to. Thank you for saying that. It's fucking 10:30. I think, but yeah, that adds to my argument about the whole Doge thing with Elon and Vivek, because I would have to imagine that you're right. Trump has had a lot of fallacies in his business ventures over the last 30 years, 40 years. But I'd imagine
Trump has lost money.
He has lost money for sure. He has gone bankrupt.
On net.
Yeah, no,
he has lost money.
He's gone bankrupt like 6 times.
No, I want to be explicit about this. If Trump took his father's inheritance and he smoked weed and played video games all day and invested that inheritance in the S&P 500, he would be richer than he is
right,
today.
But he wouldn't have the Trump empire. He has the Trump going into debt.
Sure.
Going into debt is a known practice in building a business, though. And also,
eventually you want to make money. But if after 30, 40 years,
you're telling me right now that Trump is not making money right now?
He's down about $400 million compared to where he would have been if he never worked a day.
But he has a Trump empire.
He has never worked a day.
He has the Trump. Trump has never worked a day in his life. Come on, dude. Come on.
I know.
This argument is so much better than that. Come on now. But my point of bringing this up, though,
he hasn't worked as hard as you and I. Right?
I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree with
That's
that
fair.
wholeheartedly. Bro, I spent 8 hours on Saturday with one of my best friends playing Call of Duty. I promise you Trump worked harder than I do.
Maybe that's a bad example.
I promise
maybe
you. But
I've worked harder
than with him running the administration that he is, I'd have to imagine that he test ran Elon and Vivek in helping with the campaign spending, and that's the product they got.
I would have to see that, like, I don't know if he's even claimed
that's assuming.
Right?
That's assuming.
Yeah.
That's assumptions.
I guess I would be careful to compare campaign spending with government spending because the money for a campaign comes from private contributors or the candidate themselves. So if Trump...
Well, what are taxes?
Taxes come from taxpayers, right?
Right, private contributors.
Private contributors to the government, and they're spending the government's money.
But by force.
Yes. Okay. What I'm getting at is if Kamala goes $370 million into debt, that's on her. Right. If Kamala overspends $370 million or billion with the government, shit, that just goes into the debt.
Well, that's on all of us.
Yeah. That's my point.
So why would you trust that person?
I'm just saying it's like tough to compare.
So it's like
two.
saying it's like with most parents, they don't buy their kid a brand new car when they're first driving. They buy him a beater to see how they test it out. If they wreck that beater 30 days in, why are you going to buy him a brand new car?
My point is it's tough to compare the two, right? And Trump...
But it is a good case study, though. You have to admit, at the bare minimum, it's a decent case
You can
case
look
study.
at it.
So my question ultimately was, does that instill confidence for you as a voter, knowing that she overspent personal campaign funds for her, knowing that she's going to be handling your tax dollars?
No, it does not.
Okay.
But the reality is that Trump about doubled the federal spending of what Biden did.
But with better people in his administration. Again, just as a test study.
All right, so on to the next one.
Yeah, it turns out he's better. So tariffs, right? Tariffs. Okay. Because he's been talking a lot about tariffs recently with Mexico, because
Yeah.
they decided to fuck around and find out. So now he threatened them.
So do you acknowledge that tariffs would overall cause inflation?
I'm not as
Contribute
well
to
educated on tariffs as I should be, but from what I understand
Yeah.
is right now what will happen is if tariffs are imposed on, so like we'll take the Mexico,
Yeah.
We'll take the Mexico example where he was like, hey, if you guys aren't going to help us out with the border, if you're not going to help us out with combating the drug cartels, we're going to go ahead and it was a 25% tariff on all goods coming in from Mexico. And yes, that would drive up prices on
Foreign goods.
on foreign goods coming in. It will drive up prices for Americans, right?
Yes.
But also on the other side of that coin, 48 hours later, the president of Mexico, she got on the phone with Trump, and apparently they squashed that beef because they figured that, hey, it's better for both of us that we figure out this immigration issue, that we figure out this fentanyl crisis, than we get into a tariff war. Personally, I think that tariffs are a threat. I don't think we're going to see a lot of them get put into place because in the long run, and that's the issue with something like Mexico, where it's like, yes, in the short term, it will damage Americans. I'm not getting away from that, right?
Yeah.
But in the long term, it will strain, it'll squeeze the person that the tariff is now put upon, and
Sometimes.
that will force them to basically comply. And in cases where we're having this horrible fentanyl issue and an immigration crisis, there are worse ways to go about it. Economic policy isn't the worst way, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I guess you're right. I think 60% on China is absurd, and I don't think he's going to do it.
I don't think so either. But I think it's a threat that, well, it's a threat that he will impose.
Yeah.
I believe that he will impose it. However, because of the long-term effects on China's already dying economy, I don't think they're going to let that happen. And that's why he's doing that, because I think and again, right, you brought up earlier about how, like, yeah, you know, we've brought this up, how he has gone bankrupt about, I think it's like 6 or 7 times he's gone bankrupt, but he still has a Trump empire. Boys playing the long game, where it's like, unfortunately, due to China's declining birth rate, they don't have a long game right now.
We also have a declining birth rate.
Right, but not at the rate of China's, though.
No.
China's, I think it's like a 12-1 or something like that, comparing America to China, but their declining birth rate, they don't have a long game. And so it's like, okay, either you comply with us or we'll suffer in the meantime, but you guys are going to die.
So what do you make of... So, like, I think you're right. I think it's just kind of a threat. I mean, he did put tariffs on China his first term, and it did seem to have an inflationary effect. We already have companies like AutoZone Colombia, Stanley Black & Decker, Steve Madden coming out, either saying that they're going to raise their prices or that they're going to reduce production or cut imports, not production.
Madden's the shoe company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got private companies in the U.S. already saying that this is going to have an impact, an inflationary impact, right? There's either they're going to straight up raise prices or they're going to import less, meaning supply goes down and meaning prices go up, right? So how do you reconcile that?
Yeah, well, my brain immediately goes to is a free market. So you brought up AutoZone, right? Yeah. If AutoZone's prices go up, but O'Reilly's is the same, I'm going to O'Reilly's. That's just the free market. And that'll weigh itself out amongst the consumers.
Yeah.
But I think just in the way you've seen already this immediate sign, not just in the economic sector, but just these immediate compliance amongst foreign countries with Trump being elected. Like you hear, like there was the Hezbollah and Israeli ceasefire, or the conference we just talked about between the U.S. and Mexico, how they settled that beef, and they're not going to get a 25% increase on tariffs, or not going to have a 20% tariff put upon them. I hate using left or right wing talking points or catchphrases, but like the Trump effect, it looks like these reactionary statements to him being elected are already taking place, where it's like, hey, this dude means business. And
guess that's-
we're going to comply to the best interests of America rather than, because that was the issue with and it was a compelling argument. I will admit that. It was a very compelling argument, because even me, as somebody who voted for Trump in 2016, with all the insanity that came out of it, a lot of it was bullshit, but it was still insanity. When the Biden administration or the Biden campaign came in, like, hey, we're a return to normal, that's very convincing. It was like, yeah, can we please just get decent policy and not with the bullshit? Like, but then also we didn't get that, and now here we are. But we still saw with Trump, like, the dude dropped our biggest ordinance south of a nuke on a desert, the Moab, just to show that we could. Now, granted, that cost a lot of money, but it was a show of force to all of our foreign enemies, showing, hey, we are willing to fuck you up if you don't cut the shit.
At our own cost.
But we're still willing to. But
right?
But it's a prolonged cost that we're avoiding. Right. So like, and this will feed perfectly, I think, into immigration, where you had he's the director of ISIS he's bringing in. He did an interview with 60 Minutes where they asked him, like, hey, let's assume, the interviewer asked him, let's assume you do these mass deportations. It's going to cost this amount of money. And we might be able to, I tried bringing up the actual clip of it because I saw it on a news page on Instagram and I fucking lost it before I got to save it. But, 60 Minutes being the way it is, you have to pay to watch it. Yeah. But he was like, the long story short of it, they levied towards him this price of how much it would cost to do the mass immigrations, even if it happened, which I don't believe they're going to. But even if they were happening, he's like, okay, but the long-term cost of having the mass immigration problem as it stands right now, sustained over the same period of time, was a little more than 75% that cost. So it's like, okay, we're going to be paying money anyway. Let's spend the money now so we can fix the issue so we don't have a prolonged cost now. That's the same logic that I'm bringing towards tariffs, where it's like, yeah, it'll hurt us now. It'll drive up costs a little bit now. But towards the person we're putting the tariffs on, it'll hurt them more. So you better comply now, and we all have a better issue, or we all have a better outcome as it stands if you didn't just not comply.
Yeah. So, okay. I think that's fair. So I guess what I struggle with is Trump basically has two policies, right? It's tariffs and it's mass deportations. And it sounds like we don't think he's going to do either of them, right? They would both be hugely damaging to the country, to you, right? You would spend a lot more at the grocery store, etc. But we just think he's not going to do it. And this is the guy we're voting for. I struggle with that.
So, but okay, so right, you're half correct. So you're correct about the tariffs, where he's not going to do it unless forced to, right? Unless these countries put him into a corner and he forces the tariffs upon them, in which it'll happen, but we win in the end anyway, right? So that is going to happen. That's going to happen upon force. Do you want to transition into immigration?
I guess I would have to see like the numbers on how China did with the first round of tariffs. It seemed like real incomes went down in China, but they went down in the U.S. They caused a decrease in employment, but they would do that here, right? So it seems like we're just hurting both countries.
So what I read on the Bureau of Labor Statistics is they compare like the 2002 tariff and like a 2009 tariff on rubber in China. Mm-hmm. And basically it comes down to the overall effect, because between these three websites, the Tax Foundation, and the Atlantic goes to talk about a lot of positives that can come from tariffs, and it specifically talks about domestic production, assuming that domestic production can support it. So the 2002 tariff on steel coming out of Mexico shows that there was an overall increase in the price of steel, and what suffered was just any industry that was using sheet steel.
Right.
Specifically one type of sheet steel. But overall sheet production, it increased the overall economy in areas like Pittsburgh, where steel industry is still a very high source of the economy for your average individual. So it affects certain areas. Cleveland, Ohio is also another one. And then going into the 2009, prices dropped for domestic rubber tires from like, I think it's an average annual increase of, it said like something like 7% to 3.4%, and then it went back up 3.7%. So it essentially made like a total net like gain of 0.3%. So there are good and bad that can come from tariffs. And I think that's what Noah's saying as far as how Trump is implementing them is as a punishment rather than a threat. Don't do what we want and help us out. Well, punishment, but not just fuck you. I'm implementing this as the primary. And that's where most Republicans don't have a threat or a feel of this actually coming onto us, because when you threaten anybody's economy, and like you said, China went down as far as like how their average person was making money. So if it starts to affect their people, they're more willing to play ball. We won't get 100% of what we want, but we'll get some of what we want. And I think that's the difference in overall strength that Republicans see when it comes to the conversation of Biden versus Trump. Is it feels like during Biden on an international level, we've been getting our asses absolutely thrown around. Whether that's true or not, it's how it feels.
Right.
So like you talked about vibes earlier, if that's so much the case, then Trump is showing we're not to be fucked with. Here's why, and laying it out. Though the average Republican, based off of Trump's last presidency, we know that some of these are fallacies and some of these are true.
Yeah. I think...
Yeah, so respond to that, and we'll go to immigration in the interest of time.
Yeah, I mean, I just think inflation seemed to be a huge deciding issue in this election. Tariffs, if implemented, maybe as a bargaining chip, they're very effective. I'm not sure I'm convinced. I'm sure it could be sometimes yes, sometimes no. But if they are implemented, it's going to cause inflation. You're right that domestic production goes up, but the reality is that domestic producers aren't able to produce as cheaply as they are to import, which means that supply is going to go down, which means that prices are going to go up. Right. So either you pay more for something made in China or you pay more for something made in the U.S.
Right.
And that's going to be the short term. Long term, maybe he understands international trade.
I'm willing to bet he does. I'm willing to bet he does.
Do you think he knows what a tariff is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, you don't create I just that's one of the left talking points that I'm not saying that you're a part of that, but just in general, I'm just saying like that's one of the left talking points that I don't really agree with Trump is like they treat him like he's this buffoon that fell into this Trump empire, and the guy, if you look at what he's created, again, he has had a lot of bankruptcies, but the dude, up until he started running for president, he was the businessman of America. And he's our modern day
he in the sense that he was a celebrity. Yeah,
he was our modern day Rockefeller.
But like Kim Kardashian was America's princess, right? That doesn't mean she was actually a very successful business person.
Yeah. Well, if you want to bring up Kim Kardashian too, what did he do?
That's a bad example.
He brought her in to talk about prison reform because she happened to know a lot about it. Yep. So he's willing to talk to anybody. God fucking, that was a hilarious picture. It was so funny. It was like I'll say this when we go to immigration. Seeing Trump sit down with Kim, and then it was like 9 months later or something like that. Kanye's in the White House. All right, immigration. So mass deportations, I feel like, is the hinge of your argument, right?
So I guess that seems to be the only thing that Trump has really suggested. I don't know if he has other specific policy proposals. I know there was something, and this admittedly feels weak, but someone had put on Truth Social. President of Judicial Watch, Tom Fitton, said on Truth Social, reports are the incoming Trump administration prepared to declare a national emergency and will use military assets to reverse the Biden invasion through a mass deportation program. Trump reposted that and said true. So admittedly, it's not like a formal policy statement. And then at the Madison Square Garden rally, he said, on day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out. A lot of the times he'll use that language, criminals. So I guess my case is this would be a very a very expensive process. Let's see. I have the numbers. It would, according to the American Immigration Council, which is probably similar to the numbers they used on 60 Minutes, it would cost about $88 billion to deport 1 million in a year.
Yeah.
So that would be across 11 years. So we'd be looking at north of 1 trillion. It would reduce our GDP by 1.1 to 1.7 trillion, which is similar to the Great Recession of 2007. So we'd be looking at basically a recession. If we assume that 20% self-deport, we're looking at about $967 billion over 10 years. It would reduce labor supply in a couple key industries like construction, agriculture, and hospitality. Prices would go up again. A lot of Trump's policies are inflationary.
Sure. So I spoke a little bit earlier about like the reactionary things coming out of foreign countries. I think it was like 48 or 72 hours after Trump got elected, there was a massive caravan coming out of Venezuela that immediately just stopped and turned around. That just stopped happening. So I think that people are going to take his immigration policies pretty seriously, where it's like, hey, you're coming here illegally. It's not going to happen.
Yep.
And I think on the flip side of that, Trump is a businessman. He's been in the business world for the majority of his life. I would wager to say even just going under his father and under his brother before he passed away, because his brother wasn't too involved in the business world, but he was still in that family. Being in that family, he's been in this world since his teen years, right? He's grown up in this. Legal immigrants that have come to this country that are doing things like agricultural work. I'm saying this, and I for everyone listening, I know people in this room aren't going to take it this way, but like people listening, I'm not being racist. But illegal immigrants that are coming in that go and work in agricultural work, construction work, landscaping work, those are not going to be the first, second, or even probably 10th that are getting deported. What I envision is going to happen, based off of Trump's rhetoric, based off of the individual that he has brought back to run ICE, the first ones to go are convicted criminals. Because
convicted in the U.S., convicted in their home country?
Both.
Both.
Okay. So if you are coming into this country and you've convicted a crime, the big case right now is the girl out in the Midwest that got raped and murdered by that immigrant. They just sentenced him, right? So that guy who's gonna go, he should. From what I remember reading about his conviction, is eventually he's gonna get deported, but he's gonna go to an American prison for a little bit, right? Yeah. That's not even gonna be an option. Is that, hey, if we have illegal immigrants in our criminal justice system that are in prison, you're gone, right? We're sending you back to your country. And I'd imagine, just because they're not going to just like bust them or fly them and just dump them in their country and let them run free, I'd imagine, because a lot of these countries they're coming from are, I wouldn't say allies with America, but a lot of them are cordial with America. Like they have a working relationship. Like, hey, this dude's a criminal. This is what he did in our country. You fucking figure it out, whatever justice system you guys have, if you have one, right?
Right.
But that's the first ones that are going to go, are criminals that if you are illegal and you come to this country, because, and again, and I know this is going to piss a lot of people off, but if your first act into coming into this country is coming in illegally, meaning not through a port of entry, using asylum or using proper thresholds that we already have set up, if you're not using that, but you're just coming in illegally, your first move is going to get out, right?
So that's why I kind of honed in on him using the word criminals.
But it's people that have come in and committed violent crimes. Those are the first ones that are gone, right?
Okay.
When you start,
and I don't object to that. And it sounds like we already do that. Maybe not as fast as you want, but it sounds like
right. That'll be the first move, right? The second move is they're going to,
but that's going to be expensive.
Yeah. Well, yes. And then the second thing they're going to do is they're going to lock down the border in the manner of using the National Guard, which is something they were doing under Trump. Because a lot of my buddies, I wasn't able to get on the mission because I was going to college at the time, but a lot of my buddies here in the New Mexico National Guard, Arizona, Texas, and in California. Well, no, actually not California. It was New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas. A lot of the National Guardsmen got on the border mission, is what they called it. They basically went down there and they were helping out the Border Patrol process people, right? So that's what they're going to have a lot of the National Guard. I'd imagine day one, or at least in the first week, they're going to get reactivated to go down there. And when you hear that, a lot of people that just don't know about it, and I'm not saying it's their fault, they just don't know, but they're just going to go down there with guns and they're going to be standing at the border ready to shoot people. No. A lot of that, what they're going to do is they're going to go in, and this is what they were doing. They're going to go to the border And they're basically going to do a lot of the administrative work that the Border Patrol, because they're severely, just like with the military, not a lot of recruiting, not a lot of retention. And that's not just because of it's not the quality of life of the Border Patrol. It's the amount of hours they're putting in, right? Even with the overtime, just the amount of hours they're putting in, it's fucking 80 to 90 hour weeks. So they're going to go in and they're going to do a lot of the administrative work, right? Because they're National Guard, it's their weekend warriors. Sorry, that's what we are, what I was. They're going to go in, they're going to do a lot of the administrative work that these Border Patrol agents are doing to relieve those Border Patrol agents to have less hours on their work week, but they're going to be spending those still 40 to 60 hour work weeks going in, manning the border, patrolling the border, looking for illegal, coyotes, and going in and finding these human traffickers, going and finding out these people that are committing the actual crimes of whether it's sneaking people into this country illegally, regardless of why they're coming here, they're coming in illegally, or straight up human trafficking. And then that's when you start getting into the bunch of the different drug cartels that are coming in that already have had their foothold in this country for years. But then during Trump, and I would also extend this to Obama and Bush and all the previous presidents, you didn't have these reports of Venezuelan gangs in Aurora, Colorado taking over apartment buildings.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Let's get into this.
It's a case. It's a one case that happened, but it's
no, it
didn't. But my issue is that it happened. No, dude, there's footage of these guys.
There's unverified footage of people with guns walking around apartment buildings.
It's security cameras of people that literally got arrested afterwards, and they were tied to the gang.
So what I've read is those videos are unverified. What happened is Aurora, Colorado, the city condemned this apartment building because it was not up to code. There was no hot water, no heat.
But people were still living there.
And people were living there. So they condemned the apartment, meaning that the apartment owner had to shut it down. And so his response was he went to the media and said, oh, there's a gang taking over my apartment building. That's why we're shutting it down. Employees, contractors, people who work with or live in the apartment building don't back up his story.
But how do you explain then the people that were talking about these gang members, that obviously the label is Venezuelans, they didn't know at the time.
What people? The owner?
The residents. There are testimonies from the residents saying that, yeah, there were people kicking in my doors. And then you have issues like in
So there's an apartment employee who says, to be really honest with you, I think it was more because of the code violations, no hot water, no heater. If people came to fix the boilers, he never paid them. Aurora Mayor says, we've been working with this building and its owners for a very long time. They're out-of-state slumlords, and they haven't maintained the building.
So there is a video, actually. Tyler Oliveira, he prides himself on like non-biased journalism. You look him up on YouTube. He does a bunch of shit like that. He tries to get both sides. He does go to an apartment complex, and everybody who's Venezuelan is like, oh, nothing's going on. But everybody who's not Venezuelan is like, no, dude, they were fucking shooting holes through my damn window the other day. Can you try and find that on YouTube? Oh, I can find that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that.
But the thing is,
finish your point.
Even like how I told you earlier, I was just in Denver with my wife. My wife's family is 100% immigrants from Mexico. Yeah. They're all legal. They all have their papers, everything like that. But to them, one of the daughters was being harassed by a Venezuelan. I guess while at Walmart, like he was just going after and like trying to like pursue her actively, and it's very hard because she's underage. So my response is get a gun.
Yeah.
The other response is, well, you have to fucking stick to pepper spray, which can only be so efficient.
Sure.
And then on different sides of Denver, like throughout the entire city, one is on like the northern end. We were on the southern end with a different part of the family, and they're claiming, and this is coming directly from them, is that Venezuelans are crashing cars like front, left, and center. They're just destroying property all around. So whether or not the apartment complex is real or is not, I can't even say 100% that it feels like it's biased information. Because let's say a white dude was like, oh, dude, these Venezuelans. It's like, well, can you tell the difference between the two? And as far as like inside of the immigrant community itself, the Mexican immigrants are going, it's these fucking Venezuelans that are coming in and doing this shit, and we know it's them. We know who it is. We can, and like the big gang that's being cited is Tren de Agua.
Right.
And in the Tyler Oliveira video, he quotes them several times. And so I'll pull it up here in a second, but that's a big talking point as far as what comes up is it's not just like a unilateral source that's saying a lot. Because this isn't like the Haitians are eating cats thing where that's just not verified.
Well, it sounds, I mean, with all due respect, it sounds similar. Like you're telling me a friend of a friend said this thing about how they're crashing all these, right? It's
like
kind of
the Haitians eating cats thing, right? Like we have no video of that actually happening. And even Tyler Rivera has another
there's
video
no evidence,
where these people are like, oh yeah, dude, I saw him go and pick up like several cats. And they're like, we can't find anything. And they have one video of a Haitian dude walking with a decapitated duck. That happened in Florida.
Haiti.
It happened in Florida. Yeah, so they actually traced the video and they found it in Florida.
Okay.
So
and we don't know that he's Haitian, right? He's just a black dude.
No, they confirmed that it was a Haitian guy. Like it was a Haitian immigrant in Florida. But that's ultimately where it landed. Was like, oh yeah, that holds no efficacy to what's happening in Ohio. Yeah. So as far as the Venezuelan thing goes, you know, you have some city council members that are like, oh, this is absolutely not a threat, like nothing that we've been dealing with. But then you have the people that are there and they're like, this is fucking with our livelihood.
Yep.
So I understand the friend of a friend, but it becomes very hard when we talk about what's happening in the world around us. And if we're ignoring the voices of multitudes that are saying this is a problem and just listening to the top individuals in this area that are saying, oh, it's absolutely not an issue, that's where it becomes very hard for other Americans on the other side where this doesn't really affect us, right? Here in New Mexico, we're not dealing with this problem. We have our own have our own problems that we've been dealing with for the past. We don't have Tren de Agua here. I'm going to be dead fucking honest.
Yeah, okay, correct.
Right, but this conversation point is about Venezuelan gangs.
Oh, okay,
right?
That,
like you brought it up, right? Venezuelan gangs in Colorado. It's one pinpoint area that's being affected. So if we're going to talk about how that affects on a mass scale, now if you would have brought up the fact that MS-13 was a huge Trump talking point, and we want to talk about MS-13 involvement, then the conversation switches from Colorado over to California. So as far as bringing gang violence into this, it's individual isolated incidents in small areas versus a mass countrywide effect.
Well, my bigger Trump talking point was going to be, it's just, again, it's more into the category of just like asking questions where it's like, okay, again, the messenger, right? Obviously, and granted, this is what helped because he's an entertainer. He took these big talking points and blew them up. You know, we're going to build a wall, all this type of stuff.
The center of America's drug epidemic
these are big talking points where it's like we're going to build a wall, this, that, and the other. But it's like in 2014 and 15, Trump was talking a lot about how bad of an issue immigration is. And then flash forward to now, it becomes an almost deciding factor, if not one of the biggest deciding factors of the election. When Biden got elected, they undid like 90 something, I think it's like 91 border policies. And then now, regardless of whether or not you agree with the border policies, that not just the pejorative view, regardless if you, the viewer, agree with whether or not they should have undone those border policies, we are where we are now. So I just wonder what would have happened if we would have listened at the beginning, where it's like, hey, we need to take immigration more seriously. We may or may not have ended up where we are now.
Okay, so here's my kind of perspective around the immigration debate is, so we need to acknowledge that actually, if we compare like 2022 to 2019, right, Trump was worse than Biden, right? Trump had more apprehensions than Biden at the border, right? Meaning more people were coming in. So yes, it is true that.
Wait, so what do you mean by apprehensions? Do you mean like people that were caught at the border?
Arrested, yeah.
So that's better than Biden, right?
More people were. So these are the numbers we're using, right, to compare. We're saying, well, there are more encounters at the border, meaning there are more people crossing the border. That's kind of the best metric.
But crossing and being apprehended are two very different things.
Exactly. But we don't know how many people are crossing. So
right, because they're allowing people to come in now. In mass. Like, dude, there's a literal app that's being used. You heard about that, right?
Well, let's wait till the app. That's funny, though. It's just funny because it was developed under Trump, right?
Right,
it was released under Trump.
But now it's being abused and it's completely changed into something completely it's completely changed into being something that wasn't meant to be used for in the first place.
So my point is, yes, encounters at the border have gone up under Biden, but we also need to acknowledge that in March of 2020, we changed how we counted encounters. So pre-2020, meaning under Trump, encounters were only apprehensions, meaning only people that were stopped and arrested. Now they include apprehensions and expulsions. So the numbers went up, but those include people who are kicked out anyway, right? So if we look at just apprehensions, I'm getting this information from Pew.
What's Pew?
Pew Research.
It's a .org website. So
Yeah,
it's
we've been
at least
we've been
Okay.
using it all night.
Yeah, PW. I saw that on the page.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Pew, pew.
Yeah.
So my point is, if we look at just apprehensions, the truth is that, yes, apprehensions under Biden have gone up. Your claim, it sounds like, is that we're not counting the people who just go through, right? Which is true, because we can't, because we don't encounter them. The reality is most migrants who are apprehended are deported anyway, right? They're immediately deported. Well, if they're not granted asylum, right? I do have the asylum numbers. Asylum cases filed were at around 180,000 in 2021, right post-Trump. In 22, they went up to 605,000, so 180 in 21, 605 in 22, and 1.1 million in 23. So they have gone up significantly. The cases that are granted, now keep in mind, if you apply for asylum and you're denied asylum, you are typically expelled. I don't know what the CBP means by typically, right?
I think we can extrapolate, though. You know what I mean?
Well,
there's a lot of, not just literal holes in the border, but there are a lot of holes in the system. And I can't help but imagine that a lot of that was brought upon because they repealed all those bills that he put, or immigration policies that he put in place.
What I'm getting at is, so asylum cases filed jumped about 10% or 10 times.
You know
right?
why, right?
Well, let me say the next thing.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Asylum cases granted only increased about 3 times, right? And in fact, the per capita went down, right? So in 2021, 9.1% of asylum cases were granted. In 23, 4.8% were granted. So we cut in half about how many we're willing to let in. Granted, more people filed, so more people got it, but it is about half the percentage, which corresponds to about 0.016% of the U.S. population. So 54,000 asylum cases granted.
Yeah, so I was going to say about the increased asylum cases and the ones that were granted. So this was and wow, I know you do a lot of fact checking. Thank you again, Springer.
Thank you, Springer.
Thank you for all the fact checking. One more thing I want you to look up. So I believe this was like mid 21 going into 22 ish. Biden had publicly said where it was like, hey, we will grant asylum to people coming in if you have an infant with you. So what did all the drug cartels do and all the human traffickers do? They started sending these people up they were going to send anyway with infants. And that helped feed a lot of that number where it's like you're granted asylum now because you have a kid with you. And then and again, I can't help but extrapolate from that a lot more illegal people that should not be in this country were let into the country due to a bad policy.
But what I'm getting at is that as a proportion, fewer people were granted asylum. Right, so asylum grantees are going down proportionally.
But are asylum immigrants considered illegal immigrants?
No.
Exactly. You see my point? These people were coming into the country saying, "Hey, I've got a kid," and they go through, and then through that, all people were just flooding the border due to bad is it fucking onomatopoeia? Bad Biden policies, and the repealing of policies.
Can I challenge you a little bit?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
So Trump declaring bankruptcy, Trump, giving white lies about his property values. He's just taking advantage of the system that's in place, right? Is that any different from these people who are seeking asylum taking advantage? You just think the system is bad, right? It sounds like. Okay.
Yeah.
So seeking asylum requires three ways: an affirmative process.
They got rid of that infant shit real quick because of
and
it.
a defensive process. And according to AOC, in a congressional ethics hearing, she said that legal asylees are just people who are reporting to a legal port of entry. Though true, they have to have a defense process from the country in which they're coming from. So,
Well,
i.e., like in Venezuela, they're basically saying that they're being persecuted in their country unlawfully or against gangs, and they're seeking asylum. So part of obtaining asylum in the United States requires a definitive threat, a legitimate reason to justify so, and then the U.S. will grant it. So as far as like the decrease in asylum seekers that are actually being granted asylum, do you, and like I'll ask you this afterwards, do you think that it's definitive to say that the government itself was saying, no, we don't fucking want him here, deny him asylum, or is it that they're not meeting these three factors that have been set forth by the government?
Let me clarify what this means, because this says there are three ways of obtaining, right? These aren't three criteria. These are three different ways. So affirmative means that I come into the country and I say, I go to a port of entry and I say, I qualify for asylum. Give me asylum. The middle, an asylum merits interview after a positive, credible fear determination. I think that would be similar to the first. I'm not sure exactly. When I looked it up, it only had affirmative and defensive. Defensive means I cross the border illegally, I get arrested, and then I say I'm going to apply for asylum.
Am I the only one that heard that like fucking screeching noise?
No.
Okay, whatever.
As far as the merits and interview, it says if you are placed in expedited removal proceedings and indicate the intention to apply for asylum, express for fear of persecution or torture, or express a fear of return to your country, you will be referred to USCIS for a credible fear screening. So basically making sure that whatever you're claiming as far as you're coming in is legitimate, not just saying, "Oh, my government wants to kill me." So, like, I think
how is that different from defensive?
Well, because it's based on national intelligence report.
Well, so like a good reason to bring it up is like we talk about gangs
or international, international
right?
intelligence. Yeah.
I think it's Ecuador that was like put like an active hit on, or actually, here's going to be one that I know for sure. The Philippines flat out saying like you could shoot drug dealers. Yeah, I think it was in 2018 or something. They were just like, they were giving your average citizen guns and just being like, yeah, go shoot a drug dealer. So assuming a Filipino migrant who was a gang or gang affiliated or a drug dealer comes in.
Or not, right? Because it sounds like the Filipino government, I don't know what
Filipino
government would be. Yeah. The Filipino government would be removing due process, right? So even if I'm not a drug dealer, if my neighbor has bad blood with me.
Yeah, they're like, Jared sleeps a lot and we think he's smoking weed all the time. Right. So now we're going to shoot him. But again, so if you can present a credible threat at any given point, like, let's say you are dealing drugs and you know it and it's issued forward. And here in the United States, they're just like, oh, well, he's actually, from what this sounds like, is like he's got a legitimate reason to believe that his government is persecuting him outside of a reasonable standard, because here we would just jail you if you got caught dealing drugs.
Right.
So allowing individuals to obtain asylum is what that one sounds like.
I guess my question is, I would assume you would have to show credible fear no matter if it's affirmative, a merits interview, or defensive, right? That's the whole point of asylum, is that you have fear of being in your home country.
Right.
So I'm not sure what the differences are. When you request asylum as a defense against removal.
So I think the difference is so you go to the border.
So it's just at what point you request asylum.
It's like there's been a threat made against my life, or there's potential of a threat.
No, I know that's broadly asylum. I'm saying the difference between affirmative, the merits interview, and the defensive are when in the process you say, I have fear for my life.
From what it sounds like is...
You are muted. Okay.
Oh, shit. From what it sounds like is defensive seems like you're showing up in an immigration court itself.
Yeah, so you're
versus
using that as a
this
defense.
one is like you're caught and you're like, oh, by the way, guess what?
Yeah.
So it's right. It's what you're saying where it depends on what point you're saying it. So from your standpoint, right, he said that basically it's just wondering where this all of these values are coming from. But from a Trump supporter standpoint, do you think that the asylum decrease under Trump, is it correct?
So a proportional decrease under Biden.
Oh, so a proportional decrease in asylum seekers under Biden. Do you feel like that's because more people are crossing the border illegally and not feeling the need to seek asylum? Or is it that under Trump that he proposed more of a threat where seeking asylum was a very necessary reason or way to obtain your way.
Like
into
that
this
was your
country.
only option was to get asylum.
Right. No, I think it's the first one. I think it's a multifaceted issue, right? It's not just because it's harder to get asylum, but it's also because of the manpower issues at the border, the repealing of those policies. It's just easier to cross, and with the increased, and I don't think this is really arguable, but the increased human trafficking rates that we're seeing globally, not just at our borders, both southern and on the eastern seaboard, just the human trafficking issues that we're having anyway, that's what's leading to it as well. It's a multifaceted issue, and I think that deploying them, and I really do believe, because of how bad human trafficking has gotten to this country alone, I think it's getting to the point where if these guys who are subject matter experts on the issue, namely, I forget the gentleman's name, but the guy who's now in charge of ICE again, if he's saying that it's a issue that may have to involve the military, I'm inclined to believe them.
So
because I'm seeing these, I thought to cut you off as my last point, and just, I know this is a bit anecdotal, but just seeing the videos of people, of investigative journalists, not just from the independent people, but from the mainstream media or the corporate media companies, going down to the southern border and seeing all of the immigrants just coming in. I'm inclined to believe the guys that are saying the military may have to get involved.
So here's a solution. I don't think you're going to like the solution. But here's a possible solution. If we make it a lot easier to immigrate to the United States, it's going to be a lot easier to sniff out human trafficking, because then I'm not confused. Is this person sneaking across the border because they want a better life, or are they sneaking across the border to be in a gang? If you don't have to sneak across the border to seek a better life, then I know if this person's doing something sneaky, if they're not coming in through the door, they're up to something.
Can I one up your solution? Because I agree with that. No, I agree with that. Having a more streamlined process is, I think, for anything is much better. I would take it a step further and go to the source of the issue, like we're doing with Mexico, but take that out to Argentina, Venezuela, and be like, hey, listen, you guys, like Argentina literally emptied their prisons and were like, hey, fuck off and go to America. The president of Argentina did that. So my counter to that would be, yes, streamline the process. First of all, because we're a country of immigrants, immigration is not a bad thing, but only good immigration is a good thing.
Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant when he founded his first business.
Yeah, no, for real, yeah. Because he was escaping apartheid Africa. Yeah. So I would take it a step further, and once we get our own national security in check, we go to these countries, and it sounds like we're going to wrap up immigration here, so this is the last thing I'll say about it. We go to these countries where we're getting these mass immigrants from, and we say, hey, you guys have a fucking issue. Mm-hmm. What can America do to help you? Those are the countries we should be helping. Those are the countries we should be pumping money into and being like, hey, what do we have to do to make it to where because America has this horrible track record. We already talked about Ukraine, but we have this horrible track record of toppling governments to make them Western leaning governments for our own political gain. This is an example where we can topple governments to install Western-leaning governments for our political gain, where it eases the immigration issues, right? They don't want to leave their country in the first place.
Well, maybe not even, because I have heard this proposed, right? Maybe not even toppling governments, but just providing humanitarian aid.
Some of them you got to topple, unfortunately.
Maybe so. But I guess my point is, if they're leaving their country for a better life in the U.S., what if we made life better for them there?
Right.
It's not an ideal solution, but either way, we're incurring.
Well, you're spending money either way, but it's like the same thing with tariffs. It's either we spend the money now to fix it later, or we don't spend the money now and we both fail.
But I do want to mention that the immigration, including illegal immigration, is an economic benefit to us, right?
And in the traditional way, like I said in the beginning, where it's like they're going and they're doing, it's the topic like doing jobs Americans don't want to do. Like that's a real thing.
I mean, yes, that is real.
But that'll never go away.
Sure.
That will never go away. And the last president it would go away under is Trump because of his business background. Like it's the I don't know if you've ever seen this, but it's the Dave Chappelle bit where he's talking about immigration and he goes, no Americans picking their own strawberries.
Yeah.
Come on. You know what I mean? Like that's a sad reality of life, but unfortunately it is a reality. But on the flip side of that, while it is backbreaking and very labor intensive work, that's still providing a better life for them here than it would be in whatever country they're coming from.
So would you be okay with very limited, like if someone has been convicted by the United States justice system or even their home country's justice system, assuming we trust that justice system, right? Let's say those people get deported. I'm okay with that. But everyone who's here and their only crime is overstaying a visa or crossing the border illegally, we give them a pathway to citizenship. Because the reality is they're already paying taxes.
I was going to say, if they're already providing to this country on a basis of paying taxes and they're just hanging out here, not hanging out, but if they're providing for their families, they've created a life for themselves here, but they've done it in a way where they're circumventing the system, but they haven't broken any laws. And I would even take it a little bit further and say, even if you've convicted a nonviolent drug offense, you know what I mean? If you just get caught with a fucking ounce of weed and you happen to be illegal, okay, well, what else? And that's why it needs to go to a court of law and have that sorted out there. But because, again, this is a whole conversation that I want to get into, but our criminal justice system is fucking broken.
Sure.
But the criminal justice system should be a privilege to American citizens. That's why I was saying in the beginning, like, if you're an illegal immigrant and you come here and you break the law, and let alone like a violent crime, get the fuck out of here. But I would take that a little bit further with the nonviolent drug offenses, but with people that you're talking about, where it's like, okay, yeah, they just overstayed their visa and they fucked up that way, or whatever, or something like that was a nonviolent offense. Because I think the reason that a lot of, namely Republicans, have an issue with immigration is these people are committing violent offenses against American citizens. That's where the real issue stems from, right? So it's like, if you're found,
which is very rare, admittedly,
but it's still a thing.
But it's bad, and we should deal with it. I guess here's my thing is Trump wants to take a sledgehammer to immigration, where to me it seems more like a surgical problem. Like, we should go in and take care of the people who are causing problems, while making it easier for the people who aren't causing problems to contribute to the country. It's
again, like most things in government, it's a multifaceted answer.
Yep.
I think a sledgehammer needs to be taken to violent offenders. But
that's my point.
But with everybody else, like, again, because I don't think that's going to happen. Where it's like people that are just here illegally and they're caught violating papers or whatever it is,
weed,
where it's something non-violent. I don't think they're going to immediately get the boot. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think resources are going to get allocated that way. But moving forward from immigration, in the interest of time, so right now what I wrote down was that we have January 6th, and then we have
so January 6th, and then I kind of made the broad analysis about education, just the fact that the Republican kind of machine is very anti-education, and the reality is they want you to be less educated because that means you're more likely to vote for them.
So I guess my first argument against that would be, then, as a strictly blue state, why are we 50th in education?
That is bad. I don't know if it's a budget issue. I think, it's obviously not enough to just throw money at the problem, but our schools are underfunded, right?
Because I have a theory on that, but if you could look up real quick, because I think the education one could be a short issue. If you could look up real quick the rankings of states in education, in public education.
So yeah,
and we'll see which ones are like red and blue and whatever. Because with the
Democrats won 14 of the top 26 states, so about half of so the top quarter, for example, are more likely to go Democrat. Republicans won 20 of the bottom 25, so about the bottom half are lower in education.
And do you think that is because of education standards, or do you think that's because of the grand majority of, because if you know, it's like New Mexico is a great example, right? New Mexico is about 70% rural land.
Yep.
And then obviously that 30% being like per capita, like actual population wise, being Santa Fe, Albuquerque, and then Cruces.
Yep.
So we're 70% rural land, and all that rural land is conservative based, Republican based, right? And again, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Cruces, very left, very liberal. They are also places where they have institutions of higher education, and we've seen over the last 20 years where these institutions of higher education are by and large leaning hyper left. So do you think
the more educated people are, the more likely that they are to lean to the left. That's true.
But do you think that's because education does not equal intelligence?
No.
So do you think that's because of all the, like, obviously people like Jordan Peterson are a big
he's very anti-education.
A big proponent. He's not anti-education. He's anti-free speech, which is a lot of these. Well, that's what happened.
Kind of.
He's also vocalized like outright that he's against the education department.
Because of what's happened. So, like, for instance, where his claim to fame was because he was opposing a bill where in Canada, I know it's a different country, but I think it extrapolates down here, where it was like 107C or something, like 103C. C16, thank you. Where C16 basically was saying that you would be penalized if you didn't use people's preferred pronouns.
No. So it added gender identity to the list of protected classes. And for example, this is like where what you're saying could be applied, right? If I work in a nursing home and I have a transgender patient and I consistently misgender them, right? So if I have a trans woman who is my patient and I consistently refer to them as a man, that could be used in a case of discrimination. That on its own probably wouldn't lead to much. Right. But if the nursing home had a record of elder abuse or if there were other things, chances are if someone's going to aggressively misgender someone like that.
But you're picking a place that has hyper abuse anyway.
No, yeah. What I'm getting at is it's a little more complicated than you're penalized for using the wrong pronouns.
But that was in effect what that law was, though.
It was adding gender identity to the protected classes.
And again, I know a lot of people don't agree with that. I know you don't agree with that, but you're going against free speech.
I mean, yeah, Canada doesn't have the same free speech protections.
Right.
That we do.
So then when that bleeds down into America, you're seeing a lot of these universities.
But do you recognize that Peterson effectively lied about that?
No, because he explained it in long form across multiple.
Well, a lot of legal experts came out and said his analysis was just wrong.
So what I would invite you to watch is his first 2 episodes on Rogan, where he goes into deep dive on that, because he articulates that way better than I could ever try, because of how educated that dude is. But listen to the way that he breaks that down and the way that he was attacked and what they were trying to strip away from him and effectively did in the nation of Canada, because he still has a lot of his teaching accolades in America, but a lot of it in Canada got taken away because of that.
Well, I think what happened is on Twitter, I think he told someone to kill themselves. And so the Board of Psychology either in the province or in the nation said, we're going to put your license on hold to practice
Could we find that?
psychotherapy until you undergo some education.
A tweet where Jordan Peterson told somebody to kill themselves. Could we find that? You can look it up on the browser. I don't give a fuck. Dude, I'm on so many watch lists by now because of this fucking podcast.
But I mean, that goes to my point, right?
But you haven't gotten a single Rolex for it.
I know. I know.
That kind of goes to my point is he did something that was clearly in violation of what psychologists are supposed to do.
Right, yeah.
And the government said, okay, well, you need to take a class that teaches you how to use social media responsibly. And he threw a fit.
So if that's true, I didn't heard about the tweet where he told somebody to kill themselves. But
let's see what Reddit says.
Okay, so my God.
He said it in kind of a classy way.
What did I tell you about my fucking vision, Springer? I can't read that.
He said
click it.
Well, okay, so someone tweets at him.
Okay, so I disagree. Someone tweets, I disagree. Based on the record of human behavior, we are already overpopulating a small world. Any arguments I have heard for supporting such a large human population completely overlook the huge loss of species and ecosystems resulting from our self-absorbed attention. You are free to leave at any point. Now, I'm going to push back on that. I see how that can be taken as he's telling someone to kill themselves.
Yep.
He is also telling somebody that they can leave society and go live as a hermit. That is also an option. He's just saying to leave society.
Do you think it's you can disagree with the decision, but do you think it's totally unreasonable for a board of psychologists to then say, okay, maybe you need to take a class on social media use?
In context of where Canada was already going, do I think it's unreasonable? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, but I bring up the Jordan Peterson point just because with how universities have been going right now in the States, there are a lot of dissenting opinions that are being proposed against almost, I don't want to speak in absolutes, obviously, in almost entirely right-wing opinions. Whereas like you can't, like, dude, even going to UNM myself, I remember sitting there and it's like, okay, I get it, like putting trigger warnings in front of different lectures and doing all of that. I see how a lot of people don't. It's like, this fucking progressive. Okay, I get it.
We've had trigger warnings for decades.
Yeah, it's like, I get
Every
it.
time you see a movie, there's a trigger warning.
Well, I remember as a kid, my dad was a very, very little kid when he was still in my life. When my dad, he bought me this box set of Looney Tunes cartoons, right, from when they originally came out. In the very beginning, it was like, it was a trigger warning, but it was very, you know, it was of the times. And it was like, hey, some of these cartoons contain material that would be very offensive to people, but to exclude them, this is, I think, the most important part, is we're losing the sight of this now and effectively getting rid of it. And you see that in modern entertainment.
Whitest kids do that too. And I really like that.
Where it's like, but it's offensive. However, to exclude them would to act like they never existed.
Right.
And
it's
that's
art. It was made in its time.
And that's the issue with universities now, where it's like they are starting to get rid of things. That's when you get into stuff like CRT. That's when you start getting rid of, even like video. Like we're big Call of Duty fans, right?
So-
and even the latest Call of Duties, you can't even put a swastika in the game. Where it's like, okay, so we're gonna act like the Third Reich never used swastikas? What are we talking about here?
That seems a little weird.
I'm just bringing that as a
were the
fact.
Nazis part of it?
Yeah.
The Nazis were in the game.
Yeah, it's Call of Duty World War II.
So part of that is if they put swastikas in it, then they can't sell it in certain countries. So honestly, it's just to maximize profits, right? If they put swastikas in it, they can't.
That's
sell
a
it in
whole
Germany.
conversation that I could get into, but in interest of time, we're not going to.
Sure.
But unfortunately, it's not true. And the biggest example of that is like with movies recently, where Disney does this, right? With Star Wars, where Disney will change a poster that the way that it looks in America compared to the way that it looks in China.
Sure.
Like, that's not novel to these people to do that. But my point in bringing all this up is with the education thing, there are hyper left ideologies being pushed into these universities, and that's fine. Like, do that. But the idea that you can do that without allowing more conservative or right-wing
Without
ideas.
allowing.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so where college administrators, like heads of, they're not called headmasters in America, are they? Deans, thank you. Thank you. Where deans of universities are coming out against saying, like, okay, a great example. After October 7th happened, when they had the heads of Harvard and Yale, where they were like, can you define anti-Semitism? And they couldn't do it. Where they were saying, can you commit what is anti-Semitism against a hate act or a hate speech violation according to your codes of conduct? This is just a microcosm of these issues, right? Where they were saying, like, what does this look like? What is hate speech? Like, no, hate speech is only done when it's a violent act against a person. Where it's like, okay, you're telling me that they can't push back against it at all, and you're okay with that? Like, it's just not opening the place for.
You're telling me they can't push against that. Who is they?
The students.
The students can't push back against what?
Against being called a kike or being called a Christ killer or being saying like a death to all the Jews.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I agree. I think that was
the fact that they cannot do
that was a really bad look.
Well, because here's the thing, like free speech includes hate speech. And that's where I disagree with Tim Walz.
Yes, in the U.S.
Because he was in the U.S. because he was trying to say that the government needs to come in and censor people, right? Against hate speech, against misinformation. It was like, no, free speech. Because again, free speech applies.
He was very sloppy with what he said. I know what he was getting at, but it was not for the format. It wasn't the right
exactly.
thing to say.
But free speech applies to everything. But along with free speech, if I, as a college student, had an issue with a Jewish student and I decided to call him a Christ killer, I am well within my rights to do that due to free speech. However, this Jewish student is well within his or her rights to punch me in the fucking face because I have earned that. Right now, that can go to the dean of students and that can go to the court of law of whether or not that was assault or whether or not that was provoked. And that's why we have a criminal justice system and a court system. And that's why these universities have their own student policies, right? But that's for them to decide. But the issue is that these policies have become so left-leaning that a lot of these students are being taught left-wing ideology. And again, talking about absolutism, I don't think it's a coincidence that Kamala Harris got so many votes in these in these cities that had major institutions of learning that were all known to be hyper left leaning, where the rest of America, and shockingly, Trump, I was shocked that Trump won the popular vote, that the rest of America was like, hey, wait a minute. No, we're going for Trump. So it can't be that happened just because the rest of America didn't go to these institutions. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a coincidence.
So what I want to ask real quick is you made a statement earlier as far as like the top 25 states as far as voting for Kamala are ranked in education as far as like the higher levels, and whereas the bottom 25 lean more towards Trump.
Yeah.
So according to...
So yeah, I'm using Wallet Hub, which is an aggregate. Wallet Hub, I know sounds kind of cheesy, but they did a meta-analysis, including the U.S. News and World Report.
Right. So it has Florida as number one.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
But
So-
like Florida and Utah are topping this.
Well,
but
that's
so
a
if we're
good-
talking about like overall areas of higher education, you know, you have the University of Miami, FSU, you have a bunch of areas that actually do turn out some very intelligent individuals coming into Florida. You also have a very high immigrant population that plays a role in Florida itself. So to say it's a bottom tier, bottom 25 city as far as like voting for Trump based off of Wallet Hub, it goes in either way, in which you're either talking about the average individual in Florida who's registered to vote, or you're talking about the average college student based off of your premise of education itself. So as far as we can get from rankings in education with Florida and Utah, both red states,
And they're number one in higher education.
taking over, number one in best states overall as far as Utah is ranked. Massachusetts, obviously blue. New Jersey, blue. Colorado, blue. Wisconsin,
Red.
I'm pretty sure they voted red. Yeah. Wyoming, red. Connecticut, blue. New Hampshire, blue. Virginia,
Blue.
Did they go blue?
Blue.
Blue. Iowa.
I don't remember.
Red, I think.
I don't remember. I gotta be honest. I don't remember.
Iowa
We
was-
can pull up the map.
Looking at states is kind of a weird thing to do.
I'll look up the map.
Because it depends on what ranking you look at, right? That's why I used Wallet Hub, because they had a meta-analysis using 32 metrics, including graduation rates, test scores, safety. They analyzed things like the U.S. News and World Reports. But if we just look at incidents of... So like 55% of college graduates voted for Harris, 56% of people who did not go to college or did not graduate from college voted for Trump, right?
Well, here's a great
So
example. So Iowa, sorry to cut you off, but like Iowa went red, right? So they all voted for Trump, with the exception of
population centers.
A population, but also where because Trump won Iowa 920K to 770, right? The only blue counties where the two colleges are.
Yep.
So again, that's my point. Where it's like, why are all of these institutions left? There's not one conservative leaning higher education institution.
So
I don't
did
know.
you ever hear...
Not one, but the grand majority. You know what
Sure,
I mean?
yeah.
Like, I'm sure University of Miami is
So
fucking
real
right-leaning,
quick, did
but-
you ever hear like the adage when you were younger that, you know, around college age you grow up very liberal, and then once you start working you become a Republican?
I've heard this. I don't know if I don't think that's true.
And so as far as like, again, it's not definitive, it's just from what I've experienced, at least personally in my life. My wife grew up very, very blue. She, you know, out of an immigrant family, like that, those were the best ideologies. And, you know, as life progressed, she realized like, oh, maybe not 100% of that is actually what I agree with now.
Sure.
So do you think there's an inherent role, and I think this is what Noah was getting at, is that based off of what a lot of college institutions try to implement as far as like their general way of life
Sure.
At this college, do you think that plays a role on an otherwise impressionable mind where they're coming into a university, they're experiencing new life for themselves more often than not? I mean, BYU is a good example.
I guess do you mind if I just kind of cut you off and,
Well, so
and
real
give
quick,
you
let
the
me
answer?
let me finish. Like
Okay, yeah.
as far like BYU is an example where once you start coming outside of your regular family life and you're on your own for the first time, when you're being how he would essentially say guided by a certain type of principles, do you think that takes these students further into a more left-leaning ideology, or without a form of self-thought, or do you think that it's the institution that allows the education and intelligence to grow, which causes these changes left or right leaning?
Yeah, so I think, yes, the more you're exposed to ideas from one side or the other, the more likely you are to agree with them. But this is why I'm kind of focusing not on where people are. I mean, I know I mentioned that, but I don't think that's as important. But regardless of age, if you have a college degree, you're more likely to vote for Harris, right? So yes, if you just graduated college, you're more likely to vote for Harris. But if you graduated college 40 years ago, same thing. You're more likely to vote for Harris.
No, it's been like that. It's been you're more likely to lean to the Democratic Party.
Exactly. People who are more educated. And I'm not trying to say smarter people vote for Democrats. That's not at all my claim. My claim is Republicans don't want you to be educated because Republicans benefit when you're not educated.
But you're saying that they're benefiting from people that because okay, so you're claiming that the Republicans benefit from people that don't go through these institutions of higher learning, right? And what I'm claiming is that these individuals that go through these institutions of higher learning and get put through this blue filter, right? They're distilled through left-wing ideology. They're going to vote blue. Whereas if you have these people, for instance, like a lot of blue-collar workers that go through trade school, and they're also doing like online classes, whether it's through a community college or it's through like an online university.
Yeah, those
like
people are more likely to vote blue as well.
No, they're more likely to vote red.
I don't know if that's true, but...
It's the matter of going, it's just a matter of going through those. That's my point. Is like, why is it that
what I'm saying is if you go to community college, right, to get an associate's degree or a certificate, you're still making yourself more likely to vote blue, right? I'm not saying that people with an associate's degree are more likely to vote blue broadly. What I'm saying is the more education you get, the more likely you are to vote blue.
Right. And then my argument is that it's not the matter of the education, it's going through the filter of the institution.
You're saying what the education is.
Right. It's not just what the education is, it's the environment of the college that you're going to. It's that left-leaning environment. Because again, for instance, let's look at...
Here's a question.
Yeah.
So you're saying I go to this institution that is teaching me left-wing ideas. They're teaching me right-wing ideas too, but let's put that aside. I live in this environment that embodies left-wing principles. I get out of that environment, and I'm more willing to further those ideals. Doesn't that mean that's a good thing?
Wait, so, okay, say it one more time.
I'm saying I go through a college. I learn a lot of left-wing ideas, right? Now, I would claim that we also learn a lot of right-wing ideas. I would say your average college graduate is probably more educated on conservative thinkers than your average non-college graduate. But yes, I think your professors are more likely to be leftists, et cetera, et cetera. You're living in a community that embodies these ideals. You get out of that community and you're into the real world, and you still vote for those ideals. Doesn't that mean those ideals benefited you?
Not necessarily.
Doesn't that mean you liked the way things ran in the college world?
Liked is a part of it. I completely agree. But I think the most important part of what you just said is that the professors are leftists. Like, again, so Pennsylvania was probably the biggest swing state in the election.
Sure.
Most people are saying, right? It was either Pennsylvania or where was it? It was either Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, or Georgia, yeah. Right? So if you look at Pennsylvania, it was within a margin of 100,000 votes, sure. Popular vote-wise, right? With the exception of 3 counties in the middle of Pennsylvania, the counties where oh my goodness, why did it go away? I swear. Let me pull it back up. So the counties where Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are in, where the institutions are, mm-hmm. Those are all blue. But everything else is red. Like, do you see the point that I'm making?
So I think your point is that because
that in almost every state.
I'm not making an analysis, right? I'm not saying whether education is good or bad. I'm saying education is something that we ought to have access to.
Agreed.
And I'm saying that Republicans want you to have less access to education, right?
By what policy?
Eliminating the Department of Education, right? 48% of the Department of Education budget goes to direct student aid, which means federal student loans, right? So fewer people are going to have access to college. And you can say college is good or bad, but what I'm saying is that there is a party who knows that if you don't have a college degree, you're more likely to vote for me. So I don't want you getting that college degree.
Or are they attacking it from the front of all of these colleges, for some reason, are producing only blue voters? Do we maybe need to reorganize, again, the whole Department of Government Efficiency, because the Department of Education is going to be a part of that? Mm-hmm. And I think that
so what you guys got to also remember too, as far as like the DOE is concerned, is it's primarily K through 12. So because the majority of colleges in the United States are private institutions, USC is a very good
but every state also has a state college.
But there are federal student loans, right? So even if you go to private college, you're borrowing.
It's the access
but
to
what
it.
I'm saying is the DOE itself, as far as eliminating the DOE, the mass effect that it has is K through 12 versus colleges. So is the conversation going to be what is going to affect colleges, which primarily rely on your tuition money in order to show up, or is it going to be the public education itself, because the state of New Mexico has its own tax as far as like its K through 12 goes? So what is it, as far as your candidate itself, that the effect on the DOE has that drew you towards them?
I think that eliminating the Department of Education wholesale will eliminate people's access to college, because, again, 48% of their budget is direct federal student aid, including federal student loans. You're right. The reality is the average school gets about 10% of their funding from the Department of Education, which means New York public schools probably won't feel it, but schools out in Roswell will feel it, right? That 10% to them is a lot more than 10% to New York public schools. So what we're going to do is we're going to take places that already have limited access to education, right? I'm willing to bet that Roswell High School doesn't have a robotics lab, whereas I'm sure you could find that in at least one New York public school, right? So we're taking away their limited, we're further limiting the limited education that rural students have access to. We're taking away people's access to college. And we're taking away the access of lower income people, because people who can pay out of pocket will be just fine, right? It's the people who need to borrow money from the federal government to pay, or to get those loans to pay tuition. Those are the people who are going to hurt the most.
Right. And so I see your point.
Yep.
And it's a valid argument if that's going to happen. The way I think the way they're going to go about it is the same they're going to go about it with the military. Is that they're going to go about it and see where these funds are being allocated to and reframe that. I don't think the department, like realistically, I don't think any government department is going to go anywhere unless you're an intelligence agency, because of how corrupt those have become.
Well, and I don't think those are going to be.
But exactly, right? It's going to be very tough to get rid of those, but I don't think the Department of Education is going to go anywhere. But what I think is going to happen is they're going to be gutted staff-wise, and the remaining staff are going to be allocated properly. Like Vivek Ramaswamy's talked about this with the intelligence agencies. No, I'm sorry. No, he talked about it with the Department of Education too, where he was like, yeah, you're going to not only work in Washington, D.C., you might get outsourced and get forced to move to another part of the country where these resources can get allocated better, and they get pushed out that way. It's not going to be a complete and total destruction of an agency. It's just going to be a restructuring, which I think we can all agree the government needs a solid restructuring.
Well, so if that's the case, then we're not talking about saving money, right? We're just talking about giving the money to the states.
So yes, because that was a policy that was brought forward by Andrew Yang. And I think I've heard them talk about it more with the current Trump administration. And I know Vivek has talked about it. He's talked about it I believe he talked about it on Sean Ryan's podcast, where he was talking about, a potential idea. I don't know if they're going to do it. I don't know how realistic this is. But basically what they were going to do is they were going to have like education vouchers, right, for students, where it's like they go to a certain education institution that they want to go to, and the money's going to follow them. So it's rather, and that circles back to my point about why are all of them so left leaning, where it's like we need to be open to all type students, not just, this.
So one way to do that is
All right, so real quick, it's almost fucking midnight.
Let's pin this, go to January 6th, and we'll be done.
Okay. What I'm getting at is if we reduce access to higher levels of it, higher institutions of learning, it's going to hit hardest lower income people and people in rural communities who are more likely to be conservative. So we're taking conservatives out of the picture, which will have the effect of making these institutions even further left. What if we made it easier for people out in rural communities to access college, or build trade schools into private universities, right? Make it so that those conservative folks are interacting with those leftist folks, right? I don't think the answer is to make it harder. I think the answer is to bring more diversity of thought by allowing those types of people, conservatives, into those institutions at a higher rate.
And I agree. And I think a bit of what you said, now granted, that's a great idea about the trade schools. I haven't heard about that. I think it's a great idea. But I think of, let's just say a majority, at over 50% of what you just said is probably going to be an effect of what they're going to do through the Department of Government Efficiency. We'll see. A lot of that's hypothetical, but we'll see. Okay, last topic. Okay, before we get into the last topic, I just want to say, as a front, I just want to say that every presidential candidate moving forward needs to do shit like this. Like, this is how conversations, that's the whole reason. I've said this on this podcast a million fucking times. So people who are listening, I apologize if you've heard this before. But this is a huge reason why I started this podcast, is because other than just talking to cool people and getting drunk with my friends, what I did not enjoy about watching presidential debates was the fact that they're like, hey, what's your position on climate change? You have 60 seconds.
So you know what's so funny is and I know we disagree on the candidates, but the first vice presidential debate, the first question to Walz was Iran. There was some escalation in the Mideast war. Would you authorize a preemptive strike on Iran?
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is the vice president, and that's the first question.
Yeah.
It was wild.
Yeah.
And you have 60 seconds to tell me if you would authorize a preemptive strike.
Well, it's funny you bring up that example, because my answer, if I was the vice president, I'm like, no. Preemptive strikes are not good. Don't do that.
And my answer would have been, that's a very complicated question. Yeah. It's going to depend on a lot of factors.
Yeah.
Next question.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea that you're going to fix these major problems inside 60 to 90 seconds with a 30-second rebuttal is, and I can play devil's advocate and be like, oh, no, I'm sorry. I know you just got up. Can you give me one more Miller Lite, please? I'll even take one of those.
It's Miller time.
It's Miller time. Yeah, but it's like,
Miller time.
Well, it's just like.
Do you require Miller time as well?
Oh, I'm good.
But it's just one of those things where it's like, how are you going to solve these major issues inside 60 seconds to 30 seconds? And that's why I started doing this podcast. I wanted to have actual conversations with with people that are in the same mindset that I am, that aren't. And I'm glad that this is the first like elongated political conversation that I've had, because I've been doing this for 4 years. I'm finally like, articulation wise, I'm actually equipped to do this now, because fucking 4 years ago in my basement when you and me were getting fucked up, I don't think that exactly be the best time to do it. I've grown a lot since then.
I've seen some of those early episodes.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
I think we were doing great. All right?
But yeah, so anyway.
I agree, and I think
I'm glad this is happening. That this is the type of thing that people should be doing, rather than just being fucking talking heads and then getting the biggest responsibility on the planet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
And I agree. I have my issues with Joe Rogan and his Rogan sphere, but I wish we could have had Trump and Harris and Rogan in the same room.
That's
for
what
3
people
hours,
were asking for with the Biden
the
thing.
The fact that you give them individual interviews, okay, it's fine, but at the
better
end of
than
the day,
nothing.
There's no pushback, right?
Yeah.
Like Rogan's just going to let you talk because you're the former president,
right?
Or you're the vice
and
president.
admittedly, that's from his own mouth. That's what he would have done with Harris too.
Exactly.
And so it's
getting
funny.
them in a room together for 3 hours
with no
instead of for like
with no
answer this question in 60 seconds
with no management, with no campaign people around them. I remember I saw this photoshopped image, and it'll never happen, but I thought it was so beautiful. It was Rogan sitting down, and he was sitting there. I'll say this, we'll go to January 6th. It was Rogan, Trump, Biden, Jamie, Alex Jones. And then just what that conversation would have been back when Biden still had some faculties.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. January
So
6th.
thanks to anyone who's still watching.
Dude, I think
I
think we had like,
Concurrent viewers.
six. Damn, 6.
74 total.
let me see. Yeah, we've had, no, we have, I'm looking at 8 right now.
I'm looking at whatever your computer.
In any case,
Okay,
thanks
so
for sticking
6, 'cause, yeah,
around.
yeah.
I know we're about an hour over. I don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm happy that Noah's having this conversation with me.
Hey, no, this has been a blast. I think the only person who's really upset is your wife, Springer. Is she wanting you home already?
Probably.
Condolences to her.
All right, so
maybe
last
Noah can buy her a beer, or I don't know.
She doesn't drink. She's pregnant.
Buy her diapers.
yeah, I'll be contributing to the baby fund. I've already planned on doing that anyway. You know what? I want to say at the beginning, how's the wife doing?
She's doing good.
How's the
Speaking to the mic.
I mean, you're like,
So our
what,
8
2.5,
viewers
3 months
can-
away from the big day?
What the fuck? No, we're halfway through this whole bitch. We're 5 months pregnant.
Oh, okay. My timeline was off. Okay,
Congratulations.
I thought for some reason you were having the kid in February.
April.
April. Okay, it's a spring
April
month.
baby.
That's awesome, dude. How's that progressing? It's going great.
It's a lot of work.
It's-
a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's navigating a whole new realm of shit as far as a relationship goes that I never thought I would have had to have navigated. And I'm confused 90% of the time. The other 10% of the time, I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
Well, congratulations.
Sounds like
Thank
a
you.
good husband right there.
I wish you a happy and healthy baby
Yeah, dude.
and a happy and healthy wife.
Thank you. I hope so for both too, because
My life is easier.
yeah, my life is way easier with both of those.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and his wife's great too. Great gal. All right. Last option is a very light subject. January 6th.
January 6th.
So what was your argument?
So basically, to sum it up, Trump did just about everything wrong. I think January 6th was, I don't know if it was, no, it wasn't treason, but I think it's like adjacent to sedition, right? Which is essentially treason against your own country. He lied about the election being lost. He filed 63 lawsuits, none of which were successful. His lawyers, I don't have this written down, so feel free to fact check me, but his lawyers were quoted as saying, if this goes to the Supreme Court, it's going to lose 7-2, scratch that, make it 9-0. So his lawyers knew they were losing, which suggests to me that these were bad faith lawsuits. He was just grasping at straws, trying to win. His own Supreme Court, so people he nominated, refused to hear Texas v. Pennsylvania, which was Texas's lawsuit against Pennsylvania.
Can you bring up all this shit?
The Georgia phone call is very damning. In January 2021, he called the Georgia Secretary of State and asked him to find 11,780 votes. Of course, the Secretary of State of Georgia refused to do so. That was, at the very least, inappropriate. I think if we had Biden calling up, or if we had Harris calling up individual states to say, oh, actually, could you find some extra votes? I think we would object to that.
Yeah.
The day of was obviously very bad. When it was in the September 2020 debate, he was asked to condemn the Proud Boys, and he said, stand back and stand by, which I'm going to say was just imprecise language, right? I don't think he really meant anything by it, but the Proud Boys took it as marching orders. The chairman, Enrique Tarrio, posted on Parler, standing by, sir. And they were the first ones to physically break into the Capitol. He invited his supporters to Washington on the day of the electoral certification. He knew why he invited them that day. About half of his supporters refused to go through metal detectors when he was giving his speech, and intelligence seems to think that's because they might have had weapons. Now, if half of them had weapons, or if a quarter of them, or a tenth of them, and he said, I don't fucking care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the fucking mags, the magnetometers away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Take the fucking mags away.
What was that, a tweet or was that a direct statement?
He yelled that to Cassidy Hutchinson as she testified in the January 6th hearings. He gave a very provocative speech. He said the word peaceful once in a speech that was more than an hour long. The presidential daily diary contained no information for the period between 1:21 p.m. and 4:03 p.m. He was repeatedly urged by his family, by his staff, to call off the rioters, and he refused to do so for about 3 hours. Eventually, he tweeted, "Stay peaceful," which was before Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed. So they did not stay peaceful. And then finally at 4:17, he put out a video saying, "You have to go now," at which time they did, which suggests that people were waiting for, or not waiting for his orders, but it suggested that people listened to him.
Like influenced, right.
Yeah. From all information we have, he just kind of watched TV while this was going down. We're talking about, I don't know how far it is. I think maybe a mile. So think of it as you work for a big company. One of the other buildings of the company a mile away was being sieged, physically broken into. You're the CEO and you just watch TV for 3 hours. I think that's pretty bad. Honestly, I think what might be the most convincing thing is the Eastman memo. So are you familiar with the Eastman memo?
Vaguely, yeah, but...
So the Eastman memo was written by John Eastman, who was a personal attorney for Trump. And it suggested that if we come up with, I don't know the exact verbiage he uses, but if we create slates of electors in 7 states that are contrary to what the actual vote was, that Pence could claim that because there were multiple electors, we could just reject these states because there's a conflict, throw away 7 states, and those 7 states were selected so that Trump would win. Eastman in the memo acknowledges that this is a break from procedure in the Electoral Count Act. He doesn't call it a violation of the law, but a break from procedure of a congressional act, to me, sounds like a violation of law. Quote, "The main thing here is that Pence should do this without asking for permission," and they claim that the Electoral Count Act may be unconstitutional. So to sum that all up, an attorney for Trump said, if we get 7 groups of people in 7 states to create fraudulent documents and submit those documents to, which they did, the National Archives and Congress, that would cause enough confusion that Pence could just throw those states out and Trump would win, right? So the goal was not to seek the truth. The goal was not to say, well, Trump actually won these states. The goal was if we cause enough chaos, then Pence can just throw the states out and then Trump wins, which was the stated goal. So that, to me, I think January 6th was very damning, but I think the Eastman memo on paper, I just don't see how we get around that.
Sure. So first of all, I appreciate, again, in a direct, opposite to the debate I did about a month ago. I appreciate all the evidence you're bringing, for actual fucking points to talk about. It's refreshing.
That was an interesting debate. I did watch it, yeah. On the Buck D show, or the BS show.
Yeah, and I fucking love Buck, dude, but that guy was just iffy. So the Eastman memo to me, and because I had heard about that and I had read it, what it sounds like to me, and there's a lot of this going on in the Trump administration, and Trump is guilty of this too. It's just it sounds like a severe misunderstanding of what the vice president is able to do in the first place. So I'm not going to go as far to say that it's null and void. It couldn't happen anyway. I don't want to say that.
Well, let's be
it's
clear.
Yeah.
When you say severe misunderstanding, Eastman said the main thing here is that Pence should do this without asking for permission.
Right.
I don't think there was a misunderstanding. I think there was a...
Well, it's telling him to break the law.
Yes.
It's telling him to be very silly and just break the law. It's telling him to do that. And
do something that Pence shouldn't even ask permission for.
Right.
This is going to violate the law.
Which is incongruent to how we operate as a government anyway, right?
Sure.
Officially, how we're supposed to operate as a government. Yeah, on paper, we're not supposed to. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So, and I agree with Trump shouldn't have waited, 4.5 hours to say, hey, go away, pretty much, right? That's not good. What I do remember as well, when he was giving that initial speech before the mob of people ended up going to the Capitol, I believe he was saying, like, go to the Capitol peacefully, right?
He said that. He said the word peaceful once in a speech that lasted more than an hour.
Right, but he did say go peaceful.
Did technically say
he did say go. I'm not saying that's like he did say it, but he like really though he did.
Let me give.
And then also there were a lot of other people. Like there's a lot of other footage that came out from people where the police, because I've heard the argument and it was brought up in that debate where it's like, well, yeah, the police let people in because they were afraid for their life. No, the police were literally like touring people through the Capitol, and a lot of the things that were happening inside the Capitol, and I was like, there were people. I'm not gonna fucking argue against the fact that there were people scaling the walls like a bunch of animals. That happened. All right. That's the thing. And I think I should preface this by also saying that, again, in a line with how much I don't like the government, I think personally that, standing against your government and protesting in a semi-violent manner is in the American blood. I really do believe that. And I do believe that if you feel that, again, and I think, it's the messenger, right? I really do think Trump fucked up by saying the election was stolen and that it was like wrongfully done.
Well, he lied.
Because it's not true. Exactly. Yep. Because there's not outside context of like, well, why? Right? Why? Because again, there's no time to ask why in a situation like this, and I recognize that.
Well, no, I mean he did make claims, right? He claimed that machines were switching votes. He claimed
because there were issues with the Dominion voting machines in what other country was it used in? Like before the election? Can you look that up really quick? Were the same voting machines that were used in other countries before our election were showing election fraud? And they're like, hey, these aren't exactly reliable. And the other thing that I would also levy with the whole election being stolen argument,
machines were?
Huh?
What the name of them?
No. Look up
Dominion.
Dominion election machines used in countries before 2020 election. Yes. Yeah. And so my whole thing is like when we see in retrospect, and it's all in retrospect, right? Mm-hmm. But in 2024, when we see the election results of how many people voted for Harris as opposed to Trump, the trend lines stay the same. But in 2020, because it showed like, remember I saw this graph where it was like 08, 12, 16, 20, then 24, the trend line stayed the same. But in 2020, there was a huge spike to the tune of like something ridiculous, like 2 million. Towards the Democratic side of things that just didn't exist in the 2024 election. So it's like, where did all those votes come from?
I think the thing is, in 2020, you did not, if you wanted to vote by mail, you did not have to request a ballot, right? Ballots were just sent out unsolicited. It was way easier for people to vote, right? And the reality is the more people that vote, the more left it goes, right?
But are we going
on average?
But are we going to?
So how do you feel about the allegations as far as like dead people voting? Where
I wouldn't even say dead people voting. I would just say people sending in multiple ballots, and also people that aren't legal in this country voting. Because there are studies that are showing that people that come in that are immigrants that come in illegally, when they do vote, they're seeing all these spikes. For instance, when Kamala Harris, all the states where she won in, none of them required voter ID. So it's like, okay, are we going to completely exclude the possibility that there were a lot of fraudulent votes in 2020 that we're finding? It's unfortunate we're finding out about them 4 years later, but. And again, because they just had rhetoric at the time, much like the immigration thing in 16 or 14 and 15 leading into 16. They just had rhetoric at the time, but now we see in retrospect that, hey, maybe they weren't so crazy. You know what I mean? And I'm not excluding the things of January 6th, but the issues that led to it. And I think it's important to see causality, and I think it's important to see the breadcrumb trail that led to the mass, the anger.
So let's just set down some facts, right? So Biden had about 7 million more votes, right? He won by about 7 million. So I don't think you're claiming that there were 7 million fraudulent votes, right?
I'm claiming that the possibility of there being a significant amount of fraudulent votes isn't zero.
Okay. So the election on November 12th, so about a week after the Election Infrastructure Government Coordinating Council and the Election Infrastructure Sector Coordinating Council issued a joint statement saying there's no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was anyway compromised. So,
And who's reporting that?
the Election Infrastructure Government Coordinating Council.
So it's a self-investigation that's reporting that we did the right job.
Fair enough.
CIA saying they didn't introduce crack in the
Fair enough. But this is the federal government investigating the state governments, right? And this is Trump's federal government.
Right.
This is Trump's federal government.
Right, but it's still a federal government that's putting in the voting, that's implementing the voting apparatus.
I'm not saying this is perfect, but I'm saying here's two groups that are saying there's no evidence. Georgia conducted a hand recount, and I think Biden actually got more votes after the recount.
He did.
The New York Times contacted offices of the top election officials in 45 states, and none reported evidence or even suspicion of fraud. William Barr on December 1st told the Associated Press, William Barr, Trump's AG, told the Associated Press that the DOJ has not found any evidence of widespread voter fraud. So Trump's own DOJ did not find any evidence.
And that's why I bring up the voting count that we have now compared to 2020. It's like that deficit is. Can you find that?
So voter turnout went down.
Look up voter count. 2020 compared to 2024 and go to images because there's a specific graph.
Real quick, as far as like Dominion goes, it basically comes down to the fact that I think it was just Canada and the U.S. as far as like one that I read. It was no South American country involvement. Mm-hmm. But outside of that, it was because Dominion had a large charity donation to the Clinton Foundation. So that's where a lot of this interference talk comes from.
Yeah. So that's not great. I don't love that. But the thing is, the only people who are claiming that there is fraud are Trump, Giuliani, Powell, the kind of.
Okay, here's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So where you see these trend lines that are staying more or less stagnant with both Republican and Democrat, but in 2024 it fucking skyrocketed.
Yeah,
it's looking
turnout,
back.
Turnout went way up.
Yeah, so it's looking back at that now, and I agree. There was a massive turnout for 2020 because of how divisive 2016 to 2020 was.
That and I really do think the fact that you got a ballot mailed to your house helped.
Yes, I agree, but the margin of error, which this is showing, let me find it. So in 2016, 65 million voted for the Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. 2020, 65 hopped up to 82 and then went back down to 67. A 20 million vote deficit. I'm just not.
Trump got more votes in 2022. Like his numbers went up too.
Right. But okay.
So one of the claims.
Wait, let me finish. But my point that I'm making is yes, Trump won the popular vote, which again I'm shocked by. Trump won the popular vote in 2024. However, this over 20 million deficit from 2020 to 2024. I don't think you can explain that away with ballots going to the door. I don't think you can explain it.
I also think COVID was such a huge crisis that people were motivated.
One of the claims that did come out, and I'll try to look it up to back it up. One of the claims is that during 2020, because of the fact that Biden won by such a large margin, when they count the total amount of votes, it's the largest voter turnout in all of U.S. history per capita, based off of percentage votage, including the fact that people can't vote, felons, illegals, X, Y, and Z, or just people who don't have full citizenship. So that takes a lot of things into account that by a percentage margin, it's significantly higher based off of the total number. And I'll try to look it up and make sure that I verify that statement. So going back and forth between January 6th, because obviously that's a huge catalyst in what caused a lot of this.
Like, January 6th did not affect voting in 2020.
No. But
totally.
it's, I'm sorry, the end result towards a lot of this.
Right. Okay. Yes.
What is your defense or counter towards these voter margins that would justify or invalidate the overall response of the American people during this time?
What is my defense or counter argument that would?
So you're obviously against the acts going on January 6th, right?
I think there were a lot of crimes committed. Yes.
Right. So whether or not you defend or you justify or you counter, what is your stance? Whether I'm not saying like, oh, you have to take an affirmative or a negative. What is your response towards that? Whether it's
like, was it justified?
Oh, so
is what you're saying, right? Pretty much, yeah.
So I guess this is, that's great. This leads me into my next point, which is the best we're able to come up with is there were a lot more voters, right? Maybe there was I don't know off the top of my head, maybe there was a 20% increase in turnout, right? Trump got more votes too. That's the best we've got, right? That it's just the numbers look a little fishy. That is certainly no reason to break into the Capitol building, to threaten to kill the vice president, right? I just don't. There's no.
And I think where the left has culpability in January 6th, personally, is so you had, and again, it was started by Trump, but you had the lockdowns. You have the whole fucking summer of love bullshit that happened in 2020 and 2021. You had mass rioting that happened due to the BLM protests and BLM riots that we know now, unfortunately, that these peaceful protests that were put on by BLM were turned riots due to Asian provocateurs. Unfortunately, we know that now. But what we do know is, or we can assert from that, is there's just a lot of pent up anger in the country.
Sure.
And a lot of this was because of the corporate media on the left side telling Trump voters that for the last 4 years that you're a racist, you're a bigot if you voted for this guy, you're this, you're that, you're a bunch of bullshit name calling and rhetoric that wasn't true. Everything from that to he's a Russian agent to he's lying to you, he's this, he's that, and then we also know, because the Asian provocateur thing in the riots that protests turned into riots. There were Asian provocateurs within the January 6th mob. So
there may have been.
So we know that now due to the Twitter files. That was a small part of it.
I'd have to say,
it was a very small part of it, but there was a part of that reported on that, where it was like, okay, like we know that yes, there were there were Trump supporters. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
Right. The first person to break into the building physically was a Proud Boy.
Yeah, we know that, right?
Yes.
But that's also in the same realm as like the KKK endorsing Donald Trump, and he completely condemned them. You know what I mean? Like
that's it. If they broke into the cap, right? I think we need to make that connection clear. Is he invited his supporters to Washington on that day?
Right, but he doesn't endorse these extremist groups like the Proud Boys or the KKK. And when he said that they should stand by, do I think that was a very stupid thing to say in the moment? 110%. Sure. But in the context of which he said it, he was
just being sloppy.
He was not saying that.
But the Proud Boys took it as the chairman of the Proud Boys put on Parler standing by.
Yeah, well, and that's his right to do that. But that doesn't mean that Trump endorses that.
At some point, there needs to be a connection made, right? At some point, it's not just a coincidence, right? And I'm not saying Trump wanted people to break into the Capitol.
But that logic doesn't follow, right? Because then
he invited the people to the city who ended up breaking into the Capitol, and then he did nothing about it for 3 hours?
So I just want to make sure you're getting this right so I can follow this logic properly. Like, you're saying that because he said stand ready and stand by, and again, which is not a good thing to say, and I think in context, it's not what the corporate media made it out to be, but then the leader of the Proud Boys says standing by, we know that Trump, again, in perfect context, the perfect example being the Charlottesville incident, we know that he condemns white supremacy, and we know that he condemns extremist groups. No, we know this for a fact. It came out of his mouth. No. It came out of his mouth.
That doesn't mean it's true.
Yes, it does. Of course it does.
You think everything Trump says is true?
I think when it comes to condemning extremist groups,
Okay. I don't think it's important.
I think it is.
I think his language is imprecise, and often he says something just because it sounds good, right?
I don't think he was condemning the white supremacists during Charlottesville because it sounded good. I think because that's why he circled back and meant to say it. Because what happened is he's in that incident. I bring this up because it applies to this. He said there were both good people on both sides. He continues his speech for like 4 minutes, and then he circles back. I think he realized what he said in the moment. He's like, no. And I just want to say perfectly that I do not say that towards the white supremacists. I condemn them totally, but outside of that, there are good people on both sides, right? So I think you can take that logic because he's not a racist. You look at his business background in the past, he is not a racist.
So I don't believe that people are racist, right? I believe that actions are racist, and I think I don't think this part is important, right?
But when you bring up the Proud Boys storming the Capitol, it becomes important because he's not condoning.
But what does that have to do with racism? They wanted him to win the election.
Because you're asserting...
He incited them with his provocative language. They broke into the Capitol. It has... racism aside...
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And I guess this is my point, is
I see what you're saying.
He doesn't condemn or condone white supremacists. He just wants people on his side.
No, he fully condemns white supremacy. He said that on record multiple times.
On record, yeah. Okay, fair.
And his business practices have also shown that he is a full supporter of minority groups being in business and education.
So... if they break into the Capitol and then he does nothing about it for 3 hours.
Not good. Yeah.
Do you think that's criminal? Do you think that's seditious?
Do I think it's...
Do you think he abdicated his response? He has a responsibility to protect and uphold the Constitution. And I think he abdicated that responsibility on that day.
So I see the argument for that for sure, right? I see that. And I see where that has a lot of like legitimacy. I'm not taking that away at all. I think the part of the equation to the January 6th issue that we're never going to get is what was Trump doing during that time? Who was he coordinating with? Because we know now at least a piece of that puzzle is he was trying to coordinate with the National Guard through Pelosi. And we only know that now because that leaked video that came out from Pelosi where she was like, I had the National Guard, but we didn't use it. Yep. So it's like, and we'll never know this. And this is on Trump for not exonerating himself. But I want to know, I would like to know, right? What was he doing during that time between when he was giving the speech saying go peacefully and then finally saying you guys need to leave? Mm-hmm. Was he, so here's a good example. He was
watching TV.
Well, we don't know that.
I guess that's the findings of the January 6th committee.
We don't, So can you find that to the J6 committee where he was watching TV and he was seeing this happen? Because this is a state of emergency, right? It's an angry mob going to the Capitol. Mm-hmm. Where my brain immediately goes to is when there's a nuclear strike coming into America, they have to immediately take the president and they have to put him into hiding. And unfortunately, in 6 to 8 minutes, he has to decide whether or not to counterattack the country. Sure. I bring that up because I wonder how much decision-making process was going on in those hours. And it's a lot of time, right? But what was he doing in that time? How much was he actually allowed to put... how much social media access did he have? How much outside access did he have? Was he just only being put into protective custody?
So can I give you... Yeah. So this is from the January 6th Select Committee. Take this as you will, but this is based on the sworn testimony.
Can you find from a .org for something like this? Yeah.
This is from the sworn testimony of his staff and his family. They say, here's what President Trump did during the 187 minutes between the end of his speech and when he finally told rioters to go home. So I have been saying 3 hours because I've been counting the speech.
No, for real. Yeah.
187 minutes. Wait, that is 3 hours. Never mind.
Is that? Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
Here's what President Trump did during the 187 minutes between the end of his speech and when he finally told rioters to go home. For hours, he watched the attack from his TV screen. His channel of choice was Fox News. He issued a few tweets.
I just think that's hilarious.
I mean, they're not wrong.
I just think it's hilarious.
He issued a few tweets, some on his own inclination, and some only at the repeated behest of his daughter and other trusted advisors. He made several phone calls, some to his personal lawyer, Rudolph Giuliani, some to members of Congress about continuing their objections to the electoral certification, even though the attack was well underway. So the Congress was in recess at this point, and he's calling members of Congress to tell them, no, you got to object. Here's what President Trump did not do. He did not call any relevant law enforcement agency to ensure they were working to quell the violence. He did not call the Secretary of Defense. He did not call the Attorney General. He did not call the Secretary of Homeland Security. And all that stuff is on record. We would know if he made these phone calls. And for hours on end, he refused the repeated requests from nearly everyone who talked to him to simply tell the mob to go home. His daughter, his wife were begging him to do something, and he did nothing, right? I want to come up with an analogy, which is you're saying he condemns the Proud Boys, and fair enough, right? So there's this guy who seems way too into you, but he's a domestic terrorist. You don't like him, right? Or he's a racist. Let's just say he's a racist. And one day he breaks into your best friend's house, right? Which is, let's say it's next door. You watch TV for 3 hours. Are you doing the right thing? Wouldn't you do something? Wouldn't you at least call the cops?
Right, I see your point.
Right.
Is there anything, and it's just playing devil's advocate at this point, is there anything going against the January 6th committee showing that it was like fraudulent, or is any dissenting opinions? I'm just curious about that because, if all of that is true, then he fucked up. And I've always been of the mindset where it's like I said beforehand, I am all for revolting against your government if you feel like they did the wrong thing. But truth. Right. Yeah. But with Donald Trump not making the right decisions to quell the mob, I agree with that was wrong. But then also just like with other things we've talked about tonight, whether it's COVID, whether it's trans issues, or whether it's like the Charlottesville thing, I do think that the corporate media blew this out to be a thing that it wasn't this horrible mob. Because if you watch a lot of the videos of these people getting into the Capitol, they look like chickens without their heads.
Here's
you know what
I
mean?
Let's take all those people, remove them from the picture, right? All the grandmas who got caught up and were just thrilled to be in a building like this, right? They're from the middle of Nebraska. They've never been in a building bigger than their house. They're so excited. Let's take all those people out of the question. You've still got a Proud Boy stealing a riot shield and breaking the window of the Capitol, right? It's still a really bad scenario if we ignore all those people who are not violent, right? That's my point, is that you compare it to the Summer of Love. The Summer of Love, there was a lot of violence, but there were an overwhelming majority of protests were nonviolent. 100% of January 6 protests were violent. There was one protest and it was violent. Right? There were people who were not violent, and that's fair. But they physically broke into the Capitol building. They were chanting to kill the vice president, right? Trump did nothing. This, to me, is, I worry if there is another crisis, like there was with COVID, like there was with January 6th, how is he going to handle it? He has shown again and again that he...
Oh, I think he'll handle it quite well. And the reason I say that is because, of course, he has an obvious argument for it is that he's had the 4 years of experience of being a president and so on and so forth. But the people he's surrounding himself with, I think what's important about the people he's surrounding himself with, these people aren't exactly.
He didn't listen to the people. That's my point. Is
because he had establishment fucking idiots around him
who are telling him to call off the mob. Are you saying you would prefer people who weren't telling him to call off the mob?
No.
To me, this is so cut and dry, right? He did bad. He abdicated his responsibility.
Right.
To me, and maybe you don't disagree with my conclusion, which is that this is disqualifying for a president. No president should allow an attack on their own Capitol building, right? Because he allowed it. Whether or not he caused it,
that's an interesting.
He let it go on.
That's an interesting argument. So no president should allow an attack on the Capitol building. What if? And this is obviously devil's advocate, this is very to the roots of where America came from. But what if that president truly believes that democracy is being upended?
Yes. So I do want to say I think there is just anger and I think there is unjust anger. We don't have any reason to believe that every person around him was telling him no. His attorney general was saying there's not evidence of voter fraud, right?
Did you have something to say? You look, you're about to fucking explode.
It's time for closing statements, dog.
Okay. You're just tired.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't prepare a closing
I
statement.
didn't either. I think we just end here with the what were you going to say? We'll just end it with that.
No, I was just saying. I think he did what he did on January 6th. Even if you ignore the lead up, which I think he's culpable for what happened on January 6th. Even if you ignore that, he abdicated his responsibility by not protecting the Capitol, right? By not protecting his vice president. He didn't seem to have any interest. And the people all around him were telling him that there's no evidence of voter fraud, certainly not to the level that would constitute this. So I agree with you. Sometimes political violence is justified in very rare cases. This was not one of them.
Fair enough.
So I'll just close off by saying, Noah, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate the conversation. You've said a lot of, you have brought up a lot of points that I wasn't aware of or had never really considered. I came here to learn about your perspective and by extension, the perspective of people who do like Trump. And I think I did learn a lot. So
hey, likewise.
I super appreciate you having me.
Hey, dude, thank you for doing this. Springer, thank you for sticking around.
Springer, thank you.
Damn pleasure. Almost 1 a.m. Everyone listening right now, thank you very much for sticking around. Just things we have coming up. I guess technically today, but tomorrow night we will be at the Block doing a comedy show. It is from 8 to 9:30 up in Rio Rancho, and then this upcoming Friday, there is absolutely no excuse to be in this weekend. So Friday night, if you are in Albuquerque, the Slums of Harvard, they will be over at Sister from 7 to 9:30. We will also be doing a live podcast with the Slums this Wednesday at 6, talking about the new EP. We're going to have a good time. And then if you're in Rio Rancho or you want to go to the Rio Rancho area at Casada's Comedy Club, they're doing the Steve and Michael Casada and Friends show. A lot of my friends are on that. AJ De Leon, Buck D, Isabel Madley, Trip Stelnecki, Chuck Parker, so on and so on. Those are going to be amazing comedy shows. A bit of it has sold out, so if you haven't got your tickets yet and you want to go to it, go do that. And then Saturday night will be the night 2 of the Casada and Friends. A lot of my friends are on that as well. Go check that out. Thank you everyone for listening and watching.
I'm going to give one last point because this didn't come up, but I think we agree. Fuck Israel, free Palestine.
Yeah, well, it's just not. Well, I wouldn't go that far
Fuck
with it.
the government of Israel.
Yeah. I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't like him. But thank you everyone for listening and watching. See you next time. Bye everybody. Cool. All right.